Dan Hennon is going to be putting out 671 photos taken from the crime scene. It's not meant to be disrespectful to show these photos, but they are graphic, and you might not want to see this. So this first photo is from the master bedroom bathroom, and this photo was taken as the police lifted up the toilet seat lid. In other photos, this lid was down. They opened it up, took a photo of it to show what is inside of it. And you can see there's still some water in there. The seat looks pretty clean. The seat lid also looks like maybe it was wiped, similar to the way that the other toilet seat lid in Rainey's bathroom looked very similar to the top of this one. So to me it looks like something was wiped from the top of the toilet seat lid. Why it would be wiped is a whole other issue, or what was actually wiped. But you can see how very little water there is. This was not a source of water for the dog. There's no way the dog could have opened the toilet seat lid and then put it back down. So they're clearly showing this just for reference. There's a picture of the three of them. Now here we have a WGA, a Writers Guild of America West documentation of registration through the Writers Guild for David Crowley for Gray State. He's clearly the writer. We don't see anybody else's name here. Not to say that there might not be another form with a different writer or additional writers, but this is what we have here. The effective date is 6/5/14, and it expires on 6/5/19. So it's going to be hard for anybody to really try to take that credit before 2019, is my guess. This photo is taken from one of the rooms that we have not really explored too deeply because we didn't get a lot of photos of this. What you're looking at here is the door that leads to the garage. And they've taken several photos of it. This photo just shows it closed. And then I do believe that the door to the left of this leads down into the basement. Now, if you're standing and you're facing this door, directly behind you will be where the slider is, where that rear slider is. To the right of this photo will be the fireplace. Alright, and then obviously you can see here that they have a whiteboard over here. Let's take a look at what's on the whiteboard. It is hard to see what exactly is on that whiteboard, but there's an expo. I can't tell what exactly it is. Something TC Future Expo, I can't tell, or EXP on the 29th. So there's something to be there. If you look at the 23rd, it said shoot something, shoot hands, and with a question mark. There's a birthday, somebody's birthday on the 17th, and then Dad's birthday on the 10th. Not sure what MK means, but what you'll see on the month is also interesting too. March 2014 is what it looks like. Here we see more things crossed out by David Crowley. Some more, can't tell exactly what is on these writings in this photo. Some drawings in the back. Garage door problems. And of course, Colin Procknow's phone number. Something that looks like maybe a jury duty notice. Kind of what it looks like to me. Can't really tell. And if you're looking at this light, looks like to the right of it, you can see something that looks like a small little blood spatter. Now obviously what you're seeing right now, these photos are going to look a lot better. They're going to be a lot more high res when you actually get the actual photo which will be coming out soon. Dan Hennon's going to put those out there so everybody can look and decide for themselves what they're seeing here, and maybe even help us understand things that we're looking at and we just don't catch. Alright, so lots of post-it notes again. Plenty of room, plenty of space, plenty of places to write a suicide note if one wanted to, or they could just not write one for whatever reason, and then we could just guess that it is a suicide note without any facts or proof. But so I'm not sure where that door to the right leads. But one thing that Dan Hennon did kind of point out in some of these screenshots, if you look here next to the Stalin book, the Satanic Verses, I can't tell who the writer is there, it won't be hard to find, Generation Kill, but the Satanic Verses, it goes back again to this thing that just keeps bothering me about the satanic presence in this whole case. And as a Christian, I have no problem talking about that. And as a Christian, I have no problem saying that it's just a guess, it's just a theory. But here's one more thing that would add to that theory. That they're not saying they were killed by a demon or anything like that, but something very, very strange going on there. So I'm glad he was able to point that out to me, because I did not see that. And so we'll have to look more at that Satanic Verse thing. Alright, moving on to the next one. Here's another shot. You can see with the door open. My guess is still that that door leads down into the basement. And that's really all of value for that one. Okay, this shot is in the basement bathroom. And we're going to see some interesting things here in this basement bathroom that I guess was built after Crowley moved into this house. He might have actually built this himself or remodeled this, possibly. I don't know. It's possible it was already there too, but you can see there's no shower curtain. I don't know how well used this shower was or whatever, but there's a strange thing you're going to see here in this shower, and it's going to be in that bathtub. Now, the first thing you can tell about this whole scene here is how dirty it is. So it's very, very dirty. Alright? And, again, there's no curtain, so who knows how well this one was actually used or what it was used for. But there is a strange plastic tubing that almost looks like something you would use at a hospital. So I don't know what this was actually used for like some IV transfusion or something like that. That was kind of the thing that really stuck out to me, was what is this? What are they doing with this? And why is this in the bathroom? Very, very interesting here. Hard to tell if any of this is blood or just, you know, whatever, just different markings and things. But I found that very, very strange. It's a long, long piece of tube. So where was that going? Why is it in here? Was it being cleaned off or washed off or something? So, I think that's the only relevance of this photo. Let's keep marching on. Okay, so we're still in the basement bathroom. Now we're looking at the toilet. This is the one shot that I really wanted police to give us from the very start. I think from the other photos that we were given of this same toilet, it's hard to tell how much water was actually inside of this toilet. So I'm really happy that they were able to give us this photo and put any speculation to rest that yes, there was water in this toilet. And even though it doesn't look like there's any markings or any traces that the dog tried to drink out of this, it's possible that that's exactly what the dog did. It's one of the only sources of water that the dog must have had throughout this whole house. One of them. So I was really very happy that they gave us that photo. I'm surprised it took so long and we had to go through so much to get it, but we got it. So again, you can see how dirty it is. This is a man cave toilet to me. Is what it looks like. It's not a lot of piss all over it. Lots of piss. So that's another thing to look at. Maybe you'll find something interesting here, but to me, and it doesn't look like this toilet seat was wiped like the other two. Alright, what else do we got? So, it talks about a straight path to the Lord. And again, it's not something, a straight path is not killing yourself. A straight path is not killing somebody else and taking your child with you. There is no straight path on that. There's also no reason why anyone who believed in any of this stuff, who believed in the Quran, would rip these pages out. So it's obviously done by someone who did not like the Quran, did not want to read it, did not agree with it, and that's the way that I take this. So, say no reward do I ask of you for it but this, that each one who will may take a straight path to his Lord. So, that's a very interesting quote there. It's a very interesting phrase to have open here, all things considered. This is probably the most, if not the second most, disturbing photo, because I can't tell what that is on the right hand side. You can clearly see on the left hand side there is a bone there, but I do not know what this is here on the right hand side. More pages taken out, looks like, of the Quran. More blood. More everything. But the question is, what is this? What is this in this right corner here? What are we looking at? Are we looking at a skull? This is just for us to figure out, what really happened here. And things like this, no matter how disturbing they are and how weird they might look, these are those things that one has to really do if they want to understand what really happened here. Or they can just guess and speculate without looking at any of the photos like this. So here you clearly have a bone in this left side. And one thing I thought that was a little eerie was right next to the bone is another ripped out page, and on this page it says true. It definitely has blood on it. So we have that. I can't tell what type of a bone that is or where that might have come from, but I'm going to say one of the arms, one of the hands. And considering the fact that the daughter's whole arm, I believe her whole right arm was missing, who knows? Right, so a lot of blood there. But if anyone can help us kind of understand what this might be, what are we looking at here, I think that would really help. Number 7 looks like a bullet that has not been used. Now, the question is, why not? Where did this come from? Here you have probably a piece of the skull or some type of flesh that might have happened when they were shot, or it could have been a result of the dog. So when you think about how contaminated the crime scene must have been when police walked in there, and for them to assume so many different things from the very start, does raise a lot of questions. So next to the hair here, next to the 7, to the left of the 7, there is a little white piece of something. Hard to tell what that is right here. But underneath it, you can clearly see part of the skull. That's what this must be here, mixed in with the hair. Right, more hair. Some brownish hair in there. Alright, here's another close-up shot of it and where that bullet is. So, and again, there's no way that this can be the bullet, the mushroom bullet that rolled out of the carpet a couple days ago, because police obviously took a shot of it right now, so they have it. The question is, where did this bullet come from? and why. So I think that's all for that one. Now here's an interesting one here. This is a knife, and it's hard to tell from this side what this is, but we're going to show the actual knife and you'll be able to see that. So what was this knife used for? To cut off all of the hair? Is that what we're kind of being told? Because we're going to get a shot of that knife later on. It doesn't look like it has a lot of blood on it. So was this used to try to protect themselves? Who knows? I mean, it really, if there was some type of a hostage situation, regardless of if it was David keeping the wife and the daughter hostage or somebody else, it's the first time that we're hearing about this knife or seeing a knife in the police reports here. Now this is camouflage, so it is hard to tell if I don't believe any of this is really blood to me. And it could be. Maybe there might be some blood there next to the Ontario. But most of this is just the knife is a camo knife. So, but again, the more we look at it, the more we'll find. So this is the back of the knife. So it looks like there's maybe a screwdriver on the back of this knife too. On the other side is where the knife blade actually is. So the blade is actually face down right now. Why it's here, it would make more sense if it was a self-defense reason to have this here. But again, we don't really know. The knife is not mentioned in the 94 pages. So who knows what else is also not mentioned too. We know that the blood writing on the wall was not mentioned to the family for months. So why would the police hide that? And to me, yes, that is a cover-up because they're hiding it. Alright, so they told the family 2 months later, and then okay, then there's no cover-up, but they still wanted to keep it covered up from anyone who was looking at this case, because they knew that it would just raise more questions, and they do not want to raise more questions. They want this case to go away. They want it to end. They want their story out there, and that's it. They're not open to any alternative theories. Their theory is David's guilty. That's it. What we are looking at here is probably the most disturbing photo, if not one of the most, again. So it's important to recognize where this is. So this looks like we are looking at the bottom right corner is that table where the wedding band was found and where the picture of the pyramids was also found, and where the daughter's toys in that tea kettle were also found. That's what it looks like. Now, if David was barefoot, then this foot obviously could not be his. It has to be the wife's. And you can see the blood on that foot. And you can see more hair. I mean, the amount of hair is it's just everywhere. Number 13, you can see the blood splatter. Lots of blood here everywhere. Some of this might kind of looks like maybe the dog kind of corrupted that too, but you can definitely tell which way the blood is coming from. It's coming from the living room it was shot. This thing here in the upper corner, yeah, it could be a brain. It could be a piece of a brain or something. I was thinking maybe it was some dog feces as well. Could be stuffing. I don't know. It's really hard to tell what it is. Does look like a piece of brain. Alright, so to the left of the number 13, you can clearly see more dog feces there with blood. So there's definitely blood there. In the upper middle section, again, another bone, another piece of bone, and then probably another piece of maybe flesh or bone to the left of that bone. So again, in the upper corner, upper right corner of your screen, probably some more flesh. There's more hair, and then here is the foot. showing this just because we want to understand what's happening here, what happened. We're not showing it to be disrespectful or anything like that. So I hope nobody takes. I mean, they're entitled to take it like that if they want, but that is not the purpose of this. So we can see it's probably the right foot to me is what it looks like. So let me know what you think, what this looks like. It's a very disturbing photo here. Alright, so now we're at the kitchen island where David allegedly wrote that note. They have another marker here, well, where David typed up a note, I should say. But they have marker number 17. And you're going to see what looks like blood throughout this whole little blood droppings on this wall here. One of the things that I noticed is if you look above the Christmas tree lights, you see some blood there, little blood there, but it does look like something else was wiped off of this island, and that could have been done before these murders or anything like that happened. So, just saying, it looks again like something was cleaned up, something was wiped up, but then you have these other little blood splatter marks. So you have to go with that. Some of the other things we can see in here, we can see the David's cell phone, the bloody cell phone that we're going to see later on. We can see where that is. We can also see more headphones there, and hard to tell, hard to tell exactly what that is. But in the background, one of the things that we can see is that the dishwasher is open. So we can clearly see that here. And let's take a look at the floor, see if we see anything else there. You can see a few little hairs on the floor. And then more blood marks on this whole green island, the part of the green island. Lots of hairs, more hairs over here next to the vent. What you can see here in the left side, the lower left, is that there's still soap in there. So looks like the dishwasher is full, it's ready to go. The soap was in there and it was never started. Now you see the number 22 with a little marker there. To me, that would indicate blood. So we can see number 22, maybe a little blood there. So on the kitchen floor tiles, it looks like at least a couple little drops of blood mixed with hair. There's some more hair there. There's some more hair right there. And a few more hairs above. So it's everywhere. The hair is definitely everywhere. Right? Let's see if there's anything else to see here. I believe that is it. Okay, number 26, we can see here that there is one finger of blood, and a blood mark made by one finger reaching for the tissue box, I guess, or, I mean, okay. So we definitely have that. Not sure if they were reaching to clean something up again, or what it was. Now, a few interesting things here. There's the Christmas tree. Note where the Christmas tree is, because the Christmas tree does move. The dog cage, it looks like the dog cage in the back is open. There's no presents under the Christmas tree. We can see that. And then there is the gun. So next, on the if you're looking at the Christmas tree, there is a Tigger stuffed animal, and to the right of that is where the gun is. You can clearly see that. Let's try to zoom in on that one. You can see the gun there. Okay, this is not where the gun was found, as far as we know, unless there was a second gun. This is definitely not where the gun was found. The gun was found, the murder weapon, we should say, was found in the living room floor next to David's left hand. Even though David is right-handed, his right hand was completely missing. And the gun also looks it looks like it was cleared already. So that's an interesting one too. Cleared the gun, moved it out of the way, and forgot to look up above the Christmas tree to see if there was a bullet hole or a bullet that they think killed David. Alright, so then there's next to the light switch. Let's look at that light switch for a second, because next to the light switch is another marker. So maybe there's more blood there. That's number 33, which again is probably more blood. So how did blood get all the way over here? Let's move on to the next one. And here's one of the interesting, very strange ones. I thought was very, very strange here. So this looks like it was taken, this photo looks like it was taken on that kitchen island again. And you can see how the gun is. So maybe that's what police do. Once they find a gun, they put some tie wraps on it, take a couple photos, and doesn't look like there's any blood on that gun. It is a XD. So that again could be the same one. Why they took this photo of this gun in this box is kind of interesting too. On the magazine, you can clearly see blood. How did the blood get there? The blood would have had to have been there before David inserted this into the actual gun, right? Alright, and here is that photo that we talked about earlier, where if you're looking straight ahead, then behind you is where the rear slider is. To the left is probably where you go down into the basement, and going forward will lead you into this garage. And if you look at the shape of this, it looks round. It almost looks like maybe there was a head resting, a bloody head that was resting here for whatever reason. How did the blood get there on this reclining chair? It really looks like this is blood on this chair here. How did it get there? The circular blood on this does make me think that there was a head resting here. Somebody's head, somebody's bloody head was put here. So, just a guess, but take a look at that. Let me know what you guys think. You can see there's more hair, and the fact that there's also some hair here, again, leads me to think that there was somebody's bleeding head was resting here for some reason. So, who knows? Who knows what all that's about? It's a very curious thing, though. See a few more little blood spots on the side, mixed with more hair there. So that's an interesting one there. I think that's this one to me is, I mean, if it's not somebody's head that was resting there, what was it that would cause this blood only to be in this circular shape here? We're back on the kitchen island. You'll notice the marble kitchen island here. There's a yellow marker in the left corner. We're looking at number 35 here, and it is a bloody cell phone. Blood all over this phone, which, you know, if David had written things on the wall and then grabbed his phone for some reason. So what was he doing on this phone to make this phone so bloody? Must be something. Must be some reason. And so I'm hoping that they were able to match up David's fingerprints with this blood here. Because the actual blood might not have been his. It might have been from the wife's or from the daughter's. We don't really know. And I think police don't really know either, but I think they've done a great job at guessing about these things, and hopefully this is one of those things they didn't guess on and they got right, and we just haven't seen the evidence. Alright, so swabs must have been done to see that, but then the question goes back, okay, what are you doing with a bloody phone, and you just set it here on the kitchen island, and then type up a little note, I have loved you all with all of my heart. Very strange stuff. Here's the actual knife, and again, just like how we saw the gun placed in a box after it was moved, the knife here is also placed in a box after it was moved, and we can only assume that they were placed in the box so that the police could take them and do more tests with them, and the BCA could run tests, blah blah blah. So they put them in these special boxes. That's just a guess. You can see where this table is, and we know that this knife. This is the other side of that knife that we saw, where it said Ontario, and you can clearly see with this knife that it's a camel knife. So it makes it really hard to tell what is blood, if there's any on here, and I'm not seeing any. And it makes it hard to tell what is blood and what is something else. What is just the camo painting of it. You can clearly see where these blade marks are, that this all looks like camo paint. It does not look like blood to me. And there's no mention of a knife in the police reports. There's no mention of a knife by police, period. So, but here we have a knife, and the knife was found looks like the knife was found on the living room floor, next to one of the bodies, or maybe next to all three. Okay, and we have come to the final photo here. We can clearly see the whole couch. It does not look like there is any blood footprints on the couch if you look at the center of the couch. So how did David, if true, how did David get up onto this couch and write Allahu Akbar in blood? We can zoom in on the couch. We can clearly see at the bottom of the couch, at the foot of the couch, where there's some fingerprint markings. Maybe somebody was trying to reach out or trying to do something. But if you look at the actual couch cushions, for me it's hard to tell that somebody climbed up here and wrote all of this Allahu Akbar crap. So there's a lot of dripping blood that you can still see there, and even a little blood down here in the corner. In the lower right corner you can see some more blood there. So a lot of blood on the wall, but it's hard to see it on the couch. Not saying it's not necessarily there, but from this point you really can't see it, can't tell. And he would have had to have used multiple places on this couch to write what he wrote on the wall. These blankets, the blue blanket, you can clearly see there's more blood over there. So lots of blood in that area. Over here, over there. So lots of blood there, which could explain again some of the lack of blood that we find on the floor. A lot of that could be wrapped up here. There is the Surface Pro. From what they said, the way that it was found, that if they were watching, if Rainey and Camille were watching the Surface Pro and David came up from behind them, then why does the Surface Pro look like this? Why does it look closed? So, just another question there. You see all the papers. Right underneath the 42, you'll see this is a Christmas ornament that looks like it was smashed. That's what it looks like to me. So, zoom in a little bit on that, and you can see this green thing right under the 42. There's some hair there. You can see a piece of what looked like a Christmas ornament, and then if you look to the left of that, you'll see a few more pieces. There is one right there, and then there is one right there. So clearly looks like Christmas ornament was smashed for some reason. The question is why, and by who, and what was going on here. Just looking at this photo here, you can also see all of the different hair, and you can see kind of by the 44 where the hair clump is. You can see what does look like blood on the carpet. So it does look like there is some evidence of blood on the carpet, clearly right there. very clear. You can see that. Alright, so that's it for now. When all of these photos come out, then we'll come back and we'll discuss the other photos and see if there's anything else in those photos that we missed. And still trying to find blood on this couch in the center to show how David actually got up there and wrote Allahu Akbar on the wall. Okay. Thanks for joining, and we will see you next time. Bye. I guess first let's go with your conversation that you actually had with the father, and where everything got lost in translation after that.
Yeah, just to expand on that, it was the August of 2015, after the murders, I attempted to reach Anjum Alam, the father of Komel and Sidra. And later that afternoon, I got a call back, and certainly enough, it was Mr. Alam, confirmed that it was him, and it certainly was, and we spoke for 35 minutes. A nice guy, easy to talk to, was very pleasant. We had offered, he had made the comment that if money wasn't an issue, he would look into hiring an investigative team, and do some research to bring to what really happened here in this case. I had offered directly on the phone and said, at any time, if you want to do that and give us the green light, we'd help you with fundraising efforts or whatever would need to be done to do that, to bring the truth out. But he was very pleasant to deal with. I enjoyed talking with him, and he's very, very nice. Sidra, in communicating with her, the younger sister of Komel, also did reiterate that the family opened up their arms and accepted David in and had good times with him. Sidra said David in fact taught her to drive. They had hung out and watched marathons of the television series The Office, and had a good time. When David and Komel came to visit in Texas, the mother, Nyla, would make Arabian food that David loved. She would cook for him, and David and Anjum, the father, would play pool and talk and hang out. And so they all got along just fine. There had been some rumors or discussion that the family in the media. Now the media had always said, I guess from the day one, that David was at odds with the family. The Alams were not pleasant, not happy with their daughter marrying a white veteran army military man from the United States. So I never got that perception myself. From what I heard firsthand from the family, is that they got along with David just fine. They may not have agreed on everything, but they had agreed to disagree if that was the case, and moved forward. So I'm not sure where the rest of this is necessarily coming from, but we have always on both of the Justice for David Crowley pages. One was the group, and one is the page. As Anjum, I think, would be a good, important key to this case if he were to come forward and express his views. But I'm not sure where it came into that anyone was slandering or going after the Alam family, or whether it be Nyla and her cancer treatments, Anjum with his background and what. How he's been involved in this entire thing, but he's been kind of out of the loop. But so far, we've been on good terms with him since day one. And the only thing that I remember when things went not bad, but when he started not trusting anyone, was Judy Prochnow, the neighbor of the Crowleys, contacted me and said that the rumor is that I made a personal phone call to Anjum Alam, under the guise of my name was Danny August Mason, from the Gray State Project. That's not the case. It's totally not the case. I've never done that. Now, if someone did call Alam, Mr. Alam, and say that they were Danny August Mason, or maybe it was him himself, and got Mr. Alam confused with that aspect, that certainly may be the case. But I've only spoken to him one time on the phone ever. So and I clearly stated my name, and we had a good conversation that lasted 35 minutes. So I'm not sure where that is, but I think our group is still on the alarm's side with whatever help they may need in this case. But just want to clear the air on that. But I'm not sure where that's coming from. It might be misinformation. It may be deliberate disinformation as well.
So there's no problem during your conversation. It started well with Mr. Alam and it ended well, and the whole time you believe that he understood exactly who he was talking to.
Yes, I mentioned that I set up the Justice for David Crowley webpage. Said my name is Dan Hennon. Created the page and would like his information on some things. And he said, "Sounds good. I'd like to, I'm interested in talking with you." And like I said, the conversation lasted 35 minutes. It was totally positive. It was good. We talked about the case and what we could do to help, and what I could do to help, but whatever we could do to get the truth out there. So,
okay.
Yeah, to me, there was no room for communication error, whether it be the name or trying to go after someone. No one's going after him, so I'm not sure where that all came from, but just wanted to make sure we're on the same page with that. What I've seen after the New Yorker article came out, and then what I've seen in the interviews relating to the documentary that Eric Nelson directed, called A Gray State, is the common theme that I'm seeing in both of these things is the concept that David Crowley came back from the war, started understanding how things work from the big picture, and then the theme that I'm seeing is that they're pushing that he saw a niche market that he could exploit. It sounds to me that the narrative they're going with is that he found this conspiracy theory group out there that he could exploit and make money off by making a movie about these crazy nut jobs. I don't buy that at all. In fact, I think that he was 100% following his heart with the script and everything that he was working on in the Gray State. He was not using it to exploit anybody, but he wanted the truth to be out there, and would go so far as to release some of the stuff for free, the documentary. He was more, I would look at it as educating and giving people information that they could judge for themselves, but helping educate the American public, not something that he could exploit for a quick buck because he was trying to hustle someone. And that's the feeling I got after reading the article and watching the several of the interviews for the documentary, that they're trying to put a spin that he was trying to make a quick buck, is what it sounded like to me.
What do you think about the demonic angle that they're going to try to push?
Well, I think that it's with what happened in that house and what we've seen, it certainly seems plausible that if there was something behind that angle, it could have been the case. We know that David Crowley would not do this. Any normal person would not do this in their right mind if they were clearly thinking. Now, if he was under some kind of hold, under some kind of possession, perhaps he was, and perhaps he did this. But if that's the case, you still have to get around the angle that if a silencer was used to carry out the killings, why would you need a silencer if you were under this demonic possession of some entity so no one would hear the shots? That's the one thing people have to remember about this case. The homes are close together. In the wintertime, shots of that caliber weapon that David allegedly used without any kind of suppressor or silencer would have rang through that neighborhood. So if you want to play the demonic possession card in this situation, although it's plausible, you still have to get around that fact that a silencer or something was used, as no one in the neighborhood heard anything. We've heard that neighbors heard something, but it didn't line up with the dates and times that this obviously happened in. So you still got to explain that scenario, because that still has to be dealt with, and that hasn't been yet to this day, a silencer or a suppressor.
Any final thoughts here before we go?
No, I think just to summarize, I think that once a documentary comes out, we'll be able to see that, whether it goes on to Netflix, whether it goes on to, I think it's A&E. A&E Films owns it. They're going to try to, I think, submit it. Some other people have requested it for some various film festivals to get it entered here. But I think after 6 to 12 months, whether it gets accepted or not, they'll start airing that on Netflix, maybe free for download, free movie to view. It might be on cable release after that. But it would be interesting to see what was all contained in that video footage of David doing those home videos. And I believe all that was legit and true. But to tie it into why he allegedly did this, that's a pretty giant leap, I think. The video footage that he had obviously happened, but the Eric Nelson and the film crew here took that footage, those 1,300 hours or 1,300 photographs, along with hours of documentation, and they basically needled it down to certain things that happened, and then tried to then make the viewer of the movie make the leap that he indeed did carry out this crime.
Right, because that's what we keep hearing, all of these things. Oh, it was strange, but this is where they prove, this is how they're going to prove that David Crowley is guilty. To me, that always seemed very, very strange. Yet, at the same time, they're like, well, anybody else's theory is just as good as ours. So.
Yeah, and that I agree 100% right there. This doesn't prove anything. If this is just homemade videos and pictures taken by David on his cell phone, the things that he did obviously happened because it was videotaped. But to make that giant leap that this was the reason he did it, and now this proves that he did it, is nothing less than I wouldn't say a joke, but you cannot make that conclusion.
Okay. All right. So we'll just wait for the documentary to come out, and then hopefully we'll do another show, maybe a few shows on it. Who knows, depending on how bad or how good it is.
Death of a Dystopian by Alec Wilkinson. He writes a 7-page article in the New Yorker, and I find it fascinating what was missed in this article, all the different things that were not covered, yet what he chose to actually cover in this. Now, in speaking with Alec Wilkinson, it took me probably about 30 seconds to realize that this guy did not know very much about this case. Didn't know about the bullet hole in the living room that the police missed for 1 month. In this article, you're pretty much given 2 choices, okay? You can either believe that David Crowley is guilty or that the government killed him. That's pretty much all of the choices we're given here. How a libertarian's film project and his fate fueled the alt-right's deepest fears. I don't know what this guy is talking about here. I don't know what this guy is talking about here when he's talking about this alt-right crap. What does the alt-right have to do with any of this? Alright, this is not about alt-right, this is not about left, this is not about right, it's not about any of that. It's just about truth. First of all, has he read the police reports? Has he looked at the crime scene photos? Because I can tell you, when the people came out, when the documentary film came out to film me, the guy that I spoke with had no interest in looking at those photos. Well, if you're not going to look at those photos, if you're not going to look at the 94 pages, of course you're not going to understand where we're coming from. But if you're not willing to do that, don't write an article and don't make a fucking documentary. This is serious stuff. Now, if you have looked at these photos, and if you have looked at the 94 pages, and you still don't understand where a person like me is coming from, I don't know what to tell you. Here's what I can tell you. I don't know what happened. This article continually tells me what happened based on the documentary that I have yet to see. That also is going to tell me what happened. Well, I had many people from the very beginning trying to tell me what happened. And it all comes back to the same thing, the broken record of Greg Fernandez Jr. Where is your proof? So let's go through this article that fueled the alt-right deepest fears. I mean, what kind of crap is that? It all goes back to this secret knowledge that these people have, and this is why David Crowley is guilty. But we can't share it with you yet. First, we gotta go and go to every film festival that we could possibly get it into. Then we gotta sell it to somebody. So again, where does it come down to? It comes down to money. Yes, it is an interesting story. To me, the interesting thing is not just what David Crowley did, it's how the police reacted to what David Crowley did, to what they claim he did. So to me, there's many stories here. It isn't just, is David Crowley innocent or guilty? It's also, what did the police do to come to their theory? This article really doesn't cover that. Okay, it kind of glosses over that. Here's what I think really happened. I think Alec Wilkinson wrote a shitty article, 7-page article. I think there was a lot of things that he did not cover, and a lot of things he chose not to cover. Okay, but this alt-right crap is really bothering me, so I keep going back to that. Alright, so the journal was a life report, since I suspect my feelings right now in nostalgia and reflection might be of value. The timing of this article matching up with the documentary is not a coincidence. It's not an accident. Like I told the people that showed up at the house when they interviewed me, I told the guy later on, man, you guys did not have to be so secretive. If you're going to try to set out to find the truth, then be truthful. We didn't know who was making this film. We didn't know what this film was for, and we didn't care, because that's how strongly we believe in what we say. But on Facebook, there is a page called Justice for David Crowley and Family, which says that its purpose is to, quote, help to clear the good name of David Crowley. The page is overseen by an accountant in Minnesota named Dan Hennon. He and Greg Fernandez Jr., a tech worker in California, conduct long discussions on YouTube in which they find fault with the police investigation and ask why someone whose future seems so promising would kill himself. I don't know if that's what we're discussing. We discuss more of how the police messed this whole thing up and how certain people jumped to the conclusion that David Crowley was guilty and totally ignored or totally just glossed over all of the things that the police did wrong. That's what we're talking about. To say that the reason why the police missed the bullet hole is because of the Christmas tree, where the Christmas tree was, is bull. Because we can see exactly where the Christmas tree was. It was not that close to the ceiling. There is no way that the police would have missed it. The police moved the Christmas tree at least once, so there's no reason for them not to have seen this large bullet hole in the living room. Alec goes on to say the journal is dominated by Crowley's notes as he wrote Gray State. What he wished for it to be, his anxieties about whether he could manage it, and the audience he imagined it would reach. He also wrote about his ambitions in general, to have a screenplay produced by 2016, to be a millionaire by 2017, his feelings for Kamel. And here's a quote from David. God, I love that woman. Strong, beautiful, ferocious, and deadly intelligent. And his determination to be a good father. So he's writing about his determination to be a good father, and then he goes ahead and kills his daughter. So as the entries go on, I guess, it starts to get darker now, okay? Where David Crowley writes, I'm expecting to wake up somebody else. Vast personality changes are happening too fast to write about every day. I am being prepped for some slide into oblivion or destiny. This is what it comes down to. And this is what Alec Wilkinson says. David Crowley was losing his mind, and he didn't seem to know it. Somebody's feeding that to Alec. This guy does not know David Crowley, okay? This guy, I mean, that's a huge statement to really say. Somebody is feeding him information that will lead to that conclusion. Journals of people overtaken by psychosis are rare. That's the very next sentence. So David Crowley was losing his mind and he didn't seem to know it, and this is a rare case. It's pretty much what the guy is saying. I hope this guy's not a journalist. This guy cannot be a journalist. I mean, I took 2 high school journalism classes, and I know there's certain things you do and certain things that you don't do if you are a journalist. I'm not a journalist, but I don't know if this guy, I don't think this guy is either, so I guess we're in the same boat. He goes on to say David Crowley owned a number of self-hypnosis recordings meant to overcome his insecurities. Again, somebody's feeding him that. The reason I say this, somebody's feeding Alec this, is because the guy obviously has not done a lot of research on this case. He thought that the convulsive things that were happening to him were the result of his endeavor to become more confident, poised, and commanding. He thought he was developing a new self. Where are all of these strange things, and where are all of the conclusions, the rush to judgment? Where is that in this article? It's missing. The only one who knows for sure is God, and that's good enough for me. Okay, in 2007, David was transferred to Fort Hood in Texas, and in 2008, he met Kamel at a bar in Waco. The next day, he introduced her to another soldier as his girlfriend. Kamel, who was a senior at Baylor University, lived with her mother and father, Nyla and Anjem Alam, and her younger sister, Sidra. 3 years earlier, they had come from Pakistan. There, the girls and their mother had each had a driver, and the house was run by servants. In the U.S., they had to learn to manage for themselves. Within weeks of meeting Kamel, David found out that he was being stop-lossed. That is, his service was being extended without his consent. Furthermore, he was being sent to Afghanistan. He immediately asked Kamel to marry him. Kamel told her father that she was serious about David. So this is what Anjem Alam, Kamel's father, told Alec Wilkinson for this article. While I was talking to her, meaning Kamel, David comes to the house for the first time. He came in and he was ready to fight with me. So Kamel told Anjem that they were getting married in 2 days and that David was leaving in 2 weeks. Anjem said, I was completely in shock. Finally, I said, fine, if you guys love each other, who the hell am I to come between you? So even though David came in there ready to fight, Anjem goes on, and it seems like he and David eventually are on good terms. So David so resented being stop-loss that he told his commanding officer in Afghanistan that he couldn't be responsible for another soldier's life, and he was assigned to deliver mail. Kamel got pregnant in late 2008 during one of David's leaves. When he was finally discharged in June of 2009, he was disgruntled, and he told Kamel not to come to the ceremony for returning soldiers. Instead, he had her wait outside in the car. I don't want the army controlling how I reunite with my wife, he told another soldier. Rania was born in August of 2009. In September, the family moved from Waco to Minnesota, where Kamel knew no one. For the first 6 months, she was miserable, her sister said. She would call crying, "It's so depressing here and it's always cold." Okay, the gray state began in the summer of 2010 when Danny Mason, whom David had met through a professor at film school, sent David an email with links to websites devoted to conspiracies and suppressed information. Conspiracies and suppressed information. Very similar to the case that we're dealing with now. How ironic. According to Mason, he came back in 36 hours, having stayed up for 24 hours, and said, "You're on to something. Let's see where this goes." Before writing a first draft, David and Danny Mason wrote scenes for the trailer, which they shot with Mitch Heil in 2011. It is 2 minutes 40 seconds long, and it cost $6,000. Over the summer, Kamel's mother received a diagnosis of cervical cancer. Kamel and her father argued over the phone about treatments, and afterwards she and David decided that her family was trying to manipulate her and that she could no longer speak to them. The following day, though, David heard Kamel on the phone talking heatedly in Urdu and became angry. After they argued, she wrote, "I expected him to show me a little more compassion." She told herself that she would feel better in the morning, but she had nightmares. "I started experiencing degrees of separation between David and I," she wrote. "I guess I forgot we were 2 different people in 2 different bodies." Alright, now here we go, and Alec then goes on to say, a psychosis can overwhelm and disable a person, or it can appear episodically in the form of disordered thoughts that are themselves an attempt to ward off a collapse. At the end of July, David suffered a psychic crisis that involved a deep understanding stretching my mind past what my body can tolerate. He went on to write that he had undergone, quote, a 20-minute physical episode of visions of pure deep horror, long insight stretching unbroken like a panorama. The vision subsided, however, and he returned to his regular life, taking Rania to their sitter, having family dinners, reading and writing, and working out in the backyard with Kamel. The moment of my purpose has arrived, and if the universe awaits my consent for the go-ahead, then I say, do your worst, you filthy, sticky bitch. I know you're going to reward and seduce me before killing off what I love and burying what I build and destroying me as awfully as possible in horrible retribution for having thrust my abilities so far into your black void that generations hence will still be expanding on what I started, settling the void, conquering the dark, until the greater objective is served. Very interesting quote there. It's as if the writing and making of the gray state were a means to containing the violent fantasies within him. I'm going to read that again. It is as if the writing and making of gray state were a means of containing the violent fantasies within him. And when the project faltered, they swamped him. So again, very similar to what Mitch Heil said, the gray state killed him. The mics reacted as producers do, by considering the script's merits and difficulties. My first pass from story content was, this is kind of a roadmap for the next American Revolution, Michael O'Donnell told Alec Wilkinson. My second pass was breaking it down to what it costs. When David finally heard from them on September 26, he said the Gray State might be better as a TV series. They did not offer him a contract he had counted on. David was devastated. Making Gray State was his whole world, Citrus said. David began to have trouble sleeping, and for an hour one night he lay awake and cried. I guess the big weight created a lot of anxiety that needed a resolution the situation couldn't provide, he wrote. Hence the bad weather. I'm serious. Moment by moment for a long time the weather has been following my mood. He stopped saying that he was going to be famous. He didn't say that they were moving to California anymore either, a friend named Chris Peck told Alec Wilkinson. All he said was that was a pipe dream. As if to salvage years of work, David put aside Gray State for a documentary that he called Gray State: The Rise, which he assembled from interviews with himself, friends, and internet commentators, news footage, and a brief interview he had once filmed with Alex Jones. It expresses the belief that the Gray State has arrived. Working on it possessed him as entirely as writing Gray State had. And here we go. To further the brand, he planned to make the documentary available free. So working on this, quote, possessed him as entirely as writing Gray State had. So now David was possessed. He's possessed with, first he was possessed with making this film. Now he's possessed with a documentary. Possession, control, keywords, lots of keywords here. Alright, so here we go. Meanwhile, he and Kamel stopped returning phone calls and texts and emails. Anjem sent Kamel a photograph of her mother, Nyla, in the hospital, hoping to provoke her into speaking to him. Immediately, he received a call from David who said that he and Kamel wanted nothing more to do with him or the rest of the family. Sidra and her fiancé drove from Waco to Minnesota to check up on Kamel. A few months earlier, Anjem had lent David and Kamel a car as a pretext. Sidra planned to tell them that he needed it back. She would leave her own car for them. So Sidra and her boyfriend at the time, now her husband, drove from Waco to Minnesota on October 16th. They drove for 16 hours, and they arrived at around 7 that evening. They knocked on the door, and Sidra said, "I'm here to see my sister." David apparently told her, "We want nothing to do with you. I thought I made that clear," and he shut that door. She knocked again. David said, "Go sit in the car." Vincent, the boyfriend, saw a shadow on the wall behind David and felt sure that it was Kamel's. When David came out to the car, he said that there was no way Sidra could see her sister. Sidra said that they had come to exchange cars. Sidra said that he needed an hour to get the car ready, but he would return it only if they took both cars, which meant Sidra would have to drive 16 hours to Waco by herself. She said she couldn't. Fine, David said, deal's off. Then he went back in the house. Vinny and I looked at each other like, "What now?" Sidra told Alec Wilkinson. Vincent knocked on the door again, and David came out. Vincent extended his hand, and David hesitated, then shook it. "Her mom needs her daughter," Vincent said. "You said an hour, right?" When they returned, Sidra saw David watching them from a picture window beside the front door. The car was on the street, and on the dashboard there was a photograph of Kamel, Sidra, and Nyla. Kamel had written on the back of it, "I have always loved you and Mom, and always will." Sidra and Vincent decided to leave their car for Kamel in case she ever needed to flee. Sidra wrote, "I love you too" on the back of the photograph and left it on the dashboard, and they drove away quickly. Alright, so now we're going to get into the article where it talks about this pact, alright? You ready for this? A mania shared by two people, one of whom appears to be dominant, is called a delusion by proxy, and is rare. Again, this is a rare case. But hey, let's not worry about too much facts. Let's just call it rare and create a story that we want to present to the public that will conveniently match the documentary film that's coming out that's going to say about the same thing. But hey, two different sources, right? Wrong. Okay, the treatment begins by separating the people sharing the delusions. David's entry for October 30th, 2014 cryptically says, Kamel got raptured today. She's still here. That morning he had gone to Home Depot, and when he returned, Kamel came into the kitchen and asked him to hold her. She said something was very wrong, something about do not fear, sweet body, for we have felt this pain together. David said in a recording that he made immediately afterwards on his phone. He went on, paraphrasing her, quote, don't worry about the pain because you do not know how to feel pain. You will return to the dust in your dark slumber, and I will be gone. I have my mission, she had told David. She said she had heard a woman's scary voice and asked if he had heard it. Sounding distraught, she reproduced the voice. I've warned you. I've warned you. Then I want you. Please come with me. Please come with me. Your place won't come to me. There's nothing left here. David went into his office and shut the door. This took a lot out of her, he said into his phone. He had held her while she began to shake and weep and howl, and then she said, this is what rapture is. Kamel came into the room then and lay down on the couch. You said you were Egyptian, David told her. You said you'd come from very far to find me and Rainey, and I need to come with you, and there's not much time. The primary emotion was that of desperate love, like hopeless love, he continued. And on some level, your soul has committed to mine, and we're going to go somewhere, and Rainey is coming with. Those were the last words, Kamel said, her voice pitched just high above a whisper. Demons don't just show up on your front door. You have to let them in. So that's where the occultist thing, where the spirituality thing, where the Bohemian Grove owl thing, that's where all that comes into play. And a very interesting quote where David mentions the Antichrist and having a soft spot for the Antichrist. These are not normal things. The week before Christmas, David and Kamel visited their friend Chris Peck. They were uncontrollably, zealously happy. David gave me some books, one about how to succeed in Hollywood, one about writing, and then he handed me a bunch of notes for a screenplay I was writing, and he gave me back video games I had lent him. He gave me back everything I had ever lent him. Kamel wished me Merry Christmas, and as quickly as they were in, they were out. High spirits, everything looks good, but somehow all of this is again leading to their downfall. This is 1 week before Christmas. They tell him Merry Christmas. They're celebrating Christmas. They're obviously celebrating Christmas. There's no doubt. All right, and Alec writes again, high spirits are characteristic of people resolved on suicide. Even though they won't leave a suicide note, you won't leave any indication of a suicide. Here they are talking about a pact. Okay, this guy is being very sneaky about his writing here because they're talking about a pact. But he's very clear. He's very careful about what he says. But we know what he's saying. It is why so many stories of suicide include someone saying, we thought we had got better. The decision often gives people a feeling of being released from their troubles. Dan Luttrell served with David in Afghanistan, but he hadn't spoken with him in a while. Then late one night, a few days before Christmas, quote, I was sitting on the computer, Dan said, drinking, and I got a message from him. They discussed the Army and their lives in Gray State. Quote, he was drinking absinthe, and I was drinking whiskey and beer. After about 2 hours, Luttrell said that he was ready for bed, and David asked him to delete their exchange. His exact words, this is a quote from Dan Luttrell, his exact words were, if you're truly my brother and my friend, you'll do it. I promise you'll understand soon. The last entry in the journal reads, I am no one. It is everyone else who is someone. On Christmas morning, he makes a list of plans for the coming year. Christmas 6-day countdown meme. It will be a new year, he wrote, and he reminded himself that December 30th was the last day to crowdfund. Planning for the future. More planning for the future. How much evidence do we have that David was planning for the future and not necessarily planning to kill himself? Then with the pistol that he kept in his safe in the bedroom, he shot Kamel and Rainey. So all of a sudden, right? So here he is. He's talking about the last day for the crowdfunding on December 30th. Then he goes and he decides to shoot his wife and his daughter as they lay on the living room floor. Sometime later, he sat down beside them and shot himself. No mention of the bullet, no mention of anything. It's just, okay, that's it. So here we go from David writing his last entry. And all of a sudden, then with a pistol he kept in his safe in the bedroom, he shot Kamel and Renya as they lay on the living room floor. That's a quick jump. The next morning, Dan Jr. left presents for David and Kamel and Renya on the doorsteps. In the living room, David had done something that the police omitted from their incident report and waited months before telling the families. Months. In his hands, covered in his wife's blood, he stood on the couch and wrote on the wall, Allahu Akbar, which means God is great. On the floor by Kamel, he had placed a Quran open to a prayer of forgiveness. A few days after the bodies were discovered, David's father and sister went into the house. Apparently they went into that. Everybody goes into this house and nobody sees the bullet in the living room ceiling. Got it. Now, if it's a few days later that they go into this house, they obviously would see the writing on the wall, right? No, because the police had painted that wall white, so they painted over it. Cleaners had to cut out the floorboards where the blood had warped them, so it was clear where the bodies had lain. And then there was questions if some of that blood had seeped down into the basement walls, because on one of the basement walls, it does look like there is blood. There's a reason why Allahu Akbar was written in blood on that wall. And yes, it does make sense to me that it is a satanic angle, that it is a demonic angle, an occultist angle. But that doesn't make it true. That doesn't make it fact. Mason Hendricks was also in the house and when he looked up and saw that there was a bullet hole in the living room. Again, not mentioned in this article. I told Alec Wilkinson about that. He found it strange. I told his fact checker. She found it strange. Mason Hendricks found it strange. Everybody finds it strange, but nobody wants to talk about it. That's even more strange. Danny Mason maintains David's Gray State Facebook page, posting videos and remarks every few weeks, usually critical of the government. He and Dan Sr. own the rights to the concept, and while David Sr. is uncertain what outcome he prefers, Danny Mason still hopes to make Gray State. So even after the guy dies, even after the guy allegedly kills his family, you're really going to move forward with this movie? You must not be thinking clearly. Because if you really think you're going to make this movie and you're going to make money off of this, that's pretty sick to me. So I will debate Danny Mason on this anytime. Alright, so there's the article there. Just wanted to cover that and get that off of my chest. Feel a lot better now. Might be one of the only times I ever am forced to read an article from the New Yorker. Hopefully I never have to do it again. See you next time.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is July 11th, 2017. I'll be joined with guest host Greg Fernandez Jr. And between the both of us, we're going to review the movie documentary called A Gray State by Eric Nelson. This is the documentary that Eric Nelson and his team put together relating to the David Crowley and the family murders and the project called The Gray State. It was premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival. The film, once again, is a documentary called A Gray State, not to be confused with the Gray State project that David Crowley was working on, or Gray State The Rise, the documentary that David Crowley did, but this is called A Gray State, which is really just a documentary based on this whole events of the deaths of the family of 3 in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Is that a good way to summarize it, Greg?
Yeah, it's basically a documentary of the documentary and of the life of David Crowley, and more so, not really his life, but his death is kind of what it seems to really be focused on. And this whole alt-right thing, the key word that I keep hearing is alt-right, right wing, you know? It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
Those are the.
it's really pushing the envelope there on some of these reviews of the movie.
Yeah, and there's no facts to really back up any of this alt-right crap. So.
Yeah, and the movie was the documentary that Eric Nelson directed was taking, I think it was up to 13,000 hours of different footage and audio and home movies and selfies, and David awfully seemed to film a lot at home all the time. Anything that came up, it seemed to film. So once they got a hold of all of this footage and video and photographs and video. They really went to town on making this movie, and it really brought out some new things. Now, I haven't seen it myself, and neither have you, but it just came out. It was previewed in the Tribeca Film Festival. Now, lately, it was shown in the Nantucket Film Festival, and then I think next month it makes its premiere in the Australian Film Festival. Now, tonight's show topic will really be the reviews that we're seeing on this website called the Rotten Tomatoes movie review website, and the reason that we're dedicating this section tonight for this episode is there's only 5 reviews out there on this movie, and all I think were added in a 1 week time period, and they all say basically the same thing with a little different verbiage, and then nothing's been added since, and all the 5 reviewers give it 2 thumbs up, or in this case 100% really on the tomato meter. As this great documentary, but yet there's no poster on the movie, there's no information on it, the audience has it written in, there's no other comments, there's just 5 critics, and they say what a great movie it is. So tonight's episode will be basically on this, and what I'll do is I'll pull this up, Greg, and there's only the 5 reviews, and we're going to go through one at a time and basically bring them up. How does that sound for you?
Cool, sounds good. Yeah, I think people should, check out this site, and if they want to, start leaving comments. I think I might just leave a comment here in a day or 2.
Yes, good idea. And the other thing too is reviewing these comments and reviewing these reviews. Keep in mind too, as many of us talk about the compromised media and the mass media as tools and slaves and basically working for the man. These reviews, as I read them, do not seem to be authentic reviews. They're still seem to be pushing a narrative. So, for the listeners out there, when you watch this, leave comments yourself below this video when we publish it, because hopefully it'll open your eyes and ears when you read reviews in the future. Right off the bat, we'll start with Frank Scheck. Frank Scheck wrote a Gray State film review for the Tribeca Film Festival. Although several self-identified citizen investigators, he's referring to us here, by the way, attempted to prove that the family was murdered, the quote, credibility means nothing to me, one of them ironically comments. And that's a shot towards you, Greg, there. I believe
I was wondering who that was about.
That was exactly, and I'll get to that too, because this is a good one to start with, because I know exactly what you meant when you said that, but he obviously took it the wrong way. It goes on to say the film makes its case methodically and persuasively. Nelson, who's produced such Werner Herzog documentaries such as Grizzly Man, Herzog returns the favor by serving as this film's executive producer, clearly knows his way around obsessive personalities, and in Crowley he's found a compelling textbook example of obsession descending into madness. And so right off the bat, Frank Scheck goes in and makes a couple, I wouldn't say condescending, but comments, and then really throws Crowley under the bus as an obsessive person here who has descended into madness. And that's a common theme on these reviews too, is painting, I would call this the David Crowley case, going down that path of the movie The Shining, the Stephen King movie The Shining is what I'm kind of referring to, is they're painting David Crowley into this person who's gone off the deep end. Werner Herzog is the executive producer of Eric Nelson's documentary about the mysterious deaths of an alt-right filmmaker and his family. So there we get the phrase alt-right right off the bat.
Right-wing media provocateur Alex Jones recently admitted in court that he's merely playing a character.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we're already here talking about Alex Jones. All of a sudden, the focus, an article that is supposed to be about David Crowley and this alt-right filmmaker who killed his family, all of a sudden it turns to Alex Jones. And they call Alex Jones someone who is associated with the right wing. Well, I don't believe there's any proof that Alex Jones is associated with the right wing. I don't believe Alex Jones, really gets into that, to the Democrat Republican thing. I think he's getting a lot of flack now because of his stance on Trump. But really, this has nothing to do with Alex Jones. It goes on again, talking about exploring the alt-right phenomenon through the prism of a conspiracy theory involving its subject's demise. A gray state in which Jones makes a brief appearance provides timely political commentary along with a fascinating true-life crime tale. Here we are talking about an alt-right filmmaker, and then we move to Alex Jones. And I think that's a big problem, because what is the tie between Alex Jones and David Crowley? There are some, but they don't really go into that. They don't really mention how many times has Alex Jones had David Crowley on. I've only found maybe one, maybe two.
Yeah, I think it was,
maybe
I think it
twice.
was once or twice, but that was about it. And Jones supported it along with a bunch of other folks in the alternative media. But in working with the Gray State and the David Crowley, he was very prominent to ensure not to use Republican Democrat paradigm in any of his work. I mean that, and now what we're getting in the reviews is that all over again. The shoving the left side, right side, divide and conquer, and that was not Crowley's aim. I think from being a libertarian standpoint on this project, is to mainly open up their eyes and educate the people, not left-right paradigm, not left, alt-right and everything else. But the review right away goes into this Alex Jones connection, and as a discrediting attempt.
Eric Nelson has also said he would consider David Crowley a libertarian. And I think we're going to find that too. It's like, well, where is this alt-right thing coming from? Like, why are these articles so slanted? I don't think that this movie is going to solve what really happened. But maybe I'm wrong. Wouldn't be the first time.
Now, the self-identified citizen investigators, I think he's referring to you and I.
Why do you think that's us? That's so funny.
That is exactly because one of your quotes on your exchange with Sean Wright right at the beginning on an instant message was, "You're going to lose all credibility if you go down this road." And you said back to him, "My credibility means nothing to me. I'm not out for how I'm viewed down the road. I'm out for the truth," is what you said.
Okay.
And that, I think, is what he's driving at here by saying how ironic it is. Now, I'd like to jump in here and opine personally that it's the same with me. So I agree with you, Greg, here that credibility for me on this case means nothing, as far as I'm not trying to do research into this case to be credible on the street or to have street cred or to look good or to look bad. It's to get the truth out there, irrelevant of the credibility and how it makes me look as a person, sheds me in a good or a bad light. That's what you were referring to there, and that's what Sean Wright was so concerned about by saying, if you jump in this, you're going to lose street cred on the outside by delving into this case. And you said, I don't care about that.
Gotcha.
I want the truth to come out. So that's the whole point with investigators like what we have here on the Justice for David Crowley pages. It's the people that want the truth, irrelevant if they like it or not, if it sheds them in a good light or not, or if it sheds them in a positive or negative light. We don't care about that, is what this whole point is trying to be. We want the truth out there.
Right, and they're trying to kind of spin that.
Correct.
By saying that the credibility, that I'm not worried about credibility because I don't have any, or I mean, I'm reading this. I've read this sentence like several times, and I still don't know what the crap this guy is saying. I might just have to ask him.
Yeah, you certainly could. But yeah, the two featured in the film is us on that Citizen Investigators is who he's driving at there, and that's kind of a shot, an underhanded shot there towards us as not knowing what's going on. Now the next one is Nick Shager. Nick Shager writes for the Daily Beast. He made a comment on his review here from 4/20/17. The title on his review, not his review, but the article that he wrote reviewing the movie, An Alt-Right Filmmaker's Descent into Madness, Paranoia, and Murder-Suicide, is the headline. A documentary at Gray State examines the story of David Crowley, an Iraq veteran and alt-right filmmaker whose paranoia consumed him. So, Ray, we get back to your favorite word there, the alt-right. They're trying to spin a political side of this story,
Right.
left-right paradigm again, using those key words, and basically someone who is consumed by paranoia. They use the word descent into madness. It's back to The Shining. It's a Jack Nicholson episode here from the Stephen King movie, The Shining. It's what it comes down to.
Yeah, here's David. Here we go.
And it says the comment, which brings us back to Alex Jones, who appears on multiple occasions throughout A Gray State, thanks to David's fandom.
Oh.
So it
Isn't
brings
that
in
nice?
Alex Jones on this one as well. They suggest here that David's uncompleted movie is a warning sign about the real horrific costs of promoting conspiracy theories to a gullible, volatile element of the public. As one friend remarks about the online criticism David received for not completing his project on time, whereas comic book fans might be nitpicky about a superhero movies, Gray State's target audience was another level of obsessive. These people are actually legitimately insane, though. That's the difference. That's the article here from the Nick Shager, and that's just one paragraph. I think I've got another one here saved, but he mentions once again the Alex Jones, mentions the alt-right, and mentions conspiracy theories, selling it to a gullible, volatile element of the public.
Yeah, if you read the first paragraph, it really has the whole first part has nothing to do with David Crowley. It's about Donald Trump, and it's about Alex Jones, it's about Sandy Hook, it's about all of these different theories that have nothing to do with this case and hopefully have nothing to do with this film, because that's not the real story here. These guys are missing the whole point. They're missing the real story here. And to me, that is ironic, that these people are in these places where they can write these stories and they expect us to take them seriously, but they will not cover the actual story. And why do all of these reviews sound exactly the same? They're worded a little bit differently, but it's basically saying the same thing with the same cast of characters and with the same lies. I mean, there is no alt-right. The alt-right has nothing to do with this. Donald Trump has nothing to do with this. Alex Jones, they have nothing to do with this. It's not about that. It is about, did this guy kill his family and himself, or did he not? That's what I hope that this movie will focus on. I still have high hopes that it will focus on that. And after we watch this movie, that we will walk away wanting to do more research. That's what I hope it does.
Correct. It says here too that it does say that the movie employs an enormous amount of footage shot by David as he prepped his opus, as well as plentiful home movies and interviews with friends, relatives, and co-workers. Eric Nelson depicts his subject as a vet so disillusioned by his combat tours of duty that he became gripped with paranoia about the military-industrial complex's nefarious intentions. Expressing that through his film, he gave a voice to those on the nascent alt-right who spend their days and nights dreaming of violent rebellion in the name of liberty.
Oh, right.
So we get this vet now so disillusioned by his combat tours. Now they're hinting at PTSD, paranoia, and it mentions the alt-right. So it also goes on to say that the police deemed it a murder-suicide that was pre-planned by David, replete with an iTunes playlist soundtrack created just for the occasion. So it's just a very condescending note here written on in the review of a guy who went off the deep end. PTSD, military, paranoia. These words we're hearing is the paranoia types of phrases over and over again.
Yeah, and this guy is actually saying that the cops are saying that David created this iTunes playlist just for this, just so he could commit these crimes.
Specifically made just for
that
this
doesn't make
event.
any sense.
And that's what he's alluding to here.
That's kind of what it sounds like. Yeah, that's. I mean, if I'm reading this right,
and it says the word pre-planned. So a soundtrack created just for the occasion leads the reader once again to premeditated events and things that were done way in advance to come up with this murderous rampage.
Right.
So they're leaving they're alluding to, they're planting the seeds in the heads of the reader that this was premeditated, and it's a slam dunk, open and closed case. Once again, tying it all off in a nice bow for the reader to look at, rather than letting the person watch the movie and come up with their own conclusion.
Right, because they never take the time to explain why they think this was pre-planned, and yet at the same time, David snapped.
Correct.
How do they explain that? Well, they just don't talk about it and hope nobody asks about it. But of course, people are going to ask about it. They know that a lot of people are asking. They have a responsibility. The police, from the beginning, had the responsibility to give the public as much facts as possible, so that way a lot of people wouldn't be jumping to conclusions and wouldn't, have all of these outlandish theories, blah, blah, blah. But it's just like, and then now it seems like this film is going to kind of, is it going to counter that? Is it going to really answer these questions, or is it just going to kind of gloss over some of these things that we've been very focused on? I'm kind of worried about that too, is that they're going to try to get everybody to focus on something else and not focus on the real story here and the real facts and the real questions.
Correct. I agree 100%. It's all meant to distract and derail the person watching watching it, the film, and coming up with these various preset conclusions, rather than being open-minded and exploring and researching what really went on here behind the scenes. Now, Nick Shager goes on to say on his review on Rotten Tomatoes, is a gray state slowly peels back the curtain on David's private life to reveal an increasingly unstable individual, one whose suspicions about institutional systems quickly blossomed into distrust of everything and everyone around him. So once again, we see the words, we see the suspicions, the unstable individual, leading here to the psycho, to the person who's lost touch with reality, a sociopath essentially, distrusting everything and everyone around him. So there are some other key words there from Nick Shager.
Did the police see this stuff? Or is there stuff that people withheld from the police, or just didn't bother to tell them?
Well,
didn't think that it was relevant.
That's a good question, because of this 13,000 hours of information. I don't believe the detectives and the investigators went through all that stuff. It sounds like Eric Nelson and his group got their hands on this information and grabbed all of these hard drives and went through them and came up with the good stuff that was gleaned, and put it into a movie in the format of a documentary. So I think they went through and picked and chose the good items there and turned it into a movie that would sell, that would keep people entertained, but not really tell the story of what happened in that home relating to the murders.
Yeah, this writer has got to be one of the worst. First of all, this was published on 4/20. I think he should have waited and sobered up.
Correct.
Because this whole article begins with Alex Jones and it ends with Alex Jones. Why is he trying to push so hard this tie between Alex Jones and David Crowley? Maybe because a lot of people know who Alex Jones is, or at least have some false sense of who Alex Jones is. And the readers of these websites, the ones who actually go there, doesn't sound like they're fans of Alex Jones. They actually might have some ill will, some hatred towards Alex Jones. So if the author can psychologically, tie David Crowley with Alex Jones, then the people that don't like Alex Jones, well, maybe they won't like David Crowley either, and maybe they won't really look into what happened with David Crowley and his family. They'll just write it off. And I think they've been trying to write this off since day one. I think a lot of people have been.
Yeah, it's more modus operandi, the MO of these critiques, trying to slam home the fact that David Crowley was a nut job who lost touch with reality. That's it. It's just that's what they're trying. It's a discredit campaign, I think, is what these articles are setting out to do.
I think the good thing is at least he doesn't talk about our credibility, right? So that's good.
Yes. Now, Anthony Kaufman is the next one. He writes for Screen International. Anthony writes, a tantalizing and fascinating real-life story. Now, keywords, real life, throw that out the word truth, true, real life, trying to send the message home that the case is closed, it's a done deal. A highly topical and resonant trip down the alt-right rabbit hole produced by Werner Herzog. This is what Kaufman writes there. Alt-right comes up again, the word rabbit hole.
Only took them 2 sentences. That's it. And the alt-right is back.
And it's right on back.
Oh boy. There it is. The alt-right rabbit hole. Okay, I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to figure out who is really a part of this alt-right and why are they connecting David Crowley to this alt-right thing?
Now, he writes on this article that I did a screenshot, says, but if the documentary begins as some kind of American movie for the alt-right, keyword, portraying a dedicated outsider, filmmaker's efforts to make his very own blockbuster, the story abruptly turns darker. In January 2015, Crowley was found dead along with his wife and daughter in their Minnesota home. Crowley's fans and devotees were quick to call foul play, suggesting that the U.S. government assassinated one of their would-be leaders. But the truth, as Eric Nelson reveals in his carefully plotted out and sympathetic investigation, is more tragic and sad than shadowy. What are some key words that jump out for you, Greg, on this one?
Well, so Eric Nelson has the truth. So basically they're saying this guy's saying this film is the truth. Everybody has their theories, and he's going to lump all of the fans, he's lumping them all into one small little box and saying this is what they all thought.
Correct.
Which is totally BS. I mean, there's so many different people that have so many different views or that don't have a conclusion. They haven't come to that point where they've said, okay, this is what happened. Yeah, there are many that have, but I think there are many more that have not. And this guy doesn't even address those. It's just, well, this is what the fans think, this is what these people think, and it's not true. And then he's going to actually use the keyword true in this. That's ironic too, to me. I mean, come on. Doesn't
Correct.
get any more ironic than that. And it always comes back down to the theory that the government killed him, which they know that is a key word for many people that are just going to go, that are going to roll their eyes and they're not going to want to dig any deeper.
Yep. And what I see here, Greg, is the phrase Hegelian dialectic jumps right out at me. It's suggesting two sides once again on everything that this Anthony Kaufman writes. He
Sure.
says Crowley's fans and devotees were quick to call foul play. That to me shows that the only people, what he's subliminally messaging here is the only people that call foul play in this entire case were Crowley fans and devotees. Now, I myself am not a Crowley fan before this case happened. I never heard of David Crowley, and I wasn't devoted to his work and even never heard of the Gray State Project. But I, on day one, was quick to call foul play on this case. There's many others like me and and yourself out there that called foul play that were not fans and devotees. So the article shows that the only people calling foul play were his big fans and supporters, what it makes the reader assume. Then he goes on to say that those who called foul play suggested it was the U.S. government that did it. Once again, Hegelian dialectic, one way or the other. If someone did kill him, it was the U.S. government. That is not what many of us are suggesting, that it was a top-level assassination. It could certainly be an option, but there's lots of different scenarios here, but this article is really pushing down the reader's throat that there's two sides. You're either with them or you're not. You're a nut job like Crowley's fans, or you're not. Everything that he's presenting here in this carefully crafted article is suggesting we, they, us, them, good, bad, law, left, right paradigm. Now, he also goes on to say, but the truth, as director Eric Nelson reveals, is more tragic and sad than shadowy. So once again, it's bringing conclusion, it's bringing closure to this case that Eric Nelson has done the work with his team, investigated all the scenarios, and has put the truth here in one nice documentary that someone could watch and solve this case. The word truth is used, and that's what jumped out at me after reading this one.
If I was a fan, I'd be pretty pissed off. It also says, it calls David a would-be leader, one of their would-be leaders, as if these people really need leaders. It wasn't really about leaders. I mean, I don't see anywhere where David, at least publicly, considered himself a leader, or where other people considered himself their leader. So it's always about, we need some type of a leader, Then he has to talk about truth. You don't know what the truth is. Eric Nelson will tell you he does not know what the truth is. I haven't seen this movie, and I can almost guarantee you that when you watch this movie, it will not be what the truth is. I think it'll be a lot more questions, as it should be, because there are a lot more questions that have not been answered. And I think we're right back to that same thing where the focus is what they want it to be. It's not about what really happened. And that's what's sad and shadowy here, is that they don't want to focus on the actual truth.
Correct. The leader, I remember reading one of the other reviews of this movie also, they called David Crowley a charismatic leader. They're trying to push that almost, I'm trying to think of the guy's name, James Jones, almost a Jim Jones concept is what they're trying to visualize, that he was some off-the-rails leader that people were blindly following. And I think that they're trying to make, to discredit part of this MO, to discredit David Crowley, that he was a David Koresh, Waco kind of a figure, is what they're trying to envision in people's heads because they can latch on to that. That's how I see these articles coming off, when they use the word leader, that is.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
All right, Jason Bailey is next.
He doesn't talk about alt-right too, right? He takes it a little easier on us.
Let's see what Jason writes. This is a harrowing portrait how easily our own darkness can take us over if we let it. Jason Bailey, who writes for Flavorwire. Once again, darkness, this whole dark, it can easily take it over. It's called a harrowing portrait. Jason writes about that, and I got a clip here, and let's see what phrases he uses. On Christmas Day, 2014, an independent filmmaker named David Crowley killed his wife, 5-year-old, and himself.
On Christmas Day.
Right there, it's written as if it's a fact. It's written as truth and fact. And really, that's an opinion and a theory. But because of a cryptic clues that he left behind, and the fact that he was making a libertarian fringe thriller for the Alex Jones set, this horrible tragedy became fodder for conspiracy theorists who believe he was silenced for his anti-government leanings. Eric Nelson's sad and often chilling documentary argues that it was far less dramatic or extraordinary than that. Theirs was a sad story of a couple succumbing to despair and to the same kind of paranoia that infused his work. It's a hard movie to watch, as his private audio and video recordings serve as journals of a descent into madness.
Ooh, there's that word again.
But this is a harrowing portrait how easily our own darkness can take us over if we let it. So there's so many things on this phrase by Bailey here that it seems he got the script, tweaked it a little bit from what he was supposed to write, and then published his review. But once again, it's almost copy-paste items.
Yeah. It sounds like this.
It states the fact that he did the killing. He left clues behind. He uses the phrase libertarian as a fringe thriller, mentions Alex Jones again as an attempt at discrediting the fans, and then he uses the phrase conspiracy theorists who do believe he was silenced for his anti-government leanings. Now,
and fodder. Don't forget fodder.
The word fodder there is another belittling, demeaning word here for those. But Hegelian dialectic, once again, if you do believe that he was silenced and someone did it, It was killed by the government because of his anti-government leanings.
Right. And that's it. That's all you get. It's either that or he's guilty.
It also
Right.
mentioned that the story is sad. It's a sad story of a couple succumbing to despair. And then it goes on to say the word paranoia that was infused in his work. And they serve as journals. These audio and video recordings serve as journals of a descent into madness. It's back to The Shining. It's back to that Jack Nicholson character descending into madness. But is it him now, or is this review calling him and Kamel both descending into madness? You know, we've got this one theory where there's a pact that they both agreed to do this. There's people talking that David went mad and took Kamel with him. There's theories that David and Kamel both went mad at the same time. I mean, I can't even keep up with all these goofy scenarios going on here from what could have happened. All we know is that they had a descent into madness.
Oh boy, that was a tough 3 sentences. I think that's just like, yeah, that's really tough. First, he's telling us when they were killed, which nobody knows. Police don't even know that. And then he's talking about a libertarian fringe thriller. I've never even heard that term. I don't even know what that means.
Oh, now they're talking thriller instead of it's talking that the movie was made to be sold as a thriller on the fringe. You know, this fringe group conspiracy theories once again
that are libertarians, right? That are within the libertarians.
There's a total of 5, and no one seemed to put any more reviews out there or comments on there for the last 2 months now. So it's been these 5 jokers right off the bat, and then it's kind of gone silent. Nothing out there. We get Chris Barsanti next. Barsanti writes for the Playlist, and he on April 27th writes on Rotten Tomatoes, a stingingly emotional portrait of an outwardly confident and well-rounded man who is actually descending into madness. Keywords, look for the keywords now. Madness, descent. It's all a little more of the same here with this one. Now, Barsanti writes, here's the headline he used for the Tribeca Review: When Fantasies Kill, the Murderous Madness of an Alt-Right Paranoiac in a Gray State. There's our same words again here. We're throwing in the alt-right, paranoid, and the word madness.
And check out the first sentence and see how accurate this sounds to you. Discussing a December 2015 murder-suicide.
There we go. Not long into Eric Nelson's tightly packed and disturbing documentary, A Gray State, discussing a December 2015 murder-suicide in a Minneapolis suburb that left filmmaker David Crowley, his wife Kamel, and their 5-year-old daughter Rania dead. Local journalist Corey Zarowski noted that it was catnip for conspiracy theorists, unquote. Why? Because for several years Crowley had been trying to make a feature film called Gray State that looked like something cooked up by a room full of Alex Jones fans after a 3-day Red Bull and Googling marathon.
What is that? Sorry, go ahead. Please continue.
It only gets better. The idea that Crowley, an Army veteran and habitué of alt-right sites, would murder his family and write Allah Akbar in blood on the walls of their home before turning the gun on himself just wouldn't compute. So this is, now we get into some very condescending conspiracy theorists as considered morons, nerds, and geeks. They throw everything together here, even using the Corey Zarowski. Zarowski had the article in the City Pages that talked about the case that actually was pretty good, pretty well-rounded, I should say, not too good, but a well-rounded article in the City Pages in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. But he did throw the word in that he said that he thought that this story was catnip for conspiracy theorists. And so it also goes on to mention here that the feature film Gray State that looks something cooked up by a room full of Alex Jones fans after a 3-day Red Bull and Googling marathon. And so this is just giving the reader the visual of nerds in their parents' basement, surfing the web all night long, using
Alex Jones fans.
Red Bull. Yeah, and this is all to discredit
Do these people not know that David Crowley was not an Alex Jones fan? I mean, do they not understand the vast differences between, Alex Jones? Do they not care about David Crowley's quote where he said, he didn't like the way Alex Jones was peddling merchandise to his fans and all that? It's every article has mentioned Alex Jones.
I think they all got a nice little paycheck for writing the review and probably didn't do much thinking of after watching the movie at all. These are pre. I think the script for these reviews are pre-written by the propaganda unit, the propaganda arm of the CIA, and then these authors came in and tweaked a little bit to make them look authentic, and that was it. They made the press. It's sitting there now in the world to read on the Rotten Tomatoes website, which a lot of people do use. Good, honest people do use that site for regular movies, but they're going to come here, read this, and say, I'm not interested in watching some Looney Tunes dude kill his family.
This article does mention as a self-proclaimed citizen investigators. Again, okay. Dismiss the notion that the crime scene was what it appeared to be. Again, it's like, no, that's not. They're missing so many things. There's so much that is missing here from what. If you're gonna mention citizen investigators, at least be accurate in mentioning what they're investigating.
Correct.
Not that they're that they're investigating that the bodies were moved or this or that. We're investigating the whole thing. We're doing what they should be doing. We're doing their job for them, and we're not getting paid for this.
Correct.
That really kind of bothered me. And then they talk about Alex Jones again and how they're clear not to mention Alex Jones. He's only mentioned once or twice. It's like, so at least they do go there, and it's just too bad that they had to spend a whole first paragraph on Alex Jones first, and then say, well, but it's not really about Alex Jones. If you get past that.
Yep, they're all very, very cut from the same cloth. All these articles and reviews written by the experts, and the documentary was done by experts, and we've got the facts, we've got the truth. The case is closed. No need to do anything more of the research. You just pop in this movie for 93 minutes and you've got your answers and you can move on with your life, is what the intention of these reviews are setting. Once again, I got the Rotten Tomatoes front page here pulled up. It's showing 100% on the tomato meter for A Gray State 2017. There's no poster even for it. Hopefully we can encourage you to go out and make a comment on the Rotten Tomatoes site if you'd like to, but for certain, try to leave a comment here on this YouTube video, and we'll see if other people are noticing the same kinds of things, or if you could leave comments underneath this video here for anything that we have missed here tonight. But this is just the 5 reviews that are out there, and once again, it's just to help the reader look for keywords and key phrases and things like this when you look at things like this from a different set of eyes, being awake, being open to the truth. Some of these things I think seem to jump out at us when you start looking at it from that mindset. What other things have you gotten, Greg, on these 5 reviews? Anything else from a top level that you've seen on these reviews that you want to mention?
Well, I think we covered it. We basically covered it all. It's to connect the alt-right with Alex Jones somehow, and then with Donald Trump, and then with David Crowley. And in this last one by Chris Barsanti, it goes into the soldiers, how David, it focuses on the fact that David Crowley was a soldier. It talks about Black Hawk Down. It talks about PTSD. It really has a lot of code words in there that kind of make you feel sorry for this guy, and it's trying to tell you a story. And I think a lot of the problem that I see now, and a lot of the problem with a lot of the kids that are growing up now in this social media age, is that they want a quick answer, they want a quick fix, they want it solved. They think that they know everything. They think that, they can look at a couple of these posts and figure out what really happened. I think these guys that are writing these things, these 5 pieces, these 5 people that wrote these 5 pieces, they're going to move on to other things. They're going to move on to other topics. They don't care about this case. This is just another piece that they're writing. That's all it is. And that's what I truly think based on the way that they've written these things. They haven't written them with depth. They haven't written them with heart. And most importantly, they haven't written them with truth. And I think that's what's going to stand the test of time, is what those real facts are. And unfortunately, I think 5-10 years from now, people are still going to be asking a lot of questions about this case. It's sad.
The other thing I'd like to add that I just thought about now, Greg, is for the listeners out there that haven't read the article in the New Yorker magazine written by Alec Wilkinson that came out, I believe, in March of 2017, is to get a full flavor of these reviews. Read that entire article and then read these 5 reviews. And when you put those things together, these phrases and keywords and things jump right out at you as all being done, I believe, in concert with each other to send a message, to tell a story, like you said, to leave the reader with, I've got the answers now, everything's done, it's all solved, it's a true life story, it's complete, and now I've got my answers, I can move on and move on with my life now, because this has evidently been case closed. So, and what we're here to say for Greg and I, if I can speak for you, Greg, is that this case is not closed officially. We don't know the answers. We don't have the truth. The people who have seen the movie, it does sound like there's just a lot of video footage and some interviews that were done, but it doesn't really solve anything regarding this case, is what I think. It doesn't solve, it doesn't answer anything. It's just a documentary filled with some video footage and home movies and interviews with the family. But I don't think it brings closure to anything. But I have not seen it, and neither have you, so I can't put the disclaimer on it officially.
Right, but I can guarantee that after we do get to see it, I'm sure we'll have a lot more to really say on this topic. I'm curious about the family and the friends who have seen this. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Does this answer everything? Does this give you closure? I spoke with one friend of the Crowley family, and I asked him if it gave him closure, and he said that he already had closure. It's like, well, then why are you making this movie then? Why are you being a part of this film? What is the whole purpose?
Correct.
Is that the whole purpose of this movie? So that way, then maybe they can actually get this Gray State movie where somebody will purchase it and where they can make it a $30 million Hollywood film. Is that the real goal here?
Correct.
Or is it truth? Because if it's truth, then I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that.
Gotcha. All right. Any final words to wrap up, Greg? And I'll just want to remind the viewers of this to please leave your comments below if there's anything that we missed or anything we overlooked. Hopefully, you'll leave some comments down there below. Any last comments, Greg?
No, I think that's it.
All right. Thanks for listening in. Today is July 11th, 2017. For Greg Fernandez Jr., this is Dan Hennon. Welcome, everyone. My name is Dan Hennon. I'm joined with Greg Fernandez Jr. today. We also have a special guest, Ann, joining us. Her name is Ann. The three of us will go over some of the response on the movie A Gray State. This is a documentary directed by Eric Nelson that is finishing its rounds on the film festival circuit. And Greg and I have not seen it. We were both in it, and then Ann did end up. She's from the Minneapolis, Twin Cities, Minneapolis-St. Paul area. She did attend the screening and jotted down some notes, and she'll be joining us today. Greg, how are you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Good. And welcome, Ann. Are you with us?
I am.
Oh, very good, very good. And so I think that we haven't had a discussion on this yet, but just for the listeners out there, David Crowley spent a bunch of time making the movie, I think it's called The Gray State, and then there was a documentary that he and his team made called The Gray State, The Rise, and now this is a documentary after the deaths of the family, directed by Eric Nelson. It's called A Gray State. Now this is just a documentary, 93 minutes, and It'll be premiering here. It'll be coming out, I guess, in the theaters in November. But so far, it has been in several film festivals: the Tribeca Film Festival, Melbourne, Nantucket, Greenwich International Film Festival, the St. Louis Film Fest, Milwaukee Film Festival, the Walker Art Center, which was a free screening that included a Q&A afterwards, and that is what Ann attended here last month in September in Minneapolis. And then I think a couple weeks ago was the Downtown Film Festival of LA. This coming weekend is the Hot Springs Documentary Film Festival in Arkansas, and then also in October is the Twin Cities Film Fest. And then this film will be coming out as a theatrical release in November, and well, it'll go from there. So, and I see you took some notes and you attended this. Can you give us a kind of some overview of some of your notes here, and we'll kind of chime in, Greg, if you can think of anything as we go. What was your kind of your feel and the ambiance and the demographic when you went in to go to that free screening? Ann?
You had some people who are fans of the Walker Art Center and attend the film. You had people from the community who were just interested. And then you had a mix of students and Gray State fans. The film series that they were presenting that included a Gray State documentary was to show films with the pressing issues of our times and the urgent issues that are presented by documentary filmmakers. So they showed the film screening first, and then afterwards was the Q&A. And I was taking notes throughout the film, so I pretty much accurately captured what happened in the movie as it happened. One of the interesting aspects of the movie was the amount of laughter in the audience when they were reacting to the film. Eric Nelson admitted during Q&A that the audience laughed more during the screening in Minneapolis than any other time when the film was shown. Now, I don't think the audience was laughing at the death of the Cawley family or trying to be insensitive. I think they were, basically I think the film was at some points that Eric was trying to make it seem intense or trying to make David look psycho, and they were just enjoying his sense of humor, or maybe they were laughing at the film itself, but I don't
Excuse me, Ann, and this is Dan. I was just sorry to interrupt there, but did you say laughing?
They were laughing throughout the film quite a lot, actually, and I don't think they were laughing at the death of the Cawley family. I think they were laughing at the way Eric put the film together. There was one example I can give you. There was a home movie footage that David captured, and Ronnie was sitting on a chair outside on the deck, and she had a wooden stick in her hand, and Paleo was at the other end of the deck pulling on it. And you can kind of hear David saying off the cuff, you know, somebody may lose an eye over this, and I maybe have the unfortunate thing is I may be the one to clean it up. And it was interesting because the audience laughed. You know, they thought, I guess, David was making some kind of humorous joke. But Eric Nelson's response was to say, I can't believe the audience was laughing. This footage was where I was convinced David was a sadist. He was basically trying to tell us that David would have really let his daughter lose an eye or her play get out of control. But that's not how the audience perceived the event at all. And a Gray State, basically, it starts out with people close to Kamau and David, some of their friends, their family, a commander he worked with in the service, describing what they knew of the family from the time David was probably a late teenager towards the end. And it was a kind of a pieced-together narrative showing how David had violent fantasies his whole life and went psychotic, basically, and murdered his family. It also portrayed, and I didn't say directly, but it insinuated that David had abused his daughter, Ronnie, And it insinuated also that when he involved children in the filming of Gray State, that was wrong, and he was subjecting these children to violence. And it was kind of insinuating that this is the kind of person he was. He cared more about himself than other people around him. And it also portrayed David as being controlling and abusive towards Kamal. But interesting enough, there really hasn't been any direct evidence that he was abusive. There are, events that family and friends maybe couldn't explain or didn't understand. But the way the film was put together, it didn't give you any answers either. The other thing that was interesting about A Gray State was that it did not mention at all the rise, and it did not mention any of the forensic evidence or police investigative reporting. It just relied on emotion to carry the story, and I didn't find it credible at all. I felt there was a lot of places where the film either contradicted itself or didn't tell the whole story. The biggest area I felt was questionable was Eric Nelson wants you to believe David is psychotic. His psychosis and violent fantasies are what led David to create Gray State. It doesn't mention that Gray State was very thoroughly researched, and David's research included current events. David Crawley made a video on YouTube explaining and going into detail the depths of the research he made, and the video was like 45 minutes long. He was very educated. This wasn't just a film made out of his mind. It also did not explain that David's views in Gray State and in the Rise were things that his friends had talked about a lot with him. I mean, there are other people questioning and having these very same kinds of interests as him. So it's not like he just invented this. And many of these ideas in the movie were actually fed to him and encouraged by his friends. I mean, the other part of the movie I didn't find credible at all was when it showed a clip of Dan and Greg, and it was a very, very short clip, and it was pieced together, and it said that you guys are citizen reporters, and it showed a small clip of Greg saying, "I don't give a crap about credibility," and the audience laughed at that a lot. You guys are portrayed as being conspiracy theorists, of not being open-minded or accepting to other theories, and basically the insinuation is that you guys are both nutcases. I didn't find that credible because it didn't explain or elaborate on your views and why you have your views. It just had 2-minute segment, then it skipped to the next thing. And actually in the description of A Gray State that's promoting it in the Walker, that I'm looking for now, that line from Greg was in here. Let me find it here. And it's just like, I don't believe, if he has a theory, he wants to present his evidence, that's one thing. But his movie shouldn't be based on casting other people in a false light and not including all the information. I feel like he was duping the audience. Why not give the audience all the information and let them decide for themselves?
When we're talking about the line, the whole, I don't give a crap about my credibility, was it prefaced by anything, or was it followed up by anything?
No, it was just in there, and it showed a video of Dan and then you filming in what looked like your home.
Did she drop off?
Yeah, I think so.
I was going to ask her a question. I was going to ask her a question. It sounds to me like the way she's explaining it is almost like this documentary is a biography about David Crowley, and that's not neither right or wrong. But the impression I got was that Eric Nelson was going to put this documentary together as a kind of an investigative piece to kind of close the loose ends on this investigation from a police and detective point of view, and bring us into it as well. I know that the group spent.
She's actually back on, so if you want to
I
ask her,
am
go
back.
Okay, I was just going to ask, Ann, before you cut off, is the impression I got when they were making or putting together this documentary is that Eric Nelson wanted to get a investigative look, kind of at the case, the investigation of the killings for the documentary. But instead, it sounds more like a biography done on David Crowley, kind of his life and his background, and kind of all these things that led him down this rabbit hole. And it doesn't really sound like the movie focuses much on the investigation, but just kind of his dwindling final days from a psychotic person or something like that. Is that what you?
Yeah.
It's kind of a biography on David versus going into the reasons that the killings took place from an investigative or a forensic standpoint. So that's kind of odd, I guess, for myself, I guess, to understand.
Well, it was interesting too. It was, if you could call it, I don't know if you could actually call it it was biography on David. It was biography through the perspective of he's a deeply disturbed, abnormal individual. I felt like the family and the friends who were talking were very honest and sincere, but I also felt they were being exploited because I don't feel that their words and their memories were actually being presented. I felt like everything was being presented to push this psychotic narrative of David.
Yeah, the other thing is, I know when the film crew was here, they spent, it was probably well over 2 hours, probably 3 hours at my home, and I think they were interviewing Greg as well for many hours. So we had lots of questions and lots of on-air time, giving our thoughts and ideas and stuff. So not much of that aired, just a little small snippet of it aired on the actual documentary.
Just one line from both of you, and it was made to make you guys both look like you were conspiracy theorists and that you were insane.
What a waste. They spent a lot of money on that.
Wow, that was a lot of time. It was an entire afternoon that, they spent looking for insight and ideas and things like that. And, and I spent a lot of time with talking on the investigative, on the forensic sides of things that did not add up. Certain, basic things on elementary items that a base level detective should have found and should have noted that were discrepancies. And I thought they were going to kind of take the ball and run with it on that. And then, Greg, you can probably add more to this, but I remember distinctly when that comment came up about your credibility, that was in response to someone from the Gray State Project who, in fact, told you to stop talking about the case because it may wreck your credibility. And I think that's when you responded by saying, "I'm not worried about my credibility. I'm more worried about getting the truth out." And but it looks like that Eric Nelson perhaps cherry-picked some of our a couple snippets of our lowest moments and kind of spin us in a bad light to discredit us as well.
Well, they did ask me a lot about Sean Wright. I mean, a lot. There was a heavy focus on him. They were looking for different quotes. I felt like they were fishing for certain quotes. And okay, so there is that quote, because I can tell you that quote was taken out of context, because if it doesn't preface the conversation I had with Sean Wright, that's where that quote came from. But then if they're doing that same thing to the family, they're probably misquoting everybody in this movie. So it's kind of hard to look at this movie as a credible movie. So.
Wow.
I actually have my brochure from the Walker where it references that line, and I can read you exactly what it says.
Yes,
It says
please.
here, several self-identified, quote, citizen investigators attempted to prove that the family was murdered. Quote, credibility means nothing to me. One of them ironically comments, the film makes its case methodically and persuasively.
Do they touch on the documentary on the widespread use of social media and how much attention this has gained on social media, how big this case is, or do they just portray it as Greg and I are the two strange oddballs?
I didn't mention anything about social media, and in fact, I felt like the film was trying to make people on social media turn against David. It had at one point a clip in there stating that David was deleting comments from Facebook. I don't know, and then it had a line basically stating from one of his friends that the people leaving comments were beasts or something like that. But if you weren't listening carefully, it could be portrayed as an attacking remark, like he didn't care about his fans. And then there's also points in the film that made it sound like David just wanted to walk away from the film and be done with it, and it was too much pressure, but that doesn't match like that final letter that he wrote in December and how he's excited to move with the project, and doesn't match how he was excited to release The Rise. I mean, there were so many contradictions and unanswered questions in this film.
Did it touch, Ann, did it touch on the Alam family down in Texas, how they switched and pulled away their cell phone numbers and required David to get his own cell number and things like that? And how the media kind of spun that as to David and Kamel were pulling themselves away and secluding themselves when that was certainly not the case. And does it get into the legal aspect or the attorney that was involved from David where he was attempting to pull out Danny August Mason from the project altogether, and then he never heard back from him? That was heavily weighing on David's mind in those last days. And a good friend of his, I think at one time he may have even referred to him as his best friend, who had turned on him, and he needed legal help to break the ties. That's pretty serious stuff in the final months of your life, and around the same time when the police should be looking for a motive, and opportunity, when I don't think that was ever even explored. Anything like that, or the mother dying months after the case, anything to that effect?
Well, Eric Nelson basically said he interviewed Cedra Alam and Mr. Alam, but that they didn't want to be part of the film, and then he also said he failed to get a signed release from them, so he couldn't use any footage he showed of them, which I, again, have a problem with.
He didn't get a signed release?
Yeah, apparently he did not get a signed release.
Well, in my case, and Greg, you could back this up if you want, before they even made efforts to come out here with the film crew, I had to have that signed release already done before they even set up the interview. So that's the very first thing that they do before they even start scheduling interviews. So I don't know if I would believe that from Eric Nelson, because they would have already had all that done for the interviews. I'm guessing that later on down the road, the Alam family says, "No thanks, I no longer want to be part of this," and then retracted it later. Because there's no way they would have gone and done interviews without having that paperwork in hand. So I'll bet they retracted it after the fact. Is that how Eric Nelson portrayed it in the Q&A?
He kind of brushed over the retracted. He made it sound like, "Oops, I just forgot to send a release. My bad."
That he just forgot to get the signed release. Well, we know that's not the case, because there's no way. Greg, was that an important part for your interview as well?
I mean, they definitely wanted it, but there really wasn't a whole lot to what I signed. So, so for them to say that, we didn't get it or whatever, the fact that the Lom family did not want to be part of this movie should also raise a lot of questions. That also adds to the lack of credibility of this film, because here you have a key people that all seem to say that David Crowley is guilty. Why would they back out of this movie? That's a huge, huge deal. Huge.
So Ann, just to confirm, they were at one point in it, and then they never made the final cut of the movie, is what you're saying. They were interviewed, right?
they were interviewed. And he also said that he had access to some of David's computers and electronic information, but he did not have access to anything from Kamal, and that her computer, he said he couldn't access the computer because of a password issue. So he only had from David's side, and then what his friends were saying.
Well, that may be correct, because from what we heard from Officer Gummert, from the lead detective, is that they also couldn't access her Microsoft Surface Pro, I think is what it was. They couldn't get in the. It sounds to me like the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit couldn't get the password to get into that machine. Is that correct, Greg?
Yes, that is definitely correct. As far as what they've said, sure.
That would make sense that Eric also Nelson couldn't get into it. It's fishy that the Electronic Crimes Unit couldn't gain access to her stuff. But
yeah,
so,
I don't believe
Sidra
that.
and Anju Malam were interviewed, but then later requested to be out of the film and didn't make the final cut. There's a showing in a couple of weeks here in Minneapolis when it comes to the Twin Cities Fest. One of the days shows a version called the Director's Cut that'll also be aired. Have you heard anything, either of you two, with what's going to be in the Director's Cut? Is that going to be maybe the alarm footage that was left on the editing room floor, maybe in that version?
He didn't really elaborate what would be in the Director's Cut. If somebody had a question, he would say you just have to see the Director's Cut. I felt like he was plugging the Director's Cut, and it would just be a way to make additional money.
Yeah, I think we were told by not Eric Nelson, but the other guy, Robert Erickson, I think is his name. I was told that they had too much film, so they were cutting this down to a shorter version. So I'm not really shocked that they're bringing it out. I mean, look at all the footage that they have from us that they didn't use. They probably have a ton of footage from so many people that they didn't use. It sounds like the footage is heavily focused on the friends and the family, those closest ones to him. Is that correct, Anne? Or
yes,
wrong on that?
No, it's the people closest to him, and I think they're really brave for speaking out. I'm not going to say anything bad about the friends or the family, but like I said, I felt like they were being exploited to a sense, and I felt like it was hard to discern if this was really their real words and their perspective, or if it was being edited, or if information was being fed to him. I mean, there was a really memorable scene where one of Kamal's friends was talking about her memories of Kamal, and she's kind of trying to figure out, some of the more difficult memories, like why Kamal pulled out of the business. She shared that they had some difficult email conversations. You could tell she hadn't made up her mind one way or the other. She was just trying to make sense of things. And then Eric Nelson came in and told her off camera about the time when Cedra came up from Texas to see the family, and she was turned away. And as soon as the friend had heard that piece of information, she started breaking down. She was very teary. You could just see her saying, "Oh my God, why didn't she let her in the house?" And you got the sense that at that moment, I mean, from what was portrayed in the film, I don't know what she really, thinks and feels, but at that moment, it was like she was starting to buy the psychotic narrative now, And then there was the underlying pressure of the friends and family should believe this, and we, the audience, should believe this too. And, suspend all thinking, don't look deeper, just believe it.
Another thing, Ann, that has come up on the Justice pages on Facebook is that when this documentary was being, I think, finalized before it became shown publicly, is a lot of folks, including the neighbor Judy Prochnow and some of the members of the Gray State team, I think, remembered using the phrases, "It'll all make sense when you see the movie. That'll answer all your questions. Anything that you question about why David did this will be in the movie, and that should close all the future questions." Is that a sense when you watched that movie that it kind of brought closure to what happened and why David did this, or not?
I didn't have I walked away feeling like we don't have the answers. It didn't answer anything to me at all.
I wonder why would they say that though? It sounded to me like it was a very slam dunk. Like once you see this, it'll put all of your goofy theories to rest. Once you see this, because it'll answer everything. It'll tie everything off in a nice little bow, and everything will be solved once you watch this movie. So that's not the impression you received. Instead, there was, I mean, I still don't get all the laughter in the audience.
You know, David in the movie seemed to have kind of a quirky sense of humor, and he seemed to be original. I don't know why people are laughing. That's the only thing I can think of. I think that Eric Nelson was hoping that the bits from the electronic diary would somehow sway people to believe David was psychotic. But David was, I would like to say the movie portrayed David as almost having autism. I mean, he was portrayed as being such an unusual thinker and being so different from others that when I heard the electronic diary, it didn't sway me to believe that David did anything. I was questioning if this is just his way of speaking and his personality. You know, maybe he went overboard making David seem so unusual and, you know.
Interesting.
I mean,
what about this electronic journal? Can you tell us anything more about how it was found or how it was discovered or where it was located and why it wasn't in the police reports and things like that? Did it mention anything like that as far as, we've been hearing a lot about this electronic diary, electronic journal. It was referred to as an online diary at one point and then an online journal. And what kind of format was it and what kind of things did David put in this journal?
That was like one of the big missing pieces in the movie that made me question the movie actually is there was no information whatsoever about where it was found, how they accessed it. It was just kind of something that was read once in a while, I believe, by David's father. And that, to be honest, parts of the online journal reminded me of some comments that David made on his Instagram account and maybe some of his Facebook comments. You know, it was just very hard to make sense of the journal because you weren't given any context. And not knowing where it came from, you didn't know how to judge if it was credible, had it been altered, you know, who had access to it, you know. You had no information about, you know, was it, how did they forensically evaluate this? Was it date stamped? I mean, there's just nothing. It just appears in the film and it's being read. And the other reason why the online journal to me didn't seem credible was because Eric Nelson didn't seem to understand what Gray State was or why Gray State is important to the fans and the people. It seemed like he was completely misjudging Gray State. So because he had that impression, I didn't trust his interpretation of the online journal. Nelson portrayed Gray State basically as senseless violence in a movie with a lot of killing. You know, when you sit down and you watch the documentary, the first scenes you see are images from Gray State of Danny Mason hacking people up. And you're watching this, and it's really shocking, and you're not given any context. So you see this, and you're just like, oh, man, this is a terrible movie. No wonder this guy did this. But you don't hear that David Crawley meant Gray State as a love story and as a human interest movie. You don't hear that the trailer was made to grab attention, and the film was much deeper. And then at other points, Eric's showing only the worst things in Gray State. He's showing scenes where David has the actor sit down, and he's showing David pointing the gun in the back of people's heads and blowing them off for the scene in the movie. At another point, he made it look like David traumatized the child actors in Gray State by making them play the scene where the kids are ripped out of bed in the middle of the night and they have to scream, help me, help me. And David's telling the children, if you say help me, where's my mommy? I'm not going to stop filming, but if you want me to stop filming, say banana. And, you know, it sounds innocent when I'm telling you about it, but when it's portrayed in this very intense, dark movie, it really made him look like he was subjecting children to trauma. And he didn't seem to understand the message of Gray State or why everyday people were attracted to it. I mean, you know, most people aren't attracted to Gray State to watch senseless violence. They're watching it because there's a human interest story, and it's hitting them at a personal level, and their eyes are opening to the world around them. And he completely misjudged that. So it was hard for me to believe that he could even understand David at all, or that this electronic journal, he could even read that.
And I have a question. This is Dan. Do you think, from watching it, do you think that Eric Nelson himself ever sat down and watched Gray State: The Rise? It's a 2.5-hour documentary that kind of puts everything in line and sheds light on everything that David and his project and his team was doing. That's the groundwork, I think, for everything. He certainly would have watched that documentary, I would have hoped. Do you get the sense that he even took the time to even watch that?
The Rise never came up at all. So you got a situation where he either didn't watch it, which is horrible, or he watched it and he completely discarded it, which is equally as appalling. And then you have to kind of wonder, what's the story going to come out in the director's cut, you know? The Rise was not mentioned at all. I mean, wasn't included.
Did they do any interviews from the...
Odd.
Oh, right. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just saying, that's odd that it wasn't actually mentioned, especially, I don't know, I find that very, very odd. You know, why wasn't it mentioned? And, you know, are people going forward with it? And it's this documentary is definitely going to be tied to that. Are the same people that came out with the Rise, with the, you know, with that movie, whoever made that after David died, are they still part of whatever is going to happen next with the whole Gray State project? But we'll get into that later. But that's very odd to me too, because it almost seems like there's two groups here for me.
And then you have to wonder too, if David is so psychotic and he's planning to release The Rise at the beginning of the year. I mean, The Rise is a very educated film, and it required a lot of thought and higher level functioning to put that film together. You know, it's almost a college level film, very educated. If he's that psychotic, why aren't we seeing the evidence of the psychosis in The Rise? I mean, you don't flip psychosis on and off like a switch. If he's that bad off, that film should have been a hot mess.
And David came off to me as more of a perfectionist in his art, in his work, in his creativity. He was more of a perfectionist. It came off as that he was a very driven individual. Interesting. Now, did they have was there any interviews? I forgot to ask, and their daughter, Rani, went to a preschool called Cypress Montessori in nearby Burnsville, Minnesota. I'm guessing that they would have done some interviews there with little Rani's teacher, or maybe the director at the school. Did any of those footage make the film?
No, the only comments from Ronnie were maybe a couple of Kamel's friends, and then Dan Jr. said a couple lines about her, but nothing from the school at all. And some of the...
What was Dan Jr.'s comment? How did he relate to, what kind of comments did he make about little Rani?
There was two main things he said. He admitted that he would babysit for Rani, and then at one point that fell through. And he said David didn't get back to him, but he just wasn't concerned about that. And he didn't think something was wrong, which I thought was kind of weird, because as a daycare provider, you know, if somebody doesn't get back to you, you immediately suspect something could possibly be wrong with the child. That's not something you usually let fall through like that. The other thing he said about Ronnie is that she had some goofy traits, and he said something to the effect of she was everything you could ever. Here it is. He said she had some goofy traits, and that she would be my dream girl, and then there was a noticeable pause, and then he said, you know, as a dad, which totally creeped me out. I mean, it just did.
Now,
I mean, it was
you follow the justice pages, correct, to some extent?
yes.
Do you remember about a year ago when the one of the cousins came out forward and mentioned, kind of blew the whistle on something that Dan Jr. did in the youth camp, sexually with an underage boy, and that caused the family to basically up and leave. And they got problems with him going way back to youth camp at a youth camp, something with youth kids and stuff. So. Was it awkward at all with him babysitting the daughter at all? But I do find it strange that, like you said, that comment does seem to be quite awkward.
It wasn't just a comment, it was the noticeable pause. So I wrote down what he said. It says here, Ronnie was what every parent would want in a daughter. She had some goofy features. There was so much to love about her. She would be my dream girl. And it was like a noticeable pause, a couple minutes, and then said, as a dad. I mean, the pause was what made it creepy. If he had just said it and you moved to the next subject, the pause is what really drew your attention to it.
Wow, that's very strange. How about the sister? Now, Allison, was she in it at all? Allison, David's sister, was she mentioned?
She was not mentioned in this one at all. They had some quotes from his dad, like I said, reading the electronic journal. The dad was very emotional, understandably, and didn't say too much personally. They had some quotes from Mitch Hyo, Adam Shambor, Sean Wright, Dan Mason, I believe a commander that served with David in the service, and some friends of, like one friend I believe that was Kamel's friend. And then they prominently featured footage of Paleo for some reason. But like I said, the whole narrative was David was abusive and psychotic, so it was hard to determine if the friends really felt this way or what point did they believe this. I mean, there really wasn't a lot of context there. And then they had a small clip also of Judy and Colin talking about when the bodies were found, but they weren't featured very much in the movie at all other than that. In fact, the movie generally seemed to brush over when the bodies were found, the deaths, what happened, the type of injuries. None of that was really explained. It was kind of creepy, too, that Eric Nelson was basically saying David orchestrated this murder. He planned well in advance to do this, and he picked out every detail down to the music that would be played when he would kill his family. And this was all part of his, Gray State plot. And the creepiest thing Eric Nelson said was, strangely, David filmed so much of his life, but he didn't film the deaths of his family. I mean, it creeped me out, and it just really offended me. I just thought it was really insensitive and inappropriate.
Did others, do you think, got the same feeling? Were others in attendance watching this film offended or taking offense at some of this, or were they taking it in, just letting it soak in and watch it, or was it more of a film that if you didn't know the story, you left the theater believing that David was the bad guy?
People were invited to stay after the theater and talk amongst themselves. Nobody did. People left in large groups before the Q&A started, or they left immediately after the film. Some of the comments I heard that was, I didn't like the film, it was sad. And I think other people are just kind of trying to take in what they saw.
And was there anybody who left before the film was over?
No, not too much. It's a small, close theater, so you would have pretty much known if somebody left. And I think, too, the difference is, like, this film is shown at the Walker Art Center, so you have people who are used to intellectual and cultural and artsy films. So they're searching for meaning in the film and trying to see the artist's vision than an average movie-going crowd.
That's funny. So how many people can this place fit?
I'm guessing it maybe was 150 or so people.
There are 150 people there, or 150
yeah, about
that
150 people there.
Okay. Was it full?
It was about full, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of young people there. I would say a lot of students predominantly.
Interesting.
And it was interesting too because during the Q&A, Eric introduced people that were there as part of the Gray State team. He actually asked if Dan was there, and he kind of gave pause and he was looking around. But after the film was over, people from the audience didn't seek out the Gray State team or ask questions or try to talk with them or anything. People were just pretty much up and leaving.
Did he? I'm sorry, Ann, I missed that last part. Did he ask for me?
Yeah, he asked for you. He mentioned you by name, and he kind of paused and looked around the audience to see if Dan was sitting in the audience.
That's odd. But he knows I'm not part of the Gray State team, correct?
Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious because he basically said that you're narrow-minded and you're never going to look into a psychosis theory or ever accept it, and he basically portrayed you as a conspiracy theory nutcase. It was kind of like me against you kind of mentality.
What a douchebag.
It was openly hostile, I would say that.
That guy's a douchebag because he doesn't even put any of the stuff that Dan said in there. And then he's going to say something like that? Well, then back it up, buddy. That guy's a douche. Sorry.
How about the others now? Did they, was it, for people that were there, like you said, Judy and Colin were there, was there a special spot for the Gray State people to sit, or the neighbors or something to sit, or did you just know who they were, or did they wear name tags? How did you know who was who of the people there featured, I guess? Like the family, did the family sit in a certain spot?
I didn't see any family members. Judy and Colin were sitting in the audience by themselves. In the front row, there were no name tags for some of the team members. There was Red Hat. There was Sean Wright, Mitch Heil, and Mason Hendricks was the ones I noticed. And they just pretty much sat in the front row.
And they were all sitting together?
Yeah, they were sitting together. I just had this feeling that Mitch Heil was kind of sitting, he seemed kind of aloof, apart from the rest of them, but he kind of seemed to sit with them because they were all commenting during Q&A, so that would be convenient to sit next to them. But during the film screening, it just seemed like he was apart from them. And I was actually impressed by Mitch Heil because it seemed like he was still questioning and he still had some thoughts. It didn't seem like he was necessarily buying or not buying it. It seemed like he was still trying to figure out. And some of his comments, I thought Mitch Heil's comments really added a lot to the Q&A in that his insight was really important because you weren't hearing it from any other source. So I thought it was great that he spoke up when he did. He spoke up that he felt David did not have PTSD. He described his work with David in the Bullet Exchange and basically said he showed, in all of his years of knowing him, he showed no signs of PTSD. And then when Eric tried to say again that David's psychotic, you can see it in his script. It was disorganized. It's not how you traditionally write a script. Mitch spoke up and said that's just how David writes. It's normal for him, and it was my job to interpret it. So I felt that was good. He was giving some context.
Did they try to push the PTSD angle again in this film, or was it more psychosis, or was it more like mental illness, or was it demon possession? What type of angle did you take away from it the most that they were trying to blame for all this happening?
They were trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink that you could think of and just trying to make him look like he was all unstable. I mean, every theory basically was being thrown out. And then it was important to note, too, that Eric Nelson had a friend that was a psychiatrist, and that's who he consulted on the film, was somebody he knew personally to push the psychosis narrative. So you're not getting a neutral, unbiased professional. You're basically getting a hired gun.
So he thinks that legitimately David could have had suffered from all of these things? He can't be serious.
Well, they didn't. Eric Nelson, when people had questions that he couldn't answer, he would just say stuff like, "Oh, there's just answers we're never going to know," or he would say, like, "You'll just have to see the rest in my director's edition." So he didn't answer. He was very evasive.
The director's edition. This should show everything. The other cut should just add more to it, right? You shouldn't have to see that to actually try to understand anything. I don't know. Sounds weird to me.
For the military.
The whole thing was very bizarre, it sounds to me.
But it's very, I'm looking at it with a critical eye. It's a very emotional and compelling film. I mean, I could see it would be easy for somebody to get swept away by the emotion and just not think deeper or not question. I would say, too, for the military PTSD angle, they basically had, I don't know if David's commander really believes this or not. It was hard to tell what he believes, but it basically said that he fell in love with Kamel. He was unhappy about being deployed, and that the stop-loss changed him and made him bitter towards the military. And that was the narrative that was used to push that he has PTSD, or he suffered some kind of breakdown at that point in his life. And that was, to me, very offensive, too, because you have a civilian portraying this. This is not somebody who's had military service or who had personally had this experience. I don't think it's fair to judge if you haven't been through that and you haven't been through that experience and the pressures and the horrors that he went through in war and going through stop loss. I felt like looking at that from an outside perspective just wasn't enough.
Wow. Well, interesting stuff. I'm glad you took some good notes on it, because it's very interesting. Bizarre. I think the word would be bizarre, because it's very different than I guess what I had imagined, or it would be like. But wow, interesting. Well, maybe the demographic then is for the sheeple to see this, because if you're not going to watch it with an open mind, you're just going to go there and take it in as a movie. It might do well in the theaters. Who knows? Maybe the demographic, the focus here is for the American sheeple to see this.
Well, were there people like that there, or was it? I mean, what was the whole demographic like there? You said it was very young people. I would hope that the younger people would actually be willing to ask more questions about stuff like this.
Well, I think, too, if you're in a movie theater and you're being pressured that if you think outside the box, you're mentally ill. If you think outside the box, you're a conspiracy theorist. You're a violent individual. You don't fit in. There were so many of those kind of pressures, or just having the pressure and the peer pressure, and being filled with these images like, if you think outside the box, you could wind up like David Crowley. It actually encourages people not to think deeper, not to question.
Did you sense I'm not sure if you're familiar with the phrase, the Hegelian dialectic, but was it more or less pushing that everything has got two answers, it's either one or something else, there's no third option, Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, is it more like that you left the theater with this director of the movie essentially doing the mind control on the viewer? You're left there buying into this whole story. Because I've read some interviews where it says that he's throwing it all out there, Eric Nelson has said, and he really wants the audience to leave the movie and then come to their own conclusions. But it sounds like the conclusions are being really drawn, set up, served up on a silver platter by the director to what answer you should leave thinking. It's a mind control movie almost.
I felt like it was a mind control movie. I mean, there really wasn't any other conclusion to the movie than he's psychotic. And then the other conclusion was, if you think differently, then you must be part of those conspiracy theorists over there. And
Wow.
it was even very negative towards the premises of Gray State. Gray State was portrayed as a very dark and violent film created by a guy with a disturbed mind. I mean, I just felt like it was even negative towards Gray State fans.
Was there, speaking of the audience, I know that the other filmings at film festivals, you know, you'll have to buy tickets and, you know, select the film you're going to go to and go and watch it. Whereas this was just a free screening, so this may have brought in just people walking down the street. It may have brought in just members at the Walker Arts Center that would just had an opportunity to see a free film. It wasn't necessarily people coming in holding banners and saying, "Here, we're here from the Gray State because we support Gray State and we're big fans. We're here to see this movie." It kind of just brought in whoever was available at the time, walking by perhaps, to come and see this movie, and probably didn't know what it all of it even entailed.
Yeah, it had a wide mix in that way too. But the other thing that was shown in negative light in the movie, they had footage of Alex Jones that was shown in negative light. Paul Fest shown in a negative light. They had looked like scenes where people were protesting in the streets, and it just seemed like anybody who questioned outside of the norm was viewed as a problem, was viewed as, you know, mentally ill. And I had a big problem with that, because if you don't understand the message of Gray State and why it's important, then you can't even remotely understand what David Crowley was about. It's like you're interpreting him from your own perspective and not taking the time to understand his perspective or what the people around him supported.
Wow. Very interesting. It sounds to me like a propaganda piece that they're trying to push the narrative and to the masses that all these people who are nut jobs. It sounds to me like it's a propaganda push. Wow.
And there was just so much information not included that was so important. Like you touched on, it didn't give any context to Danny August Mason signing away his actor's rights. And like you said, never getting back to the attorney, but less than 4 months after the death of David and family, now Danny is seeking copyright to Gray State. I mean, there was just so much missing from there, and you couldn't judge how credible this film is because so much was not included.
Was the attorney Adam Gislason interviewed for this documentary? That was David's attorney.
I think he was mentioned during Q&A. I don't recall seeing him on set at all. He was mentioned during Q&A when they touched on that he was negotiating David's Hollywood deal with the film. There was here it is. Okay. Here's what my note said. There was a terms of the deal with the Hollywood producers for the Gray State script, and Adam Gislason was facilitating it. He was described. Eric Nelson described him as an unsung hero, and he said that there was real money on the table, $25K on a $250 option, and they were going to take the film to other guys to push for more money to complete the film. That was all that was said about him.
So they mentioned the part about wheeling and dealing about the rights of the movie, but not in the last month of his life. David's correspondence back and forth to Adam Gislason about not hearing back from Danny August Mason to give up his rights. Was that mentioned? That was a very big part of the last weeks of David's life, was working with that attorney to get this form signed by Danny August Mason. That wasn't touched on or elaborated on?
It wasn't elaborated at all. There was a little part about Danny saying that he was asked to sign away his rights and that wasn't something he was going to do. But that was followed up by a scene of David's dad reading the electronic diary, and it said something to the effect of, "I must destroy Danny Mason now." And his dad paused and kind of laughed a little bit, and he goes, "I think that's just David being David." But if you put the two together, ask to sign away your rights, destroy Danny now, I mean, it's very misleading.
There's another comment that was made in the I think it was in the documentary that the father touches on, and I think he says, "I must destroy my best friend." And they said that was him making a pact to kill his wife because Comel was his best friend, and that was how out of touch he was because David made that quote, "I need to destroy my best friend." But that wasn't Comel. People thought it was talking about Comel, but that was Danny August Mason. I mean, he needed to destroy him. He was after him, and Danny August Mason was not going to budge. That's why he had to get legal involved. Does the father just kind of laugh that off as just a snide remark?
I don't think from what I could tell, I don't think the father really understood that context. I think he just thought that was kind of David's way of talking. The other thing that really wasn't mentioned in the film that was a huge question to me, they had the father on, but they never brought up or discussed why the father left that money at the door. They never discussed how he was supporting the family, what his relationship with David was, what his relationship with the film is. They never talked about what happened with Grace Day after the family's death. I mean, there's just so many gaps.
Yeah, you're right. For the listeners out there, there was a $14,000 check written by Dan Crowley Sr. Around Christmas time to David Crowley, and we don't know why that was, just to help fund help with money payments or not. That was, I think, at that point, the highest allowable tax deduction. I think as a gift to a family member was the maximum. Annually is $14,000. So I think at the end of the tax year, end of the calendar year, is why he cut that check to him to get another tax break potentially in the form of a gift. But David never cashed it. That was sitting there on the stoops in January, along with the mail. Interesting.
I found where I had that electronic journal. It was from 9/8/2014, and I believe Dan Sr. was reading in it. And it says here, "I must destroy Danny Mason or convert to the cause, and or destroy him." And his dad said, "It sounds worse than it really is. I think David is just being creative. I think."
Wow. Well, that certainly is not the case. Those guys were at odds in October, and in November, and then December 7th was the last correspondence when David asks Danny August Mason via an email, "I still haven't heard your answer yet. What is it going to be? When are you going to get back in touch?" And that's when I think Danny August Mason says, "I need to run it by my attorney. I need to run it by my attorney first." But it sounds like in the film, Danny August Mason didn't really have to run it by anybody. His answer was no to begin with. There's no way I'm going to give up my rights.
Well, right, and they never talked about Danny's background or his history or what drew him to the film. I mean, Danny was very ambitious and had his own ideals for making a film before he even met David. I mean, he probably took this very personally, like this was his film. None of that was elaborated on.
Here's another question, and I want to, the various articles and reviews I've been reading so far of the documentary. It shows one man's, collapse and fall into, and then a bunch of people thinking that the government killed him. And Greg, he can speak for himself, but I think we're kind of on the same page. That I don't think we've ever came forward to say that the government killed anybody. We just think, and I believe that there's no way that David Crowley did it. There's no evidence that shows that he did it. I don't know who did. I don't know what group of people or what faction or what three-letter alphabet agency, or but I certainly would. You'd be certainly bringing in Danny August Mason as a suspect, along with some of these other characters in the film, in the project, as suspects to be looked at, interviewed, and then thus later on eliminated as suspects. But authorities never did that. And one of those key people that, we're talking motive here, is Danny August Mason. So for the father to laugh that off, to say that I think he was just joking, it wasn't much more than I think it was. That's a strange. I can't believe he'd be that naive to say that, but I've never met the man, so I don't know.
Well, and that's a good point too, Dan, because, you know, everybody goes through bumps in their marriage or difficult times. You know, David wasn't a perfect person. You know, he might have had his difficulties, but even so, the preponderance of the evidence shows that the official story is not holding weight, that there is more that happened here, and those questions have not been answered. So think what you want to about David. Those are opinions. We're talking about factual forensic evidence. We're talking about tangible things that have been recorded, and none of that was addressed in this film, and so far none of it has been directly addressed by the team.
Wow, so it sounds like it's mainly, there's not a lot of, it's a lot of, I don't want to say opinions in the movie. I mean, it's actually facts, but it sounds like it's cherry-picked video footage and clips and scenes that are cherry-picked, all shedding David Crowley in a negative light.
And David Crowley is abusive and psychotic, and using emotional imagery to do so, using violence to shock the viewer, and then using the interviews from friends and families to pressure people, but you don't know if that's really what the friends and family really believe, because this film just seems to be one giant manipulation, and it's gotten so many things wrong. How are you supposed to believe this?
Did the Q&A, did that kind of show that everybody, all of those people, all the Gray State team people, that they were all kind of on the same page, that they all liked this movie?
No, that to me was very difficult to watch, is the Q&A. Because this family was horrifically killed. I mean, like Mason standing there taking pictures of the audience, acting like he's the big man, and where's the emotion? Where's the tears? How can you do this? I really struggled with that. I mean, they didn't break down. They didn't. The only one that really showed emotion, I would say, was Mitch, but it was just so cavalier. Like, this was their film premiere. This was their race date, and I just really struggled with the lack of emotion and the lack of connection to David.
Did you say Mason Hendricks was taking pictures?
He was taking pictures of the audience. He was acting like, well, he's listed on the credits as a co-producer, but he was there taking pictures and acting like this was his film premiere. I mean, it was his big moment, and I really struggled with that. I mean, this is a horrific tragedy. These are supposed to be your close friends. How? I mean, there have been people who have been killed that are close to you that you can't even talk about what had happened, and this hasn't been that long. How do you move on so quickly and profit from their deaths and make this movie, and then basically defame the people that have supported you? This movie is defamation of the Gray State fans, it's defamation of the Liberty Movement, it's defamation of any free-thinking American citizen. I just had a huge problem with that.
Almost like they were proud and movie star-ish, kind of a...
It looks like this was their Gray State. That's the impression I got.
Oh my God. And that is very creepy. This is not an action-packed feature film that you're proud of, and this is not the red carpet that you're going to be waving at fans and smiling and taking pictures. This is a documentary about a massacre.
Well,
Did they not understand that?
I look like business as usual. I mean, I can't even compare the loss that I've experienced, for example, having a grandma pass away. When I talk about my grandma, my voice still gets wavery, my eyes tear up. You're talking about intimate, personal memories that people are confiding in you about, somebody they love and care about. A whole family was murdered, and no sign of emotion. It's business as usual. We're going to promote this. I couldn't understand that on a human level. I did understand the lack of emotion.
Wow. All right. Anything else? Anything else? Any other questions, Greg?
No, I think we covered a lot. Is there anything else that people should know before they go and see this movie? Or?
I would just say, if you see this movie, go in with an open mind and be willing to think and question for yourself and look deeper for the answers. Just because this is on a film and it's put together in a very glitzy way doesn't make any of it true or accurate. So don't be afraid to look deeper and seek out the story and look for the answers yourself.
Very well put. All right. Well, Ann, thank you for your input. I've got nothing else really to share, I guess, other than kind of a sick pit in my stomach, but oh well. All right. Anything else, Greg?
Nope. I think that's it.
All right. All right. So for the viewers out there, please listen to this. Comment on the bottom when we post this on the web. Feel free to comment below with questions and anything that we may have missed.
All right. We are now live. And to be live. A little bit under the weather today, but we're just going to power through this here. Hope everybody can hear this okay. I got the chat on, just drinking some tea here, getting ready to start. So I'm going to wait maybe another minute or so to give people a chance to come on in here and check this out live. Excuse me, looks like the stream, everything is ready to go. Wish I could say I was looking forward to watching this, but I guess we'll have no choice, so. Alright, now I'm going to adjust my screen here, and we'll see how it goes. Just bear with me here while I just adjust the screen, take a look, make sure everything is working okay. Looks alright. Oh man, I'm so sick today, but this is important, so I've got to do it. I'm just trying to adjust, trying to get the best view I can here. Maybe even a little too much headroom. It's good that I can see all that, so that's good. It does look like, there we go, let's adjust that a little bit. Much better. Okay, I'm going to turn this volume up. Got a little background noise, but we're going to just power through it. We're going to work through this. So let's go ahead. Maybe I'll wait a few seconds just so we can see. Okay. Sorry about the background noise there. Just going to go ahead. Okay. Looks like we're all good. If there is anybody who is in the chat right now or who can let me know that they can hear me okay,
I'd really appreciate that, just so we can make sure you can hear me. Now you won't be able to hear, you won't be able to see the video, and I probably won't be able to hear it that well. The point of this for me was just to, you know, to give you my uh, full view on this directly while watching this, so that we can see that. Sorry guys, 1 second here. Okay. Apologize for the background noise there. There's not much I can do about that. So hopefully it won't be too distracting. I'm just going to let a few people know who are asking if I'm still going live. A few minutes late here. Just starting now. So I will give it a few more minutes. Oh, I don't like that. That was doing that there. I really want it to just stay. Okay. Awesome. How's my audio? Is my audio okay? Should I kind of speak up or go a little more into the microphone? Just like I said, I'm just sitting here drinking tea. Okay. Rough day. I think a lot of people have gotten sick too, so I'm not the only one. But we will just try to power through this, and I'm gonna go ahead and start this right about now. Let's see what this Gray State movie is all about. And I'll keep going back and forth, kind of checking the comments. Alright, so I'm starting it in 3, 2, 1, now.
Shitty pen. Shitty pen. We hate you. Mike's meeting 2. The outline. Projecting power, confidence. Talk fast, easy, and project. Why do you think I'm here? Why do you think I'm here? I want a career. I want a career, and I want some coin, and I want to find the people who can make that happen. I'm here because I like you. Okay. You know, guys, this is my project. Every little part of this project is me. I write, storyboard, cast. I edited, composed, I did the musical score. If it's Gray State, it's mine. Yes. And suddenly, Gray State is a household name. Gray State is already a household name. Every time I poke this dragon, they all fire awake saying things like, "You guys are the best, keep it up, in the name of liberty." And blah, 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 blah. People love this movie. The things that we could do with this. Okay, there's your break. Shift to sincere. So you're saying 30 million. Honestly, I think we can do better. I think. Because that implies, like, I've got my own ideas. I think. So can we do better? No, don't say that. Don't put it in the negative, can we? We can. We can do better. I'm here because I like you. But I want our film to be made right. Pen is broken. There we go.
This is the Netflix version, by the way. So I wonder if there's a different version. I heard there's a different version online out there. Let's see. All right. We're ready.
Thank you for coming out, because as you know, this is an independent project. We have a quadcopter drone. We're going to be doing aerials. We're going to have you guys busting up these houses, sicking attack dogs on children. You know, it's going to
Not
get
sure if
nasty.
it's a hit piece.
And
Good question.
thank you guys for being a part of it. I hope you have the presence of mind to remain professional and not take it too far.
It's on Netflix.
I don't know what too far really
It's on
is.
Watch 32.
So just impress me, make it real. You're here for a reason, right? You're part of the Gray State team? Yeah. Show it. Big family. Show it to me. Big family. Anything else? I think we're covered. Squad leader, I want to hear you yelling to your guys. If you command, if doing something wrong, get them in play. That's your target house. High value individual there, very dangerous, he's armed. Get there. Get your squad up there.
Oh, get there. So David had saying all the time, he screamed, get there, get there. And David only showed you one time how to do something, and he hated it if you had to go back and ask questions about it.
Action! Hit it! Go, 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 go! Okay, cut! Wow.
43.
Oh, 43.
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm losing my voice, so I'll make this quick. Right now, we're getting to the fun stuff. This is the actual Gray State, so you guys have seen the trailer, obviously. You know, this is just a quick jump into the future. Can you do a loop of the house? Okay, I'm watching. You're right here, watching.
Even in the midst of it, David always took time to acknowledge his daughter.
You're a goofball.
It's interesting being here on this set, because this set here, where we're shooting this interview, is where we did a lot of the shooting for Gray State. Action.
If you are receiving this message, then you've been recruited. Welcome to the fight, Patriot.
Okay, a little bit less on the happy.
Less, okay.
What is Gray State?
Sorry, my cat wants in. I'll let my cat in.
Gray State is less a movie than it is a warning. We do not live in a dictatorship, but we do live in a police state. What we're going to see is the unveiling of this Gray State, foisted upon America. The thing that you have to begin to understand about conspiracy theory is that at some point, it's no longer theory. You talk about peak oil, you talk about FEMA camps, you talk about global warming, you talk about the UN, you talk about the NWO. They're prepping for megadeath. Last night's declaration. Once the red carpet gets rolled out for this New World Order program, everything's free game. The bastard of it all is that you've heard of everything. Americans believe that they can't do anything. And day by day, they're becoming correct.
Ninja action.
Numbers. And, we're losing.
Brings back memories. Oh, there's Alex Jones. He's not talking about David Crowley. Turn this down a little bit.
Can we lock in a time with you tomorrow for?
I'll be out here like 9 in the morning. But what are you guys doing with Ted? You know that dystopian movie you're always talking about on air? We're the only ones doing it. So it's what happens if these guys win, and it's the dystopian near future reality.
They don't win, buddy.
Oh, that's what's called Gray State.
Yeah.
David didn't want to be leader for anything. He didn't want the glamour, the glory, the millions of dollars. You know, he saw a vision, he wanted to make it work, and he wanted to get it out.
The Gray State movie, go to graystatemovie.com. We're on Facebook, we're on YouTube. The word is getting out, and the word is coming.
David Crowley was a voice.
Okay, let's see. 10 minutes in, and looks like I lost the stream. I'll let the stream go till we can get back. I don't know if anybody can see the stream. Please let me know, or else I will just hold off until we get it back. If we get it back, who knows? You can see it? Okay. It's weird on my screen because I have it on. I'm monitoring it to see what it looks like, and on mine it's spinning and spinning. So if you can see it, I guess that's a good thing. Not sure why I can't, but it's very interesting. Okay. Sorry, I have a little minor delay there. But, okay, as long as everybody else can see it, I guess it was just my computer. So if that happens, I'm just going to go ahead and just stop it for a second, just to make sure that this is coming through, which is not really helping me. My cat's not helping either. She's very feisty. She wants to play. Alright, sorry about that. Back to the movie. We're at the 8-minute mark or so. Alright, let's keep rolling.
For a movement that believed
Jason
that
Allen.
a government
There's
shutdown
Jason Allen.
was imminent. That
This is my first time watching
oligarchy
it. Yes.
and these corporate powers, the corporatocracy, could overtake our civilization, our society, and in turn our citizens.
My cat's first
take
time,
away all of our civil liberties and human rights.
Jason Allen was one of the last people to talk to David, I think, or email, or David emailed him.
That's the Gray State.
Very late December, one of the last days before he died.
He was a genius. I had never met anybody so analytical, so
Joseph
decisive,
Seaton, not sure who that is.
and so strategic.
Thanks for coming. It's important to note that without the volunteer participation of people like you to give the project scale, all of the best ideas and loftiest ambitions would never be realized.
Or sloppy mention. I like Martin. But
So a lot of people, when they look at David, they could think, why does he make everything so difficult, so challenging, and so tough? And probably the easiest answer is because he was a perfectionist.
What the fuck is this wall, and how does it work? So, the wall is just a writing tool. The wall is something that every writer probably does. I don't know how extensive they get. Maybe they're better at synthesizing story than I am. So, I mean, if you want to look at it physically, you have the story here, beginning to end, also up, or top to bottom.
this is the wall that makes him crazy?
In the story, you'll find out that it works on several levels. There's mythological storytelling, so it's the hero's journey as described by Joseph Campbell.
Well, this whole thing has sort of taken on a mind of its own. We're still pretty new to this whole game.
Yeah, sorry,
but,
just a gal.
you know,
I
it is
can't show
developing. This
the
project has
video.
developed
I'm sorry about
momentum
that.
I can't even describe. It has run away from us.
Action!
Copyright stuff.
Okay, so head in your crotch. Bloody head in your crotch.
Sorry if that wasn't
Hi, Chris
clear.
Peck. Nice to meet you. Slate.
Oh, Chris Peck, the guy who was in Dan Hannon's house.
I think what made David
Yeah, go on Netflix if you want to see it. This might be very boring for you guys. I'm just watching it first time myself, that's all.
He would lead his crew like we were going into war, and you know, we might not come out alive. Who else could walk up to a group of 20 people and say, hey, you want to be actors in this scene? People with no experience at all. David would make them into actors.
You're going to be leaning forward more? Shoot this arm back.
That's why I'm watching it on Netflix too, by the way.
Cool. Here we go, here we go. If you guys want to be in the scene, Chief Weinzel told me that I can do whatever I want with you guys as long as you're cool with it.
Buffalo, Minnesota
So if you want to
police.
jump out and join the squads and make a show of it, I'm cool with that if you go. I want to get away with as much as I can. So if I can have a snarling dog attack a family safely, I'm going to do that.
Snarling dog attack the family. Interesting.
David very much had a vision when it came to making Gray State. He knew how to be a businessman. He knew how to get people together. They were not filmmakers.
All right, cut. David gets up and says, Kelly, I can't. You might die. Like, we talked
Script
about this.
conference
Yeah.
2020.
Which is good, because I think it's like repeating the conversation that went on.
What's Kelly's motivation to get into it now? Because she knows that Josh kept her off the radar, right?
David and Kamel were always one unit.
There will be a discussion after.
They were incredible. I mean, they were a relationship you wish for.
And a bear in there, a bear figurine. Churro figurines.
They always had their own interesting way to express how much they loved each other.
Yeah, that's better. You're fidgeting over there.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm just laughing. I'm glad this is a new narrative. It's like, Daniel keeps a lump in his pocket from the expo communal.
Yeah.
So I'm glad no one's narrating.
I'm at the 12-minute mark.
Hold on, let me touch my
Okay, I guess that's a good place. Come on, kitty. What do you look? You want in? You want out? We're trying to do a broadcast here. Oh, that cat. Okay, so I just paused it there for a second. We are now, right at the 12-minute mark. So if you want to come back after the discussion, that's cool. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and start it right here. Sorry about the noise in the background, everybody. I really apologize for that. Some construction work going on. That's life, right? Just roll with it. All right, here we go. Let's keep rolling here. Dan Crowley Sr. is on the screen right now. I hear it feels like a hit piece. A lot of people said that so far. Apple Valley, Minnesota, present day.
Well, you can't help but think about it every time you drive past it, or
Oh, it sounds like Judy
coming
Prochnow.
out in the backyard and looking over. And the people I have talked to, we would all just be happy if someone came and tore it down and built something new.
I'm with her on that.
We had my sister-in-law living with us for the month of December.
Hey, Judy.
And we took her home in the first part of January. And as we were driving to the airport that morning, I looked at the steps, and I noticed there were still Christmas gifts out there.
Watch how they do the close-up shot of on your glass for Chardonnay. Interesting. Okay, I'll watch for that.
I went the presents, and then I heard the dog bark. And I hadn't heard
Here's
the
my
dog bark
close-up
for a
on
long
my
time.
shot of
So I thought, well,
they
must be home. And since I was in the front, I went to ring the doorbell. Well, then the dog came and jumped up by the front window and was barking, and I thought, well, they're not home. I haven't seen the dog or heard the dog before. Maybe there might be something wrong. And that's when I stepped off the stoop and went over to the window and I looked inside. I saw one body that was probably, maybe about 6 to 8 feet away from the window.
Look like a mannequin?
I noticed that there was another body, maybe 6 to 7 feet away from the first one, and I noticed that there was a little body that looked like it was almost in the second body's arms.
1055 Ramsdale Drive. Cop reporting suspicious behavior next door. Went over to the home to the right of the RP, sees dead bodies inside the house, dog inside, sees a gun in the house on the floor.
Rear slider, slightly ajar.
To look at the three of them through the Instagram filter of life, it's hard to imagine how it all went so wrong.
Uh-oh, there's lighting.
David Crowley, a talented, promising young filmmaker, his smart and beautiful wife, Kamel, a dietitian, and their adorable 5-year-old daughter,
Sorry, I shouldn't.
Rania. The reality is, the truth of what happened to David Crowley and his family is stranger and sadder than anyone imagined.
The truth,
So
huh?
this is
Okay.
the home in Apple Valley.
The truth. Yeah, the truth.
I mean, this is a total middle-class neighborhood.
Lighten's gonna show us the
And
truth,
this
guys.
was
Oh,
mid-January.
there's the wrist slider lock. Closed. Not
you
open.
discover you can still see the
Interesting.
Christmas presents on the front porch.
I was looking for that. Looking for that rear slider to be closed.
But what a horrific crime to walk into and try to piece together.
And so
Physical
quickly.
evidence scattered all over by the dog. I
Yeah,
mean,
so quickly
horrific.
they came to the conclusion.
Investigators found about 22 terabytes of information, all strung together on hard drives, kind of daisy-chained all together. And you had to think that when they're
Yeah,
looking at
why
all this,
close?
they're like, okay,
Show it open.
maybe the answer
Maybe
is
they
in
do.
one of these hard drives. We find the why.
How about you find the if before you look for the why, buddy? How about that?
So I took the case file. It was about 1,500 pages.
Wow.
And I went through it, and all of a sudden I came through a picture that they did not have in the crime scene photos that they provided.
Dun dun dun.
And I said, oh my God, what is this? And there on the wall, above the bodies, scrawled in blood, the words, Allah Akbar.
And this is,
God is the greatest.
and that was painted over white when most of the
Between
people
their
saw it,
bodies, a
hidden
Quran
from the family.
with pages torn out.
Many pages were
Open
torn
to
out
a
of that
traditional
Quran.
forgiveness prayer.
It's not the only thing it was open to.
In the home office, on a notepad, submit
Open the
to
riots.
Allah now.
Most recent version, submit to Allah now. Not signed by David.
Do you try to explain 3 deaths, you know, husband and wife and their little girl?
You gather the facts. That's how you explain them.
And you can't come up with answers, right?
Yes, you can.
Talk about
How could you not?
various parts of it. You just can't come
Come on,
up with
Corey.
answers.
I told you all
Something
this.
about it that just kind of gets on you. And you
Talk
just
about the bullet hole,
can't
Corey.
wash it off.
No, because it doesn't make sense.
There's a Quran laying amongst the bodies. There's blood on the wall.
Bullet hole
David
in
Crowley's
the
right
ceiling,
on the verge
in the
of
living room
making
that they
music,
missed.
shall we say, or at least taking a really big step in getting beyond YouTube and actually getting to a movie, to theaters everywhere. No wonder it was
there's
catchy
Dan.
for conspiracy theorists.
Oh, there's me.
Hello, this is Dan Hennon, along with Greg Fernandez Jr. for another installment of the Crowley Case Updates. Today is June 4th, 2016, and we've got some updates on the case. So how are you doing today, Greg?
I'm doing good. It's hot, but that's okay.
Good, good.
I don't give a crap about credibility at all. Credibility means nothing to me.
It's true.
What I care about is truth.
I'm not in law enforcement. I don't have a background in detective work, but how it happened, I would say it's
I'd agree with that guy.
You've got no suicide note. There's no motive. And they said that out of their way to say that the blood test on the wall written Allah Akbar was the blood of Comel Crowley.
Right.
Well, who wrote the blood? Once you get into this wrong territory, once you start treading into these waters, there is a backlash against you by some shadow entity, who knows what it is, but you start pushing the wrong buttons to the elite, so to say, and there is payback.
To God be the glory. Police
And I
don't even
think
know what
one
really
of the big
happened. It's
problems
true.
with the people who think that David Crowley is guilty is they don't even want us asking questions now.
It's true.
They don't decide when we get to stop asking questions. We get to decide that.
Did the government want to silence him and his film?
Or are there other theories?
After the truth, get knocked off.
This particular video really shows
It's
why
always
the
about the
criminal
government
establishment
stuff.
murdered not only
It's never about
him,
the facts.
but his family as well.
It's sad.
As
Hey, there's the bullet
admin
hole.
and creator of the
Boom. There's the
justice
bullet
pages
hole.
on the Facebook accounts, I allow all theories to come into play. I don't want to censor narratives. There are certain people out there that certainly believe that these things did happen.
Sure.
They ruled it a
I'm
double
open to that.
murder followed by a suicide at the hands of David without any real investigation. There was no
Yep.
signs of domestic
Just
violence.
like Philip Marshall.
There was no
Philip
evidence
Marshall's
of
another
a
one.
violent
It's a
household.
strange case.
There was no evidence of PTSD.
According to Mitch Heil, no
There was
evidence of
no
PTSD.
evidence of mental illness, no
No.
depression, nothing.
Didn't stop the Gray State team from working with him. If they did.
There are certain points in every story that you can recognize that this is what happens to the character at this point in the story. For example, after Act 2 begins, eventually the midpoint is created, which is the metaphorical inmost cave. So the hero enters the labyrinth to fight the Minotaur. And
Yeah,
he
emoticon.
emerges with the secret, but the fight isn't
One big
over.
difference
And
between
that
Philip
applies to other
Marshall
stories,
and
like
the
character
David
must
Crowley
have
thing
the right
is
idea, yet
the dog.
still
In one
kind of
case, the
struggling,
dog
but
died. In the other case, it didn't.
progress through
Thought that was
proactivity
interesting.
and all
I'm
these
not
things, and then eventually there's the
saying
supreme
that I
ordeal,
believe David
which,
Crowley is guilty or
It's
innocent.
like the ultimate fight to death.
Now we go back to Afghanistan, November 20th, 2008.
You know, he had a whole album for it that he made while he was in Afghanistan.
That's pretty cool.
He's like picking away here, you know, like he's played guitar his whole life, so.
Far from heavy metal.
Well, David was good at whatever he decided was worth being good at. He was good at being a father. He was good at being a husband. He was good at school. You know, he did things differently. He thought differently, and he worked harder, and he was more driven.
This is Crowley. Testing out the Spartan.
Now we go back to Iraq, 2006.
Well, it's a little
Going back in time here.
Kinda.
Yeah, maybe like 5 minutes.
Yeah, whatever. Oh, we. I need to take. Here.
All right.
Oh man, 2006. I know people were there. Then. It's terrible.
Again. Finish him.
These poor kids.
Awesome.
Everything he did it
Poor kids.
to his utmost ability. He never
I didn't know him
half-assed
at all.
anything. He saw what he wanted, and he went.
I knew of his trailer in 2012. Did not like it. The Decline, high school film directed by David Crowley. We're going way back in time now. With Mitch Heil, who was also a veteran as well.
We never needed to join the military, but like we were playing airsoft
Best friend in
and
high
like,
school.
paintball or whatever. We tried to make it as realistic as possible, I guess. So we're trying to wear accurate uniforms and trying to do, you know, military type movements and military type things. And for me, and I think for him too, it was just a natural progression of, I like the military, I like guns, I like, you know, that type of thing. So I'm like, I would like to progress from playing it to being it.
It's a big difference.
I can't ever remember deciding to join the Army, but of course we were all inundated with the whole glory aspect of it, having seen Black Hawk Down, which came out around the time that we were in 10th grade. And so at some point it became obvious to us that we were joining the military.
Well, this is fun.
We're in Iraq, 2006.
I served in Ramadi, Iraq in 2006, and I witnessed directly what we're doing there, the good and the bad.
Put it in the water. You drank it all. You drank it all. Here, give it to old boy right there.
That's sad. So sad.
9/11 obviously generated a lot of emotion.
It did.
You see 3,000 of your fellow Americans incinerated. You think that sucks. So when they say we need to go to Iraq because of this, you're going to Iraq, buddy.
So he probably didn't believe 9/11 was an
I've seen
inside
people
job back
shot
then.
in the head. I've seen people killed. I've seen people blown up. I've been in combat. I've shot people. I know how combat goes. You die like animals. We die like animals. You bleed out, and then you leave a corpse that looks surprised. And that's just how it is.
Sorry, I'm so sick.
I witnessed directly how the mentality of the American soldier is being used, and directly how the mentality of the American public is being used. I mean, when you follow a flag, you're going to be manipulated.
Agree.
It's not like following a person or following an idea. You're following a country, and whatever that country says to follow, you're going to do.
You have to. They own you at that point.
It is morally reprehensible what we're doing in the Middle East. And if you don't fucking understand that yet, you need to open your eyes, because you are a slave for the most insidious global agenda mankind has ever known, and you are directly responsible for that.
I didn't learn about
At some
9/11
point, you've got to
until years
realize
later.
that you're just a dog jumping through hoops for the government.
All right, he took a sip. I'm taking a sip. Now we're in Texas, June of 2008. Shout to the wife.
David called me and said,
David,
hey, I met this girl and we're getting married. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, we're getting married in 2 weeks.
was it pretty quickly? 2 weeks.
I said, I heard you were seeing somebody for a couple months, but wow.
David, would you have this woman come out?
Hey, sometimes you know, right? Got married in Waco, Texas, May 22nd, 2008. 6 weeks after first meeting, they were married. Wow.
The way that Kamel would speak of David, it felt very high school, I think is the best way to describe it. Kind of that first love, the puppy love, infatuation. It seemed very sweet, but always would make me question how that can go on for so long.
Kamel was a strong-willed woman, confident, assertive, very intelligent, but she followed the leader. Because I remember David telling me that she was Muslim. And then I remember David, exhibiting very much Christian-like traits and speaking a lot about biblical stuff. And then all of a sudden, when I'm hanging out with Kamel, she's Christian.
Interesting. I wonder what
Having
changed
been
her mind.
overseas and having seen what like Sharia law had done to the people in Iraq, he did not like the religion Islam. He loved Muslim people, but he felt that Islam subjugated the people, and
I agree.
he felt very strongly about that.
That's my view. I agree. Soon after David and Camille are married, he's redeployed to Afghanistan. Man, that sucks. This redeployment is a surprise, as Crowley has been told he would be discharged after.
First heard he was having
stop
problems
loss?
when he went to Afghanistan, and he was really struggling because he's now afraid. He was never afraid before, but now that he's met Kamel, he really has a reason to live.
Interesting.
He really doesn't want to get killed.
He has a wife and a daughter
Never
on the
seen
way,
documentation,
and he
Tina.
thought he was going
I
back
haven't.
to civilian life, and he'd done his time, and Uncle Sam said thank you.
I think the sister
And
even
now all of a
said that
sudden, he
she was
is
still a
being thrown
Muslim.
into what he feels to be a corrupt
That's
war.
what she told me, if I remember correctly.
What the stop loss did to
Contradicting
his
stories.
worldview, and how he described it to me, was that he had a breakdown.
I was stop lost. I was involuntarily held by the military for 15 months.
That sucks.
I was forced to deploy against my will. Had to leave my brand new wife at home. And I come back from that very disgruntled, to say the least.
That sucks.
Nothing good ever comes out of a deployment except for, well, a body count.
That's not good.
After today. Why are you making it on me?
You're pretty.
Get out of here. Hey, Ronnie.
Kamel was very devoted and attached to Ronnie. Ronnie was her world. She and Ronnie had a very special relationship, always hugging and happy and joking around, and she was very attentive with her.
What did you have for lunch today? Hmm? You ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich? Yeah.
She was just what I thought every parent would want in a daughter. You know, she likes pink. She's adorable. She has goofy features, and you know, there's just so much to love about her.
You like cookies, huh? Okay, say goodbye to Uncle Danny.
Bye-bye. Big smile. She'd have been my dream girl, you know, as a dad.
Not sure what kind of sadism this is. Because you know he's never going to get that stick. And I think that's the whole point. So no one loses an eye. Because then I got to deal with it.
Kamel would make a lot of comments on the fact that David was very clear he did not want any more children, which at the time I thought was weird because they were so young. To be that final about that decision at such a young age
Could change later.
surprised me.
Hey, so what you looking at?
This one.
Are you going to kill?
No, I'm not.
You're not going to kill? Why?
Because I'm not going to kill him.
Well, that's
Why would you
nice.
kill
That's
him?
good.
He's a baby.
Ugly baby. And we definitely don't kill babies, do we?
No.
You shouldn't kill anybody.
When I was a baby, we don't kill my baby.
Nope. That's why you're still alive, and it's your 4th birthday tomorrow.
When I'm a baby, we don't kill him. When I was a baby, and then you don't kill me when I was a baby.
It's a weird thing to say to a kid.
I couldn't pull it off.
Internal desire.
If a character has a desire, that means he often has a competing internal desire,
You talk to
which
kids
often
about
comes
death.
from a past trauma that usually is explained at the midpoint. It becomes very scientific and very methodical, but that doesn't mean it's any easier to create.
This
So
wall
I'll
is
have certain colors that represent when the character will acknowledge his inner trauma.
some drone shots. Alright, he goes to film school after Afghanistan in 2009. Kamel works full-time as a dietitian. Crowley and Danny Mason embark on the Gray State project.
Gray State is shot everywhere, but mostly it's shot in a studio. But you'd never know looking at the footage. All this buzz that people have for Gray State, we didn't start it. The story is, I mean, the farther down you go, the story becomes bigger and it involves more people. It involves generations and generations of Americans and everyone else playing their part leading up to this moment. So yes, I mean, once you begin to connect these dots, there's no way you can't tell a story about it.
That's why it
He
was made
introduced
into a
to the
TV
idea.
series.
It started out as a fun little fantasy, and then I think it kind of snowballed and got bigger than he had imagined it would.
Hey, Mitch. Yeah. Put a mark down?
He had a very take control personality, and I think I always got like submissive of it. After I had seen the results, I'm like, well, I didn't agree with you, but holy shit, this looks
They're
good.
using that wall
so
against him?
I'm
Really?
gonna go with it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to be frank. This is a public execution. Gunshot to the back of the head. Who wants it?
Oh shit. Are you kidding me?
Yes, I want to.
Why are they...
So this was
Very
in the trailer,
suggestive.
this would have been preparing for one of the execution scenes where one of the militia people basically executes 4 people in a row. So we were prepping for that spot.
Didn't this strike you as kind of creepy?
Yeah, very creepy.
There's Eric Nelson in the back. Can hear him.
Yeah, you can even like give a little bit of a cock and bull if you want.
David's right-handed. His right hand was missing.
Don't even
Let's
walk
not
up
forget
before the
that.
guy, just kind of do it from a distance.
So why police came to the conclusion so quickly that he was guilty is also another interesting thing. They didn't even have the hand.
This is the grossest thing about this movie is that it's
it comes home like this, all right? Okay, here we go. Adam, first mark. Camera's rolling. Action. Here it comes, guys. Breathing. Here it comes.
Sorry, I'm gonna blow my nose from time to time.
Good. Cut. That's gross. That's just gross, you guys.
We spent days and hours with each other.
Crazy because he has
That's
a
kind of
lot
how
of
we
notes.
became the
That's
little band of
ridiculous.
brothers, or the Crawley Nights, as I would call it.
Adam, do you know what's going on?
Absolutely not. I just listen to you. We only hire the finest people here.
Okay, Adam, great.
I never felt like David was necessarily the alpha dog. It was more of, David was the type of person that would literally give his shirt for you, or off his back for you.
Anyone who's not packing should be.
He turned into a pit bull when he was directing, but set that aside, I mean, he was a sweetheart.
Awesome. What's next? What are we doing next? You're my AD, okay?
Okay, it says I'm live. It's telling me I'm live right now. If anyone can verify that, that would be great. I have gone ahead and just paused the video. So if anyone can hear me live, please let me know. That would be great so I can continue this. Okay, we're back. All right, we are back. Thanks. Sorry about that. You know, that's life, right? Go ahead and just set that there. So I paused it now. Okay. I just paused it for a couple seconds so I could get back. And we are at the, looks like we're at the 36:12 mark. So, okay, thank you everyone for letting me know. I'm going to go ahead and keep working on this. Okay.
At his beck and call, night and day, to get this project pushed and done. You know, because David's success would ultimately mean their success.
We got to like him, otherwise we do not care. And when he comes in at the end, like, oh, that guy again.
I don't think you're supposed to care. It's not about him. Tried to save Kelly, and then he throws this beautiful funeral for this girl, which I like. And, you know, there's just something mysterious about him, and I'd like to leave it there. I don't want to know him yet, because I'm trying to figure Daniel out.
Kamel still is a mystery. I mean, the vibe that I always got was free-thinking, independent woman.
How's that a mystery?
The idea that she somehow becomes a puppet of her husband, just, that's the question that's still there, right?
Kamel was definitely intelligent. She was definitely very good at anything that she
Master of
put her
public
mind
health.
to.
Oh.
But I think what made her so good was that she was intelligent but also extremely passionate.
Come on, baby. Get it. I'm running with you.
She was easy to talk to and was a quick thinker when you would ask her questions. She was intellectually curious and jumped on whatever she thought she should be pursuing.
Show her business
If it
website.
was the paleo diet, she was all on board with that.
We've done the
They
paleo.
named their dog Paleo. You know, I think she was trying to find her place.
What are you guys doing?
We're making cupcakes.
Looks like eggs.
Egg and
Bananas.
butter. With butter too.
So Kamel starts baking cakes and she realizes how
Good shoes.
good she is at it. Not only good, but amazing.
Oh,
So
I
she
missed the
starts
scarf.
her idea, KC Cakes. She
Winnie
would
the
make
Pooh.
like an Elmo cake for Rania for her birthday. This could have been huge if she wanted to. She's that good.
Yeah, they
This
could
one,
find anything.
this was
about
my birthday
like this.
cake here. Notice the golfer taking the divot and not even hitting the ball. So, like, she's very perceptive. Emotionally, she was very smart, and I think like David really trusted her with his feelings and emotions.
This was not the Annie doc I viewed. I wonder if this is an extended version. I know there was a.
That's what I hated about it.
I guess there's a director's cut.
Better
I'm
than
not
what
sure.
I'm imagining.
The Annie version, maybe it was shortened down.
So
or
David
something.
Crawley
I don't know.
bucks all convention. He self-funds a trailer for a movie that doesn't exist. He's going to use that trailer
Well, yeah, he's
as
gonna
a
make it.
marketing tool to get money to pay himself in order so he can write the script. Then he's going to take that script, take it to Hollywood, get $30 million to make the movie that he wants to make.
Okay.
It's an improbable dream. I mean, it's a guy in Apple Valley. He's unemployed. He's got a young family, and he's doing it in reverse order. I don't believe that even he could have foresaw how successful that was going to be.
Seems weird. Parts of the A&E doc are missing. Interesting. Team America. Filming sound effects or audio to insert. Why don't they say what he's really doing here? It could seem like he's just staring into the camera.
Okay, parents, once we get everyone together. You know how the police typically view us, peasants in situations where they get to use their weapons. They have no regard for your rights, okay? So what's going to happen? It's a 3 a.m. raid, okay? You're all asleep, so you're all in your pajamas. If you feel like you're warm enough, I want you barefoot. You're getting pulled out of your bed in the middle of the night by these armed goons. They're going to take you out. They're going to force you into the ground.
He's basically telling all these little kids that we're essentially going to...
Who have already agreed to do it.
Rip you out of this house and...
Okay, so listen up. I'm going to instruct my squad leaders. If it gets too
It's not like it's a surprise to them. I'm sure they know it already.
So you can scream, "Don't hurt me, stop hurting me," and stuff, and they're not going to listen. If you say banana, they will hands off. They'll stop. Okay. Which is funny.
Could even what a director would do.
And action.
Some of the family wanted parts taken out. I think the whole Alam family stuff was taken out. Look at the clock there. It's 9:11. The Alam family withdrew all of their stuff, which that's the stuff I was hoping to get. There's some interesting stuff there. Very interesting.
Hey, what does
stuff.
dangerous mean?
Dangerous means scary monster. That what dangerous means. When you push the right one, then the monster is gonna get you in the bloody. No, when you're a little girl, and then you get it out.
Bloody monster's coming.
No, it's gonna get mommy Como, and then when she's a little girl, and then she got blood in her face, and then monster's gonna get her, and when she's a little girl, and then she got blood. And then
Look at all her dramatic effects.
And
There
then,
we go, dramatic.
and then you got bloody. And
She really thinks about these
blood everywhere, and then this room, and then this room is bloody, and then this room is a floor, and then lots of bleeding, and then the red man's gonna get you.
Who's the red man?
And it's gonna get.
That's disturbing.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Let's face it. You can, I mean, there's a red rum quality to it. It's like The Shining, right? A premonition.
Yeah, but he's guilty, so
The
forget it,
girl is
right?
prescient. I mean, the way she's talking about
Well, we
this
got no
stuff is
proof, but
scary.
whatever. We'll just go with it
But
because
she has
police
been
say it.
exposed enough to some very dark things that this is what she knows, and this is what a little girl is now talking about. I mean, Jesus Christ, she's 5 years old.
Watch your mouth, buddy. Here we go with the Freemason scene, the guillotine. Disgusting. Here's the fear point, everybody. Bring it in. I wonder how the Freemasons felt about that.
We all do.
Oh, how many Freemasons are in Minnesota again? Ooh. Who has ties to Freemasons in the Gray State? I'd like to know that.
We have no common goals. We're just a bunch of individuals in a collective state, and we don't support each other. So once I identified that, I'm like, that's my villain. And so,
Yeah,
first
Leiden's
watching this
weird.
film, you'd be like, they subconsciously recognize that this scene is where they're supposed to be.
They're really jumping around.
The hero and the villain.
2012 Gray State fundraising trailer premiere. Ugh, I just never liked the trailer. Sorry. Oh, they did. Some did. Meticulous, interesting.
I think for us, shooting the concept trailer, raising the money that we did, setting the goal and crushing the goal that we set for.
Thanks. I'll pay attention to the
Back
board.
then, we thought it was
It's
totally
starting to make
feasible
sense
to do
what you're
we're
saying
going
now.
to do.
We're very, very fortunate to have the crew from Gray State here today. Woo!
Yeah! I think the fans had a great expectation of David. I think they saw the Gray State as the
Jason
potential
Allen's a Gray
voice
State fan.
for this message and this story to be told.
This is David Crowley, the brains behind the madness. These guys are working very hard to put out this incredible film. Big time stuff.
He owns the
So
rights.
to hold David to that standard of excellence that he set himself up for. this
Danny Mason wouldn't
amazing
give up the
concept
rights
that
to
he
Gray
put
State.
together, and this movement of videos.
I wonder what
and social
Danny Mason's
media
going to try to do with
and
Gray State.
press attention. They expected an incredible
Make
movie.
money?
Obviously, the things that we're showing, the things that we're saying are appealing to people.
Yeah, Mason Hendricks said he was going to send me some posters and some Gray State memorabilia. I'm still waiting for that,
What am I going to do
Mr.
this
Hendricks.
spring? But it's developed into this beast that we can't even keep up with.
So in the fall of 2012, the trailer comes out, and it very quickly just explodes online. It becomes a YouTube sensation. It's shared everywhere on social media, Facebook, Twitter,
I remember
whatever
that,
it may be.
and I
conspiracy theories
immediately,
believe that this guy
red
is the
flags,
heaven's messenger.
immediately with this trailer for me. Did not like
They've
it.
ordained him in some
Didn't
special
protest
way,
against it, but
and they're
did not
wanting
like
him
it.
to deliver.
Kept my mouth shut, but observed. In the fall of 2012-2013, Crowley's Facebook and Twitter following increases. It's important to understand who knows who has the access to Crowley's Facebook and Twitter, especially after his death.
Hey Alex, good to talk to you again. I'm David Crowley. I'm the writer and director.
Why is
of Gray
Alex
State.
Jones so
What
quiet
will
on
happen
this?
in the film
So
is the
quiet
reason
on
we call
this
it Gray
topic.
State, or one of the reasons, is that it's a division of reality. So we have
Talk
people
about
who are
everything
living
else.
in the
These
Alex
guys will
Jones
talk about
world, know what's
aliens in the
going
White
on, and
House or
people who
whatever,
simply
but
don't.
don't talk about this one.
My role in this whole thing was
not just to be there and assist David with whatever he wanted because he knew he already had my commitment, but I was, of course, David's personal Rolodex. I'd been doing the work in the trenches with the revolution for years, and so I knew everybody already.
What camera you want me to look at?
Look at, you're talking to Sean. Talk to Sean.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. I got it, guys.
Cool.
We see a giant arms race against the American people, but not just here in the United States, worldwide. We see the globalists building a giant police state control grid and calling themselves technocrats. A technocrat is a group of dictators who use technology to control people. We are already
Messages
beginning
are
to fall
interesting. I'd like to
to
hear more
the
about
gray
that.
state.
Please make sure to bring that up after
This
you watch
fight
this.
is for the future of humanity, and we are in the fight. And it's now time for humanity to restore the republic,
Photos of
and
them
restore
or
freedom, and the Bill of Rights and
pictures,
Constitution.
the video
It's
of
just
them at
that simple.
Bilderberg. This is from
I don't want to
Bilderberg,
take up too much of your time, but can we have verbal consent to use this
2012.
footage?
Yeah, you can use this. Go ahead.
Your name?
I'm Alex Johnson.
Your name? Really?
There was already this movement that
Paul
was
Fest.
right at its peak when David was coming along.
I
with the
remember
Great
hearing
State
about the
Project.
Paul Fest.
So it wasn't corralling. There was already a big audience. And then the rest of the audience came once they saw what was being put out.
Has anyone heard of Gray State? The film explores trends like RFID, bio, and nanotechnology. These represent the fusion of authoritarian control and human flesh. And these trends are no longer science fiction.
David Crawley is the warrior, right? He's the warrior, though, that is the artist. And in that, they see a guy who can be a leader of this movement. He's the guy that's
So they're
going
followers.
to take it beyond
Got it.
just chat rooms to a bigger discussion.
Although I make no claim that my efforts as an artist best exemplify the thoughts and feelings of every person in this room, I do assert that as far as expressions of freedom go, this is one we can all get behind. And through our united effort, we can keep this film in the fiction section. Thank you. Once you get into this information, there really is no end to it. It just leads into the next conspiracy, For example, you want to ask why veterans are on the watch list. Now this is coming out. Police agencies are being trained to watch veterans. So veterans, gun owners, patriots, these sort of people who are independent of the system or can be, are they really a threat to the New World Order? You're fucking right they are. That's why they're being targeted.
What is the New World
I guess
Order?
I'm rambling. I got nothing. What's the next thing?
That footage looked like it was from the documentary that he
think
was
he had an
making,
element of
Gray State,
paranoia,
The
too.
Rise.
Like, whatever you told him, it's just he wasn't trusting it.
Oh, it was paranoid. Okay, sure.
He had gone through this transformation on that deployment. You know, it
Didn't
shocks
stop you
the
guys
system,
from working with him.
and you start looking at the world differently.
I don't know that much about the FB
Hey
page,
guys,
the
David
Facebook
Crowley from
page. I'd
Gray
like to
State
hear more
Project.
about that
Tonight
too.
I'm going to be shooting a little bit for the
I think a lot of
documentary
people
Gray State
removed a lot of
Rise. It's
things.
something I've been
Admins were taken out,
picturing for the
and
awakening moment that is
interesting
the
stuff.
eyes opening to appreciate the truth about our surroundings and our reality.
So now they're showing him filming. This must be their old house, the apartment that
So I'm using
some
my wife
demonic
Mel as the
activity might have
subject.
happened in.
She ends up being in most of my projects.
Should I look at her at all? Like,
No.
oh, I'm so concerned
No.
for your life.
He always had to be in control of everything, every variable, and there's no collaborating with him. That was the problem. So
Oh. Yet he had collaborators. Got
Moms do that, like holding their child close to
So
them.
it looks a little bit.
it. His personal page? Okay. Yeah, there were things removed from his personal page. Some tax talk, right?
I never saw them argue. I never saw anything like that. They did it. They had a bad spell back in 2013. I think David was on the road so much and doing this Gray State stuff.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
Kamel felt she was holding the family together financially and filling in while David was gone so much that they had a rough spot for a while.
Did you guys have a surprise at school? Because that's what the paper said.
Kamala and I both worked in a clinic where we saw clients with eating disorders. the business that we created together was for nutrition around
3 posts
people with
left and a
autoimmune
handful of
diseases.
pics. Interesting. Wow.
I would say Kamel and David
Think
were
we got
definitely both at
screenshots.
a point in their life that I think they both had pretty strong passions for separate things. Kamel, the nutrition, David more the film. She did not have many other friends.
Oh, how much more of this do I have to watch?
She
38
made a lot of
minutes
comments
in.
that she would have loved to have more friends and that she was looking for ways to do so. It was just kind of, oh, David is a little different, so,
Interesting.
it just
Only the
doesn't
3
work out.
friends
But I could tell she was always
that
very
believe David
disappointed.
Crowley was guilty
Kamel's behavior
were the ones who were
didn't add up.
controlling the page?
He was involved in everything.
Or they were
and
posting?
She always made it
I'll let
seem
you
like it's
clarify that
exactly
later.
what she wanted.
All right, Randy. Say hi, Mommy.
Hi, Mommy.
Okay, now we're going to do the spin, okay? Okay, let's spin. Ready? Set.
Oh, it makes me dizzy just looking at it.
So skinny. Oh. You don't like it as much as last time, huh?
It's fun, Daddy.
You like it? Is it fun? Yeah? Oh.
Couldn't do that. I have the stomach for that.
So less than 2 years after the trailer comes out, he's made his way to Hollywood. He has script in hand.
Okay.
He makes contacts with legitimate Hollywood insiders who believe and tell David that they're going to go out there and raise the money for a $30 million movie.
So David got a development deal based on the trailer. Hey, there's Mike Boggio. I keep saying Boggio.
The way I would
Sorry.
pitch this thing is
There's Michael
America's
O'Donnell.
finally had enough. It's the population of this country has had enough of a corrupt government, and they make a stand. I think to this day, there's still a built-in audience for a film like this.
David did a phenomenal job grassrooting
No
this
domestic
project.
violence.
We see all that from our aspect,
Not that
and
we
everything
know
that
of.
David put into this was phenomenal in our eyes.
I wonder if any
because
of the Gray State team
how
has records
this
of
thing
domestic
grew.
violence.
It took on its own legs and grew and grew and grew and grew. So this is our June 29th meeting. We're sitting at a pub on Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood. We all did a celebratory shot and to conduct new business. David was very laid back, very, very calm. In that meeting, it was just very, very, very professional.
No sense of just, hitting his hideous lines or,
No, I never got that impression at all. If he was acting, he was one of the best actors I've ever
Yeah,
seen.
I was going to say the same thing. Shitty pen. Shitty pen. We hate you. Mike's meeting 2. The outline. Projecting power, confidence.
Here comes a smear campaign.
Talk fast, easy, and project.
They want the
Cole's
mics
right.
to really
Cole's right. You're wearing something black.
go
You
against
gotta show
David
some
here.
arm veins. Watch on the left wrist, bracelets on the right, a necklace that's long enough to be tucked in, nothing too flashy, just enough to indicate that you're confident in
Here
your
comes the
personality.
Yes, this is that the Netflix documentary.
I'm not just a quick fleece.
The mics say David is psychotic.
Talking to me because this is my project.
You should listen to Dan Hannon's interview that he did with Mike Boggio after this,
Before there was even
when the mics realized that they had been tricked by a lot of things in this, by what you're seeing right
These are the
now.
proverbial fish in a barrel that every
Taken out of
time you say
context.
New
Maybe
World
not
Order, they
tricked.
get out
Okay.
their
Taken out
wallets.
of context.
So, how are the rewrites? This will probably start it. How are the rewrites? First thing you're going to do is see what they do to each other. If they look at each other, are they measuring me right now?
Yeah.
Like, I see
I
one
wonder
producer,
which
just
Mike
one
says he's psychotic, because Mike
This tells
Boggio
me that either
said that he
either
thought David
MEG's
was normal
first
and they were
production,
working with David up
or
until
you
the
guys
day
have
he
something else
died,
in mind.
working on the deal.
Where you're achieving a dominant position by matching their experience with your
Excuse me.
enthusiasm. So let them answer, but your wrap up now. Here's the sunset on your beautiful day with your partnership with the mics.
Wow, that's kind of messed up that they played that. That's really in bad taste.
It's hard to express it. I got chills actually.
It's the most divisive bullshit I've ever heard in my life. It's not the David who I met.
I wonder if the divisive
This
BS
is
is
manipulative,
coming
this is
from them.
psychotic.
Yeah.
I'm very insulted by it.
And then Eric Nelson
He's
apologizes
taken
later to the
adversarial position
mics.
towards us and playing us for chumps from day one. And yet, from day one, it was a collaboration and a collaborative effort for the project. This is the complete opposite of that. This is, I am, controlling the project. I'm going to work out exactly what words to say to elicit what response. This is craziness.
That's personal stuff. I don't know.
I don't even have to write it. I just have to have the idea, and people
Okay, I'm
will
listening.
start to do things.
Oh,
I will make money off it.
there's the Illuminati sign. The pyramid.
Because this thing exists in my head. Whatever comes out of this first deal, I don't know what'll happen afterwards. Because we're creating this thing that exists outside of all of us.
You were given this thing.
Wonder if they played any of that stuff for the mics, or if they just played some of the things David was doing to psych himself up.
We've worked so hard and stuck together, and
Everything. We've stuck together through everything.
I'm so happy I understand you better. I love the bitch in you.
Passion, intensity, love is a lot of things. And love can turn into hatred too. It can turn into something negative if you put too much passion into it.
Oh. Good to know.
I just was concerned for him because you go from hanging out with a person religiously to getting cut off.
So he did that a lot, huh?
I mean, he withdrew from
Not just
all
at the
of us
end of
so
his life.
hard. Like, I texted him, and it would take a couple of days for him to get back to us, and it's like, well, what's going on, man? He's like, I'm writing, I promise I'll, da-da-da-da. And then when he emerged from that...
So he did emerge.
That's when he said to all of us, like, if you ever see me doing that again, say something. Tell me. Because I went to a dark place.
Interesting.
So if I ever go back to my dark place, please tell me.
Kamel came to me one day and out of the blue said, I want to separate the business. At first it was a shock. I would receive these long emails from her, which never matched up with the way that she would speak to me in person.
Interesting.
I remember saying to her at one point, Kamel, I feel like I'm speaking to David, not you.
This is a journal entry. It's been a busy week writing Gray State, polishing it up. By the time you read this again, this whole nightmare will be over.
So he's finishing it.
David started journaling in day one. It's a program for journaling.
And
where
stopped
he put
when?
pictures in every entry. There were random pictures, I think, but then he just journaled what was going on in his life at the time, mostly.
And that stopped when? When the journal
He
stopped.
liked his dog a lot. I think his dog was one of his best friends. May 31st of 2014, journal entry. You will perform a ritual, a prayer for wisdom, love, empathy. These are the keys to unlock your ideal future, and you don't have an hour to waste.
So he's searching, right? He's a guy that is trying to bring a greater truth or truths or things that are hidden from us. He brings the spotlight to himself. David starts to feel pressure. I mean, it's not just about him anymore. It's not just about what he's bringing to the table. He's got all these other people at the buffet, and they want his product. They want what he said he was going to do.
Well, they get their own product.
David got to a point where he got so upset with his fans that if they wrote something negative, he would ban them from the page. He didn't want to hear the negative anymore. He was like,
It's a lot they didn't put in the movie, like the bullet hole
take time. It's
in the
not
living
easy.
room ceiling.
Take it or leave it. I don't have to listen to your shit.
And I think when you have a target audience of that nature, they're going to respond.
Did I just see something from 2015?
Not believe anything they're going to dig. You know, kind of like comic book movies. If you get something wrong, the die-hard comic book fans are going to attack you for this or attack you for that. These people are just actually legitimately insane, though. That's the difference.
I mean, the guy's more libertarian.
They could be robots.
He
They
realized
could be bots.
that suspicions of wanting less government or questioning
Doesn't mean they're real
government's
people.
motives or why there's wars or why are we,
Find the bots and
in
block them.
Afghanistan or Iraq like that is way different than these other people who hate. And he wasn't talking about hate.
He wasn't talking about hate.
August 5th, 2014. David and Kamel are preparing for Rani's birthday party. His quote was,
It's a big
"Unveiling
deal.
from the distance everyone has perceived in us, ridding ourselves of dysfunctional relationships, friends, family."
That's the last time all the family was together, it sounds like, at this birthday party. It's a very important piece right here. Sunday, August 10th, 2014, at Rainey's 5th birthday party. Very important day here. David's mom is here.
Birthday party, the only thing
It's not mentioned very
that stood
much.
out to me was that they weren't talking at all. She had nothing bad to say about him. They
David's
had the
sister in the
closest
background.
relationship, and I just expected that they would flirt or kid around a little bit, but
Haven't seen David's mom at all. Where is she? She's here at this birthday party.
I'd say it was during Ranya's birthday party where I noticed such a disconnect between
Really?
him and Kumail, and it was just really weird. It wasn't like any other time I've ever been in that household. It was stale, stagnant air. It just was bad.
There's David's mom. She's in the cast. Going into the basement, are we? Here we go with the occult stuff. Fortunately, this is the part I've been waiting for.
The story, and you'll see almost nothing until it spikes. But then a hint starts to rise.
It's too bad Sidger's stuff was cut out.
Come from, and have I planted it appropriately in the past? And able to see, like, when the bad guy is introduced, is there enough of the occult hint? Has it been properly set up in the inciting incident?
The Freemasons?
So I can ultimately bring it from nowhere and create this emotionally
Chopping people's heads off.
charged climax that is loaded with meaning that you didn't see coming.
I moved back to Minneapolis in 2014 and linked back up with David.
Who's
He was
doing
talking to
this
me a lot about spiritualism.
weird,
At this
dark,
point, him and
shadowy
Kamel had converted.
walking
in a sense.
towards
They
the
were
camera?
no longer talking about Christianity. They were talking about and the resonance of the universe
That is
and
just ridiculous.
transcendental philosophy and connecting to higher levels of consciousness. And whatever that was, David tapped into it.
It's just for us. It's August 29th. Ronnie came home with a fever, and you were connecting and playing.
yeah, we were painting nails and doors right here to her room. I was sitting on the floor and she was sitting facing me, and I had my back towards her bed. And then
There's a scar.
we both felt something come through the door.
David
An
never
evil
really
presence.
got into a lot of details of what was going on with Kamel spiritually or what would actually take place.
Danny's
He
done
would more
some ghost
propose
hunting of his
questions
own.
of, so if
With Paranormal Sarah,
some kind of spiritual attack, what would that look like?
a demon.
And then, okay, cool. And then as I'm going back to painting my nails, I know where her voice is because I've been talking to her. So a voice higher than that. So I just feel like the height was higher than where she was at the bed. You didn't like the song. I just froze I'm like, Ryan, did you say something?
Makes me think of maybe Ronnie was talking to an evil presence in the basement.
She's awake where it came from. She's like, what? No, I didn't say anything. I'm like, did you hear that? She's like, no, I didn't do anything. And I came out and told him.
She sounds sane to me right there.
Want to know what I really think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I think people lean on the supernatural when they can't understand things that they're experiencing and feeling.
She said she heard a voice in the house.
And it's easier
A
to
presence.
believe that they were being chased by some kind of metaphysical spirit than they were being chased by their own problems.
What is this guy talking about? That's ridiculous. It's very misleading.
After his daughter's birthday party, he starts just shutting down. Guy who was on social media all the time stops.
Okay,
Stops returning
what they're
phone calls.
showing
Very
him
important
doing,
people who he needs in order
holding the gun and all that.
And nobody really knows
Hmm.
why.
I'm not sure that's how the house looked
So
like
after the birthday party, me and David's
when police found the
very
bodies.
sporadic.
It's interesting.
He was looking much more to be the sole controller of Gray State. He was looking for me to sign away my rights as being the creator and one of the actors in it.
Wow.
And I wouldn't budge on it.
They're really painting him.
September 8th, 2014, there was a journal entry. The universe may want me to destroy Danny Mason since he has given indication that he wants to stand in my way. What a fool. Convert him to my cause or destroy him. His next actions will decide. Sounds worse than it was. It was just David being creative, I think.
Yikes. I was showing Kamel and Rania sleeping.
They
Everybody's
were
sleeping now.
in it together. Like the disconnecting, which was weird. Because here they are disconnected at the birthday party. But yet, they as a couple are disconnected from all of us. And then it starts just going downhill from there.
It was a very drastic change. She became very isolated. Nobody would really see her. You wouldn't even know if she was at work, except for the fact that she was seeing her patients. She would take the back ways in and the back ways out.
If there would have been any little clue, if I just would have known even about what it looks like for a woman to be nervous or whatever, like I didn't know.
Yeah, the spirits, I mean, come on.
September
I don't know.
30th, 2014, a journal
Sliding.
entry. Utterly bewildered and spent. I think a part of me is broken. People are just creatures to
2013?
tolerate and get around so I can be on my way.
I was going to babysit for him, and that fell through.
Dog's bigger than I thought.
After that, I would send him a text here and there offhandedly, and nothing, just didn't hear anything back. And that wasn't out of the ordinary. He gets busy, he does his writing, he gets buried in his work, so I wasn't concerned. I did notice that he wasn't responding. Then it became more of, I don't want to say pleading, but then I began to think something was wrong.
According to the police report, Kumail's sister drives 17 hours from Texas, pretty much as a desperate intervention. Her sister's not returning phone calls. They can't get in contact with David.
Thought she'd drive there to pick up
So
the
she
car.
takes it upon herself to drive 17 hours from Texas and show up in Apple Valley.
Thought they went there to pick
She
up
gets
the
to the
car.
door, rings the doorbell, and Kumail is home, and who appears in the door? It's David, who ends up telling her, no, can't see your sister. She never does.
She came in late October? That's insane. Why wouldn't you let her in the house?
I mean, what possible motivation, what possible reason could you have to explain that?
The only reason is if Kamel didn't want to see her sister, which to me is hard to believe too. That's hard to believe. But we don't know. Oh, now we're back to the wall.
Third plot twist. The third act twist.
Oh, the third plot twist.
There has to be a
Oh
little bit
god,
of
this
willingness
guy's...
to be killed at the end. She's basically becoming a martyr.
18 minutes left, thank god.
Just by taking out a gun, or just by letting him do it. But when she dies, he lets her go.
Yes, David wouldn't let
Spiritually
Kamel's sister in the
understanding
house.
that she got out, and that he will too.
I remember saying to her in her office one day, Kamel, I feel like I'm speaking to David, not you. I want to speak to Kamel. And her response was, why? Do you think I'm not intelligent enough to come up with these things?
October 30th, 2014, there was a journal entry. It said, Kamel got raptured today. Period. She's still here.
How's that possible? You're either raptured or you're not.
It was hard to hear when I first listened because there's some background noise in the room. I didn't realize there was anything out here.
What is it? I just told you. I'm so
You sound scared.
What is it? Yeah, you decided. What I understand. Don't you want? Of course, I thought it was you. I thought I cried. I want you to stay with me.
There's another recording here.
They should have added the
David, right
dialogue
after
to
this
that.
vision happened of going into a room and trying to explain right away.
Did you lose
what
me?
Kamel had said and that's here too.
1:48 p.m. 30 October.
Looks like I'm still here.
2014. I was just getting back from Home Depot with a bunch of wood to build the compost.
Jesse Gal said we lost Greg.
And something she began to shake and weep and howl, as if like someone had died. And she sat down. She said, "This is what rapture is."
That doesn't mean she was raptured.
Yeah. Do you want? I was just trying to remember everything. If you want to contribute, you can help me remember. Okay. You said you've come very far to find me, and Ronnie and I need to come with you. And there's not much time. Time is not of our world. And on some level, your soul has committed to mine, and we're gonna go somewhere. And Ronnie's coming with.
I'm just kind of skeptical, I'm trying to make sure the source from whence it came was real. I don't know.
Yeah, she's hearing
My
visions.
skeptical side right now, my scientific side, my brain's questioning where it came from. It's like, oh, is it something to confuse us? Am I crazy?
Well, it sounds like a demon to me.
Sid and Nancy. I think what happened was Sid and Nancy. I don't mean this to speak ill of Kamel, rest her soul. I don't mean this to speak ill of David, rest his soul, and their daughter. but something was planned.
Planned? How does that show something was
I think
planned?
Kamal was in a hopeless situation and was just pretty much isolated with him. No friends, no family. And I think that she was hopeless.
There's clearly...
The last time I was at his house, I went and brought him some lenses back.
It's like they think there's a presence. Kamel thinks there's some type of a presence there. Why are they not... Why aren't they focused on that?
2014. A journal entry. The world is an inverse perversion of light. We are made of it and its weakness. A flashlight in the mind of Satan. But I am darkness.
There you go.
I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but at the same time, when you're locked off from this person for months at a time, and they're not they literally cut himself off from everyone.
Not from everyone.
Deactivated his Facebook, wasn't answering phone calls.
Not from everyone.
Doing anything, wasn't seeing his family.
He's talking with Chris Peck.
What do you do?
His last few days. Who else
The
was he
last time I
chatting
saw him
with?
was late November. I've been over there a few times.
Contacted Jason Allen.
Something he's working on, and just don't talk. I'll be present a little bit. Just don't disturb. I need my time. Don't really need anybody now. So it's more of kind of putting up a wall. But yeah. Just emotions, man. So fuck off for a second.
Oh boy.
December 7th, 2014. The last pictures David took on his cell phone were of Kamel. She seemed happy in the pictures, and David used one of those pictures on his phone as the background.
Kamel was on edge. He was on edge. He was thin. Eyes were sunken in. I mean, and that's when I approached him. I said, you know what, David? You told me to speak up whenever I noticed you start going into your dark place again. I said, Danny's worried about you. I'm worried about you. You know, what's going on, man? And he literally looked at me and said, you and Danny have nothing to fucking worry about. I'm fine.
When Kamel met me around Thanksgiving, she looked sad. She looked uncomfortable. I didn't know what to ask her. I was just trying to keep her there. I don't want to start crying right now. I don't want to talk about that anymore.
December 19th, 2014. David and Kamel pick up their daughter, Rania, from their last day of school before the Christmas holidays. That was the last time they were seen by anyone that we know. Driving to his house on Christmas Eve, there was a voice in my head. I don't know if I want to talk about it.
The voice in your head too?
So when I was driving to his house on Christmas Eve, I had a feeling like that I needed to go to his house and just tell him that I loved him. And by the time I got close enough, I had talked myself out of it, and I said I'll just stop by another time.
2 days, 3 days, 4 days later.
Yeah, I wonder.
You stopped by 4 days later.
December 25th, 2014. David's up early in the morning as usual and was planning his gray state future.
Still planning.
And he writes, Christmas. 6-day countdown. Meme. It will be a new year. And he proceeded to make a plan for every day until the new year.
Plan for
He
the
also
future.
made a plan that went way beyond that. Later that morning, David kills his family and then himself.
How do you know? Based on what? Based on what? I think you added that last part.
An idea going throughout, like,
how can life keep emerging? How can it keep cropping up in new forms, especially with the way things are? Life has that sort of that nature of resilience and persistence, always popping up, even in the worst circumstances, and it's through that that changes are inevitable.
I got a call from my dad, and he asked if I was sitting down. He says, David. And I was like, oh. And then he goes, Kamel. And I was like, oh. And Ronnie.
Pretty much.
And
It's based on Be Quiet. Yeah.
I've never been stabbed, but it felt like something was going into my stomach with each name. And I couldn't
Yeah, it's hard to
breathe.
believe.
And I just thought, this is like scripted almost.
Apple Valley Police recently closed their exhaustive year-long investigation.
Exhaustive?
And for the first time, are sharing their findings
Yeah,
with
right.
the Fox 9 investigators.
It looks like David snapped. Took the lives of his
It
wife,
looks like it.
daughter,
Based on what,
and
buddy?
ultimately
Nothing.
himself.
Who wrote Allah Akbar on the wall?
Ask him about where's the evidence David did it.
In her blood.
Yes.
Why did he do that?
We believe. La la la.
Kind of
Ba ba
parting
ba.
shot.
Based on what, buddy? Who is we?
David Crowley seemed like he was very specific in how he wanted to be perceived.
They
in the
just
outside
brush
world.
right over the death, don't they? Wow. Right over the allegations.
It was almost like David gave us this plot twist at the end.
Almost.
Of Allah Akbar. Yeah, this plot twist that wasn't going to have any resolution, but that people would continue talking about.
No resolution because you guys can't prove
He
it.
walks into a house and sees Allah Akbar written on a wall and goes, oh yeah, David Crowley, someone who is not a Muslim, all of a sudden now he's writing it, and that somehow proves.
Why do they always forget the great from the junior in my name? I don't get that.
Allah Akbar in his wife's blood on the wall and leave the Quran open. He never brought up that issue once.
If he did, how do they prove it? Or they just walk in and say, oh yeah, oh, well, obviously David wrote it. He's only got one hand, but hey, must be him.
You know, to me, it was, my thinking is that it was throwing out the change of
the bullet hole in
pressure
the living
from
room that I'm going to forget.
delivering this movie, pressure from people.
You're
telling
reaching,
me he had to
reaching,
make this movie.
stretching.
Pressure as a man who has to provide for his family,
Da da da. I have no proof, but I'll just say he's guilty.
emancipating himself from all of it.
Yeah, he's guilty. That's it. I'll go back to the
David
New
planned
Yorker.
ahead. David was 10 steps ahead.
I thought he
12 steps
snapped.
ahead.
I thought he snapped.
And
Now he's
his
planning
military
ahead
training, if it taught me the same thing, I guarantee it taught him the same thing.
to kill your
You have
wife and
alternate
daughter.
Courses of action for every event that
Please.
occurs.
Please. Okay. Still no evidence. Yay! One day he just kills his family. Okay.
I don't think you're missing anything. I mean,
You're missing
with
everything.
a good, solid timeline for everything. You're
No, there is not. There's a whole month where nobody knows what happened. There's no good, solid
You're
anything.
never gonna know why.
You're never gonna know if, buddy.
Danny, everybody, family, nobody's gonna know why.
And you're not gonna know if.
That's the only thing that you're not gonna have there.
No, that's not. It's not. Come on.
And this is the strange thing. It's almost like he created a soundtrack.
If you know the if, you'll know the why. The reason they don't know the why is because they don't know the if. Nice
This
friend.
music probably played
Really good
for
friends.
hours, maybe days after they were dead. Was he imagining these 53
Was
songs?
he this? Was he that?
as
Was he
the songs that he
guilty?
would play while he's committing a
Was
murder
there
suicide?
any evidence David Crowley
It's hard to
is
know.
guilty?
I mean, this was on a
No,
loop.
it's hard to know, man.
Who plans a soundtrack for the murder of their family?
Who accuses somebody of being guilty without evidence?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know.
Yeah, I know you don't know. You don't know shit.
Creeping around the bend, nothing
There is no proof that David killed his wife and daughter and then killed himself. But we'll just act like he did because we don't want to look at any of the evidence. He must be guilty because they said so, and that's all you need to know. Right. And accuse your friends of being guilty. There's the wall painted white that they hid for a month from the family.
Ready? Oh, but you need to encouragement. What? Need a free bite? A free one? You can have it.
1 minute.
1 minute?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna show this to you at graduation. You'll see.
You like the dog more than most people. Well, except for his family. You probably like the dog more than every person.
I told you, buddy. I told you.
Yeah, this is cute. I want the dog now. Back.
I already had him. Yeah, emotion. Oh, roll credits. Okay, I will be right back. I just need to go to the restroom for 1 second. Wow. All right, I'm back. I would like to know what everybody else thinks. Okay, I'll look at that right now. Emotion. Yeah, it's all about emotion. I'm just gonna check a few things. Yes. I have to check something, and I'm just saying yes. Okay, so I'm really curious to hear what people think. Sorry, I had to step out. I just had to go to the restroom. So I guess my first thoughts are, yeah, everything that they left out, everything that they put in did seem very calculated. That's just my first thought. I don't think it's really something that will need to be seen a couple times, but I'm just gonna read through. Sorry, I'm gonna read through some of these comments that people have been leaving here. I really do appreciate all of you joining in, and now that I've watched this documentary, I do really believe, like, okay, well, it doesn't answer the one question I think everybody came here for, right? The one question we all came here for was, why did they think David Crowley is guilty? So you'll also notice that the police were not in this film. Now they were in Tom Lydon's video, but the police were not interviewed the way that a lot of other people, including myself, were. And that is because the police did not want to be involved in this film. Eric Nelson's team did reach out to the Apple Valley Police, and they declined to be a part of this documentary. So you have to understand why. You have to wonder why. The Alam family was supposed to be in the documentary, and I believe that they were going to discuss more of the spiritual presence that was in the Crowley's house, and for whatever reason, they pulled out of this movie too. So you have to wonder those few things. There's nothing in there that really leads me to believe that there's any pack theory or anything like that. I was also looking for that too. The most intriguing thing, and the thing that I think is highly possible, is the demonic presence. And maybe that's my bias because I am a Christian, and because I do believe that you can invite evil spirits in, and without Jesus Christ, those evil spirits can cause you to do harm to others or can harm you too. And that's just my personal view on it. So I'm not sure how everybody else feels, but please try to leave some comments right now, and I'm going to try to address you. I wish we could have a real back and forth where we're really talking, but since we do have these comments in here, I'd like to really get some of your feedback on this. What did you think? What did you feel when you were watching this? And how many times have you watched this? Because I don't really feel like this is something that I need to watch for a second time. And at the same time, I don't really feel like if anybody is really researching the David Crowley case, I think, yes, they should at least watch this once. But there's really nothing in there that is groundbreaking. There's really nothing in there that we haven't already heard. It's a lot of public stuff. So let's just go through some of these things. I like to think they fake their deaths and are watching us, watching Greg, watching them. That's a Inception type thing or something, right? When I spoke to Sidra, Kamel's sister, she kind of thought the same thing. She was upset that people were saying that the Crowleys faked their death. And come on, put yourself in her shoes, and you can definitely understand that. And she was like, I would love to. I would love to think that they had faked their death. At the same time, Sidra, from when I had email exchanges with her, she was also not convinced of any pack theory. She did not believe that Kamel was involved. I do wonder if that's why, or maybe partially why, the Alam family did not want to be part of this film after first agreeing to be part of this film. What did they see? How did they look at this movie and say, we don't want to be a part of that? Now, I would say that, I don't believe, as far as I know, I don't believe that people are attacking the family or going after the family. But if there are people that are doing that or accusing the family or going after them or anything like that. Of course, that's wrong, and of course we should stand up to that, and we should definitely try to do our best to make people not do that. They should not be going after this family. They should not be um, trying to bother this family that doesn't want to be bothered. That's one of the main reasons why I hadn't contacted a lot of people in the beginning. That was the reason why I did not contact Sean Wright. And unfortunately, he chose to contact me, which was fine. But to me, that opened up a dialogue that I felt like then I was free to ask any questions that I want. Mason Hendricks, same thing. Danny Mason, same thing. Sidra, same thing. When they contacted me, I don't know why they contacted me, but when they did, I felt like this was my chance to really ask them questions. One of the only people that I really reached out to contact was Detective Gummer, because I was not interested so much in what the family thought and what the family had to say. I wanted to hear what the police said. I wanted to hear why they thought David Crowley was guilty. And it was wall. We talk about David's wall. It was wall after wall after wall after wall. Nobody was talking about it, but they all claimed that they had the answers. They all claimed that they knew what happened, but they couldn't share it with us. Come on. Of course you can. Of course you can. If you really care, if you really care about truth, you would share it with people. You would put all the speculation to rest, and you would allow everybody, including myself and everyone else, to move on, because now we have the truth. The problem is, I don't believe they have the truth. I don't believe any of them know what really happened. So for them to try to speculate and try to pressure other people into believing what they want to believe, I think that's totally wrong. Totally wrong. Let me go back. I need to go back a little bit here. This makes him look like the movie was autobiographical. Yeah, the movie was not autobiographical. We have to remember all of David's footage, all of that stuff was, all of that ended. Now, this written journal, it sounds like from what Dan Crowley Sr. says, this written journal ended on December 25th. At the same time, he also says, and then David killed his family. It's like, okay, man, okay, that's your son. That is your son. So to just say he killed his family, and we just drop it, like, we just leave it at that. Really? Come on. Come on. There's got to be more to it. Why would you not want to share the evidence that shows David Crowley is guilty? The only reason I can think of is because certain people do want to move forward with the Gray State Project, which in of itself does not make sense when you talk about moving forward with a project of a guy that killed his wife, killed his daughter, and then killed himself. Anyone who really thought that this movie was going to move forward after that, I don't know. There's something very, very strange about that. Let's see. I think they are just not from the. Oh, sorry. I'm reading. There's some conversations going on in the comments. There is a theory out there that he faked his death, and his brother is really him. Yeah. There's many theories. There's the government theory. There's the clone theory. There's a time travel theory. There was actually somebody in those early days who was part of the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group that was talking about a time travel theory and a numerology theory. And we let that theory, or Dan let that theory play out there, and rightfully so, because then people could say, okay, well, you think there's some time travel here involved, you think they're this or that, well, okay, then prove it. And it's the same thing we put to the cops who also claim that David Crowley was guilty. Well, if you think that, you should be able to prove that. If you can't prove it, then this case should not be closed. This case should be open. It should be a cold case. It should just be, you know what, we don't know what happened here. Okay, we walked in, there's Allahu Akbar here. Most of their hands were missing. But there's no signed written note. There was an open door, and we don't know what happened. That's what they should have said. Okay? By not saying that, they've fueled, and hopefully not purposely, but by not saying that, they fueled a lot of these different theories that were then put out there so that people could purposely discredit them. That's what I think. I think a lot of these theories might have actually started from the same people who would later come out as the heroes and as the defenders of the family and say, nope, there's no government hit, there's nothing this, because that's what Eric Nelson's team, I think that's what they were looking for from Dan and myself. They wanted us to say that this was a government hit. They thought, I believe, and I could be wrong, I believe they did not do their research on us. I think they watched one or two videos. I know that the guy that interviewed me did not read the police reports and did not look at the 464 crime scene photos. So he knew nothing when he was questioning me. Nothing. He knew whatever he was told and whatever stuff he wanted to believe, but he did not know a lot about this case. All right, now I'm rambling. Let's see. I spent many hours. Just. Sorry, I'm gonna back a little step. Come on. Just for the record, this is from Cecil. Just for the record, most of us in the Liberty Movement signed a pact saying that we would not off ourselves. Don't leave it alone. If anything ever happens to me, please. I believe that that is a very powerful thing. And if anyone out there has any proof that David Crowley ever said that, not the Hagman and Hagman thing, because we've seen that, but that's somebody else saying what David said, that David wasn't prone to suicide. But if there's any footage, if there's anywhere that David Crowley says that I will not kill myself, that needs to come out. That needs to be put out into the public. Now we're talking about all of this footage that we have, or that the family has, and that Eric Nelson has, of David Crowley recording his life. And you're telling me not in one of those times did he ever say that I would not kill myself? I mean, it takes 5 seconds. It takes 10 seconds. It's a very, very simple thing. So I do believe that everybody should do that. Everybody should put that video out there, because you just never know. Because there are people that have been suicided. And if you don't believe that, that's a paranoia too. It's a fear tactic that you're blocking that out because you don't want to believe that that's possible. It's the same thing people have done about John F. Kennedy. They don't want to believe that he was killed as a result of a assassination, because then they would have to deal with it. They don't want to believe that that the government at some level, some people within our government had to have helped cover up September 11th, that some people had foreknowledge, that some people might have actually been involved in bringing those towers down and in everything that happened in September 11th. This is not paranoia. I think it's a paranoid, it's a delusional thing to not even look at that. And there's nothing wrong with looking at it and saying that you don't believe it because A, B, C, D. Or just say, you know what, I just don't want to go there. And I've had many people to just say to me, I just don't even want to go there, which is fine. But at least they're not saying, you know what, that didn't happen. So when we come and say, you know what happened with David? Is it possible that he was killed? No, that didn't happen. That's what we get many, many times over. And the sad fact is that nobody really knows what happened. So for anybody to sit there and say that they know what happened is not right, because we don't know what happened. And that includes the fact that we don't know David Crowley is guilty based on the evidence we've seen. Now you have these people who have secret knowledge, and the chosen ones and the fortunate ones who think that they were given some type of knowledge that helps prove David Crowley is guilty, but they can't share it with us. They don't, it's almost like they have the proof, but they don't want to put it out there. Well, that's even worse, because then you're holding on to some proof that might actually help bring truth to this case. Now you're hiding truth. And to me, that's worse than somebody who just doesn't want to look at it, doesn't want to believe it. To me, that's totally worse. All right, I need to backtrack. Let's see. To me, this is Mason's film. Liz says, to me, this is Mason's film. I think that he's a very suspicious character in all of this. She says that with the question mark. And there would be a lot of people who would jump on that and say, oh, well, she's saying this, or she believes this or that. It's like, we are just talking. We're at the point now where we are just talking. We're sharing ideas. We're sharing our views. And that should include the people that believe David Crowley is guilty. It really should. What I find is a lot of them are very defensive and don't even want to hear some of these other views, or they tack certain views on it. They latch on to those views because they know that they can try to disprove those views, instead of saying, okay, like what we're saying here is, where is the evidence, where is the proof? So looks like Humpty Dumpty was trying to say the same thing. Let's see, father and brother looked very fine. I'm not sure what that means, but maybe you can elaborate on that. Maybe Greg can put up that thumbnail with his fake mugshot. Yikes. Is that the Danny Mason mugshot? I think that was for a movie. So, that was something that I posted in the group, and maybe I shouldn't have posted that without the proper context, because, I mean, come on, Danny Mason is an actor. That was part of a film, and it doesn't necessarily relate to anything that we're seeing here. Some people might post photos of us and say, oh, and try to make that connection. It's kind of what this movie kind of felt like. It was just like they were reaching for conclusions that just were not there, that nobody was really buying, unless they had already had their mind set up and were like, don't want to see anything else, he's guilty, that's it, we'll never know what happened, no one will ever know, we're just moving on. But let's keep talking about government conspiracies, let's keep talking about all these other things, but I'm not going to talk about that one. Got it. Huge. I think this is a huge cover-up. They want us to believe. That I said. Okay, they want us to believe. Eric, Spitfire Sentinels in there too. Right on. I have long suspected they used mind control on them. They were hearing voices and such. Yeah, Eric, I mean, I'm really open to that possibility. What Kamel said about the voice and them feeling some type of a presence. Sidra had, said a long time ago, before she stopped, chatting with me, before she made it clear that she didn't want anything to do with this, she had mentioned something like that. She had mentioned seeing some type of a presence herself. So, I mean, we have to. I'm totally open to that, and I think there might be more of that in these videos, and I think certain people might have seen some of that satanic worship, or some of that demon talk. I think they probably could have made a whole movie just off of that. So, anyways, let's see. They portray it as autobiography. Yeah, it's not an autobiography. Yeah, I don't think it is either. I think you're right on that. Let's see. If a man is going to take out his family, the dog would be put down. Yeah, and that's what happened with Philip Marshall. For whatever reason, he allegedly, if Philip Marshall was guilty, he killed his 2 kids and he shot the dog, which was not his dog. The dog that Philip Marshall shot did not live at that house. So, thought that was strange. A very small dog in that case. This dog is obviously a lot bigger. Considering all these people around David were wide awake, I found it very suspicious nobody even brought up this possibility. Eric, I think you're dead on. dead on right there. It is the hypocrisy, I believe, of them saying, well, yeah, he's guilty. They should at least understand where we're coming from. They should at least understand that we should have more proof, and that if they really cared about this case, if they really cared about getting the truth out there, then they would share those things. They would, um, per, they would give us more facts. But instead, if you really go back and look at what the Gray State team and friends of David Crowley said during those first days after the bodies were found, if you go back and look at it, it was just like there was no doubt. They were all like, boom, he's guilty. Just that's it. And it's like they hadn't done anything yet. What did the police know? They didn't even know. The family, the friends didn't know about a lot of the stuff that they would find out later. It's like they weren't even looking at it. They weren't even open to it. So I do find that strange. Sherry Dodge says, I seriously think they were murdered by more than one person. I think a lot of people think that. And I think a lot of people think that there's some foul play involved here. But again, it goes back to the evidence, to what proof is there of foul play being involved here? What proof is there of a cover-up? And I think everybody can answer that for themselves. I think there's a lot of stuff in there that really makes you wonder if the Crowleys were killed. And it makes you wonder if there was some type of foul play involved. Now, from my view, any type of foul play would have to, at some level, would have to involve at least the silence of the Apple Valley Police. So when you have the police captain who will do an interview with Tom Lydon but won't do an interview for Eric Nelson's movie, you have to ask yourself why. Were they instructed to keep their mouths shut? And that's what it really seems like here. I think Tom Lydon scooped Eric Nelson, and even Eric Nelson will say that. If you've listened to Eric Nelson's his videos about making this movie, and it seems like him and Lydon had some type of a deal. They were all working together, and Lydon puts this report out that is very, very groundbreaking. It's the first time that I ever heard about the blood writing was from Tom Lydon because of what Tom Lydon got. He said he got 15,000 pages of files, and we got 93 pages. Wow. Now, Detective Gummert said that if you've read, he basically said, and I'm paraphrasing here, he basically said that if we've read the 93 pages of those police reports, from my view, what he's saying is that we should understand why David Crowley is guilty. And of course, if you've read those 94 pages, if you looked at the 464 photos, you can definitely see it. It really doesn't prove anything. It actually raises a lot more questions about what police missed. And maybe that's why the Apple Valley Police didn't want to be a part of this documentary, because they missed so many things. All right, let's see. Just a Gal says, what about Kamel? Could she have done it? She was resentful. She was the Muslim. Hands were missing. She looked anorexic. At the end, well, the problem with the theory, if Kamel did it, is that she was shot twice. So she was double tapped. It's hard to believe that somebody is going to double tap themselves, unless they're Gary Webb or something like that. It's hard to believe they're going to double tap themselves. But it's valid questions, and I think what we have is there are a lot of people out there, a lot of cyber bullies who, if you even raise those questions, if you even go there, they come after you. There's something wrong with you. It's just a person asking a question, so they need to just chill out and just. It's okay to ask the questions, and then it's okay to give a respectful answer, even if you disagree with it. That's okay. A lot of people need to be more open-minded about it. She was anorexic, and she was having these paranoid delusions. So why not her? Yeah, and it's just because she was shot twice in the back of the head. It's hard to believe that. Now, there was, I do believe that they said that the daughter's blood and flesh were not found on the mom, leading people like Mason Hendricks to think that they were shot at two separate times, which raises even more questions, makes the story even stranger and sadder. Because if the daughter witnessed the mom dying, or if the mom witnessed the daughter dying, that is really sad. That in and of itself does not prove that it was David Crowley that did it. So again, we're back to the same point A. They want to get us to point C. The guy Corey Zorowski, I believe, and what's the other guy's name? Alec Wilkinson from the New Yorker. They kind of always threw it back at us like, well, what do you think happened? It's like, well, what do we think happened? Nobody's telling us anything. They won't give us any information to prove that David Crowley is guilty, but they'll just leave that door open to try to discredit us, to try to trip us up. And so it's just all games, it's all smoke and mirrors. It's not truth. It's really not. Let's see. There is questions of the Crowleys being targeted, TIs. I have heard that. Definitely something worth looking into. If they were TIs, targeted individuals, then it does raise a lot more questions. Let's see. So he had done it before he died. He prompted it. There was mention of infiltration. Yeah, I have seen some of that where David was distancing himself, and I'm surprised that they didn't use those quotes where David was distancing himself. They were very mild about that portion of it, and I do wonder why. Because hey, if he was distancing himself, what would that mean? They never mentioned mind control one time. Yeah, they're not going to mention mind control. Of course they're going to mention the theory that the government killed him, because everybody's going to roll their eyes and be like, "Oh, here we go again. The government killed him. Government killed all these people. Blah blah blah." So that's definitely one of their talking points that they like to use to convince people to not even look at this case. Okay, the people believe what the TV tell them. Michaela Heathfield. Yeah, and unfortunately, I wouldn't say all of the people believe what the TV tells them, but I do think that that some do. I think a lot of people are smarter. I think human beings don't get enough credit for how intelligent we really are, and how humble we can really be, and how open we can be to thinking one thing today and tomorrow being shown evidence and saying I was wrong. I was hoping this movie was going to do that for me. I was really hoping that's what was going to happen. I was hoping that Eric Nelson was going to be that person that was really going to help us understand why David Crowley was guilty. I think if that was his intention, I don't think it was. If it was his intention, then he definitely failed. So then if that wasn't his intention, then I have to ask myself, what was his intention? To just spread more disinformation, to just kind of muddy the waters? Or was it just to get people thinking? Was it to get people thinking about, ooh, maybe there's more here? The fact that Eric Nelson never challenged anybody on why they believe David Crowley was guilty is very upsetting, and it does raise red flags. It really does, because that's what he should have done. They tried to challenge us about why he wasn't guilty. It should be fair play to say, well, okay, then let's look at the people that think he is guilty, and why do you think he's guilty? I didn't see that a lot. So let's go here. If they thought this was going to quiet people down, it actually just opened up Pandora's box. Just a Girl is definitely right. I really believe that is true. It just opened up more people's box. Humpty Dumpty retracted a couple messages. I'm sorry about that. I hope it wasn't anything personal. So, Humpty Dumpty, consider if you meant to say something that didn't come out right, come on and say it. We're all just chatting here. Okay, yeah, we'll just focus on questions. Okay, you're right. Let's see. Trump the kosher pumpkin. RFB was going to do a live stream today on the Netflix Gray State propaganda documentary, and the power was cut out in the area. He lives in Boston. Yeah, I saw that. Um, I was really gonna listen. I was gonna sneak away for a couple minutes so I could listen to what they were gonna say. Trump, do you know if they're going to do that? If they're going to do that in the future? I would love to. I'd love to know if they're going to go ahead and talk about that in the future. I'd love to have do something like this, a live stream, maybe like a conference call, like we've done with other people. Do a conference call with RFB, Robert from Boston, I believe it is. You know, Robert from Boston has put out a couple new videos, and I think the title was a bit misleading, blaming Netflix. I don't think it's fair to blame Netflix. I mean, we've seen this stuff on Netflix, right? That would fit right in with a lot of their fictional stuff. So maybe Netflix should have put it under their fiction section. I could see that. But besides that, yeah, you can't. I don't blame Netflix, and maybe he doesn't either. Maybe that was just his title, his catchy title of it. Let's see. Yeah, voice to text is not the best, but thanks for trying. I really appreciate you commenting on that. Corey Carlson, this movie made me think there really is something strange going on. It was a complete hit piece. A lot of people have said that it's a hit piece. I hear that a lot. And if people could elaborate a little bit more on why they think it is a hit piece, I would love to hear those comments and try to challenge some of them. It's hard. It's really hard for me to really try to give Eric Nelson and try to give these people the benefit of the doubt when they've been so secretive and they played so many stupid games that didn't need to be played, done so many stupid things that didn't need to be played. For anybody that doesn't know, when Eric Nelson's team was inside Dan Hannon's house, somebody pooped in the upper portion of Dan Hannon's toilet, so that when Dan Hannon flushed his toilet, you would see, you know how water runs out when you flush a toilet, poop would run out. That is disgusting. It's called an upper decker, I think it is. I mean, this is just childish behavior. We have Judy Prochnow saying that Chris Peck, who was the lighting guy or the sound guy inside of Dan Hannon's house, while they were interviewing Dan Hannon, Chris Peck is in this house and doesn't introduce himself, doesn't try to have a good conversation with Dan Hannon and question him about some of the things that maybe he disagrees with Dan Hannon on. But from what Judy Prochnow said, that Chris Peck wanted to reach out and choke Dan Hannon, wanted to cause physical harm to Dan Hannon's house. These are the type of games that these people play. And that's why they fail, because they're not about truth. They're not honest. They're not open. It's all games. And that is the opposite of what the Gray State fans wanted to see from the Gray State team. That's why they are the Gray Shame. They are ashamed. They're shameful because of their actions. And the actions speak louder. And they can call us shameful because we're sitting here asking questions and because we don't agree with the official story. But I would say that anyone who is not searching for truth and anyone who is not able to provide truth and is just spitting out speculation is very shameful. All right, let's see. Let's see here. Rebecca Silva, the suicide note I found that it states, open the rise, most latest version. The father said that he found the digital recording in a file of Gray State at the end. Interesting. A digital recording of David saying something about open the rise. You'll have to elaborate a little bit on that, Rebecca. Could David have been giving hints? Okay, Trump says the occult are Crowley worshippers, just like Anton Yelts, the actor crushed by his own car. These MFers don't care. Speaking of the cult stuff, I'm still trying to understand why inside David Crowley's house there was a Bohemian Grove statue. It's still one of the most oddest things. And I asked Mason Hendricks why that was there, and he basically broke it down to say that it's because he dabbled in the cult, which to me would make sense of why there was an evil presence, some demon or something like that in there. So, but again, it's just speculation. So I don't pass it off as fact. I can't say, oh, there were definitely demons in there. Now, it's hard. That's going to be almost impossible to prove. If there was some demon that was involved in these murders, that's going to be one of the things almost impossible to prove. And unfortunately, that would be one of the reasons why the police would cover it up, because they don't want to go there. Because then you're talking about real life stuff, and they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about demon possession, anything like that. I mean, who is talking about that? I mean, a lot of churches don't talk about that. Thankfully, my church does. I think they should, because that stuff is real. Why are there so many Catholics talking about it? What are they doing to attract these things, or to that's a whole nother issue there. Okay, let's focus on the questions, like Humpty Dumpty said. He's right. He's working on exposing the cover-up. It is a hit piece, Cecil says. No one ever shows his good side. Okay. It's, the upper decker in your home. Yeah, the upper Dan Hennon is saying the upper decker in his home. Now you have to remember, Dan Hennon, for whatever reason, did not tell me this. I wish he would have told me this sooner, because when he told me this, I was really pissed off. And I did contact the guy who was in my house and interviewed me, and I asked him about this. Well, I didn't know about the upper decker thing. I asked him about Chris Peck. Why they would allow Chris Peck to be inside Dan Hennon's house and not tell him. And if you think that, it's some great thing that, oh, Chris Peck was there and you guys are supposed to be great investigators and you couldn't even do that. We weren't trying to investigate that. We weren't trying to look into those things. We were trying to be open and honest, and I think we did a damn good job. I think we did a really good job at that. We let you into our houses. You did what you did, and you cut out most of our stuff, which is fine. I know a lot of other people got cut out too. That's fine, because it should not be about us. The story was not about us. So I was a little. I did find it a little strange that it kind of started out with all of these, with our bringing this up, and then it just kind of died there, and they left out so much stuff. So for anyone that doesn't know, what you saw between me and Dan Hennon, that was a live broadcast. I believe it was about 2 hours. So if you haven't seen that, it's on Dan Hennon's YouTube page, on his YouTube channel. I would hope that everybody would go and watch that and see it in the proper context. Unfortunately, you can't see our separate interviews in the proper context, but Eric Nelson does have it. He does own it. We didn't get paid for it. So if anyone did get paid for it, I would love to know who got paid for it. Who's making money off of this movie? I'd be very curious to know that. I could throw out a couple guesses, but I won't. Okay, Trump says should have never went on Alex Massad Jones' show. When I heard what happened, I knew that show was involved somehow. So sad. The truth will be exposed on this clear setup. I think Trump, this really helped me. This really helped me kind of distance myself from a lot of the people that I thought were in the liberty movement or were in the truth movement or whatever you want to call it. There's really no name. It's just a bunch of people. There's good people, there's bad people in it. There's people who really care about truth, and there's people who don't, and you will know them by their actions. So I think for me, that was some things that I was praying for, because I wanted God to show me, was Alex Jones real? Because I had Alex Jones bumper stickers on my car. I was a huge Alex Jones fan, and this did really change my mind, because he was not talking about that, because he was not sticking up for David Crowley, or for just, and really when I watched the documentary, it really made me see Alex Jones didn't know that much about David Crowley either. And of course, he's covering all these other stuff too. But 2012 was a very interesting year. The infiltration, in my view, okay, based on nothing, the infiltration was very, very high. There was something really weird happening. You can look at the videos for the Bohemian Grove 2012. Just Google that, and you'll see some strange things that happened there too. And to me, what happened at Bohemian Grove 2012 was a precursor to a lot of this anti-Trump stuff that we see now. Regardless of your view on Trump and on all of that, it looks very similar. The Antifa stuff, the Black Lives Matter, all of that, the violence. When you hear these people that claim to be liberty lovers and freedom fighters, and they're talking about violence, and they're creating guillotines to chop off people's heads. I mean, this is just bizarre stuff, really strange, and totally counterproductive to what truth is. Instead of a revolution, I would be more in favor of a restoration, because I know what a revolution is going to bring. Revolution is going to bring something much worse. It always does. It always does, in my view. Okay, so we have Dan Hannon is also saying that and remember, Dan Hannon is not accusing anybody of stealing anything, but these are just facts. This is what happened. His wife's portable Blu-ray player went missing after he allowed these people into his house. Thankfully, I only allowed these people into my backyard. There were eyes on them the whole time, and I'm very grateful, very happy that was done. So I took all the precautions that were necessary, and I'm glad that I did. Let's see. Can links be linked here? I think so. Yeah, it won't let you. It might not let you in the live chat, but it should let you in the comment section. So maybe after this video is posted, it should let you post any links. If it's giving you some spam warning or something like that, then maybe I can check that out later. Or you can send me those links, and I'll try to add them into the description section later on. You can send them to gregfernandezii@gmail.com, and I'll try, as long as they're not really spam or anything. If they're relevant to what we're talking here, I'll post them in the description of this video. But once it's posted, I've seen other people post comments, post links as comments on my videos, so that shouldn't be a problem. I'm not sure why you can't do it now. You should be able to. I'll have to look into that. Okay, Trump is saying no. So was this to steal David's intellectual property, Liz? I mean, I find that, just my view, Liz, I find that hard to believe. Only because, like, it really, if they're going to say, I mean, if they were saying David was innocent and then they're going to make the Gray State movie, I would say, yeah, okay. But they're saying David's guilty and still trying to make the movie, some of them. But so I don't know. I mean, maybe it's the intellectual property. I really don't know how all of that works. I know it's a good question, and it's been brought up, and a lot of people who believe that David Crowley is guilty, that's one of the things that really pushes their buttons. When you look at some of these simple questions that push their buttons, it's like, what are you talking about? We're just asking questions here, very simple questions. All right, I'll try to go another 20 minutes or so. I've been really sick today, but I really wanted to make sure that I did this today, because I don't know when I'll have time to do this again. So Liz is talking about the links, that you can't post the links, but you can do the .com. Yeah, you can do that, but and I can search for it later, but probably easier to just post them after I post this live stream. So, Michaela, I hope I'm saying your name right. It's really easy to open a door to demons. I watch a lot of docs about that. Yeah, I've seen a lot of docs about that, and I believe that the Bible is true. So I definitely also think that you can allow demons in there, and if you're not protected by God, those demons can do a lot of damage. But even then, through Him, you can overcome those things, but you can't overcome them by yourself, in my view. Okay, Corey saying, can you give us a breakdown of the players in this case? I'm under the impression that there are two sides, the official side and us, who think something more is going on. What am I missing? I think there's many, many different sides. I think there's probably more people who just don't know what happened and are still in that spot where they're just researching this to find out what the evidence is either way, or to hear different people's views. So I think it's really hard to give a breakdown of the players in this case, because I don't know who the players are. I don't want to speculate necessarily on who these players are, if there are any players in this. I think in Eric Nelson's film, you see a lot of people who were involved with the Gray State Project, and a lot of those same people are the ones who were very forceful with going with the officials' theory. They wanted to control this case from the very start, which is very, very weird to me why they would want to control it, because you cannot control truth. You can try to control lies, you can try to control that, but I don't believe that really works. So sorry, Corey. Sorry I couldn't answer that question, but I just think that there are way more sides to this, and even between the people who believe the official theory, there's so many different sides and so many different things, but they all come to the same conclusion, that David Crowley is guilty. So you can look at Mitch Heil, who will say David Crowley was not on PTSD, but still believes David Crowley is guilty. You can look at Mason Hendricks, who believes that there was not a pack theory, but still believes David Crowley is guilty. Sean Wright, who believes there was a pack theory, and believes David Crowley is guilty. So even amongst them, amongst the internal fighting that they're all having with their YouTube channels and making money and stuff like that, they all have different views on it, but they all come to the same conclusion, that David Crowley is guilty. They just have different reasons. Okay, the video footage part in the movie showing the little girl was very disturbing in the dark. Yeah, I felt bad for the child. Yeah, I felt bad for the child too. So let's see. I'm in San Francisco. So sometimes they tend to be domineering, and their family respect them and look up to them and do not question anything they say. Okay. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, and you have I think Adam, I forget what his last name is. I want to say Rumbauer, but it's Sam Bauer or something like that. But he was saying, he called them Crowleyites, as if David Crowley was their leader. Well, that's not a good way to treat your leader, someone who was a leader. Maybe there were people looking for a leader. I don't necessarily know that David Crowley was looking to be their leader, which might be delusional if they thought that David Crowley was their leader and he's not trying to be their leader. They might have had their own mental issues too in that case. So controlled oppositions on both sides for sure. Yeah, I mean, you can't discount that there's a lot of people out there who do what looks like counterintelligence, and they're just putting out false stories, putting out false theories, and then probably running back to the family and say, look at all these crazy people, they're coming up with all these theories. We're going to help you, we're going to stand by you, we're going to stand up for you, we're going to show these people that they're wrong and the government didn't do this and all this stuff. They're playing the victim and playing the hero at the same time, when in reality They're probably neither. Hegelian dialectic, yeah. I mean, yeah, you're right. Let's see. That can be a very dangerous situation, especially when they isolate themselves. So this couple with codependence with Kamel, CLD have led to a dark place. Yeah, yeah. Isolating yourself, and it's clear David did this. He did this. This was the first time that I heard that he told his friends that if he does go back, maybe not the first time, maybe one of the first times that I heard that David said that if he does go to that dark place, he wants his friends to reel him back in. It sounds like Adam did that. So he reeled him back in, but yet then David still goes and commits these murders. Okay. If you say so. Trump the kosher pumpkin says, the production quality was amazing. Yeah, you have to give them that. I mean, they spent a lot of money on it. It damn well better be. If you've seen the trailer, oh, you're talking about the trailer footage. Yeah, the trailer footage. Yeah, the quality production of the trailer footage would probably be the only thing that I actually liked. They would have done with the movement and why they silenced him. The thing about Gray State is I don't believe, and I know Alex Jones told David Crowley this. He didn't need a $30 million budget or anything like that. Now, obviously, he did need money. He did need funding for it. So, I'm not a big fan of the GoFundMe, the Go Fund Yourself, what I call it, Go Fund Yourself and all that stuff. But some people do it, and if it works for them, then great. For me, money, you got to have your own money, your own funds coming in. You got to have a job. You got to have your own thing, or else you get put in a situation where you can be compromised, and you don't want to ever be in that spot where you have to do something to make money, something that you don't really want to do. I'd rather have very little money and be happy and enjoy life than have a lot of money and not be able to enjoy anything because it's not really what I want. It's not really what I want to do. So that's just my view on it. Let's see. What about the clip? Rebecca is asking, what about the clip of the little girl in the basement? I found that disturbing. She looked scared and even startled. The clip of the girl in the basement really made me think that there was something, some type of presence there talking with her. It's hard to believe that it was just this girl, unless Kamel was down there or the dog was down there or something. It did that footage, and I've been told about that footage. So there was a lot of stuff that I've been told about that I was expecting to see, and that was one of the more stranger things. Was I felt like she was talking to somebody, like there was something else down there, something else with her, and of course that's just a complete guess. The stuff where they're talking about death and a baby dying and all that stuff, I just think that was just bad taste. I think David and Kamel, I don't know why they would talk with their daughter about stuff like that. But again, we don't see the proper context of it, so it's hard to judge that. All right, almost done here. Let's kind of wrap this up. I really appreciate everybody coming out. We'll have to do this a second time, not with this movie or anything, but I would love to do a free conference call thing where we can all chat, we can all talk, and just talk about this, and do it in a respectful way, not where we're yelling at each other, cussing each other, trying to convince each other that we're right. I do think a lot of good questions, a lot of good points have been brought up, and that's why I do like talking with people about this. A lot of people have brought things to me that I did not see in the photos. If you haven't seen the crime scene photos, please do, because you might see something in there that I totally missed, and that's fine. I'm just looking for whatever the truth is. Black Cube operation from a former Secret Service. Yeah, I would look at, one thing I would like to know is if David was around anybody who was involved in the intelligence circles, the military intelligence, or counterintelligence or any type of intelligent service. Was he doesn't what was his views on secret societies? On his list of things that he was investigating, you'll notice the Freemasons were not there. They were not on that list unless I missed it. So it's also what he was researching and what he wasn't. Things he had crossed out and things that he hadn't had crossed out. I'm not sure if Sandy Hook was crossed out, but I know World Trade Center 7 was. So he had definitely looked at World Trade Center 7. I don't hear a lot about David's view on 911, and with him being a soldier, I was hoping to hear more on that view. He just talks about the war that happened after, not too much on how 9/11 put us into the war in Afghanistan and in Iraq. So I was hoping he would talk more about that. Let's see. The Weinstein case is another weird one. We're seeing all these weird things, people coming out. It is not abnormal for children to have imaginary friends. Normal children who grow up to be normal adults. Yeah, sure. I can agree with that. I can agree that, it's not abnormal for children to have imaginary friends. I'm not a parent, so I don't know what that's like. I don't really know anybody who has had an imaginary friend, so I can't relate to that. To me, it just seems strange, but maybe that's because I've never had any experience with it. All right, everybody, thank you so much. I really appreciate everybody coming here. Road Warrior Radio, thank you for joining us. Chris Hinckley, maybe we can work out a show, work out a podcast, or some way that we can just kind of go over some of the things that the documentary should have covered, that I was hoping that it would have covered. So you can message me. You can find me on Facebook, generally at the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group. There is a Justice for David Crowley of Gray State Facebook page. So we're not hard to find. My debate, I will debate anybody who thinks that David Crowley is guilty. I put that out there. 3 people have accepted my challenge. Only 1 actually showed up. So I do declare myself 3-0 right now. But I'm gonna set a date to debate Danny Mason, and we'll see if he actually shows up. I'm gonna give him time because he was nice, because he was respectful towards me. I'm gonna give him plenty of time to join or to reschedule. I did not give Sean Wright that chance because of some of the games that he played and because a lot of things that he said, very stupid things to say on record, So that's why I'm pretty much done with that, done with Sean Wright. I felt like with Judy Prochnow, I felt like it started out as a debate and ended up as a very nice talk. We agreed to disagree. We didn't yell at each other. We didn't cuss at each other. We disagreed from the very start. I felt Judy was overall a nice person, a sincere person. I just felt that her information was secondhand and thirdhand information. That the only firsthand information that she had, the only credible information she had, was what she saw on that day. That's it. And there's no way that she could look through that window. I don't believe that there's any way you could look through that window and think that David Crowley did this when you just see 3 bodies on the ground. But go back and listen to the 911 call that Judy Prochnow made. You can find that on Dan Hinnan's website, theuglytruth.com. He's got a whole section on that has the actual documents of Judy Prochnow's 911 call and Colin Prochnow's 911 call. Everybody should read that because right away she's also saying that it looks like a double murder suicide, something like that. I'll have to go back and check that just to make sure that that's accurate. But if you have time, go ahead and look at that. Look at all of the documents out there. And once you've done that, then come to your own conclusion or don't. And I've chosen to not come to a conclusion at this point. I'm still open to all possibilities. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate you. And we'll do this again. Reach out to me. You know where to find me. I'm generally on that Facebook. So shutting this down. You can get the police report. It's in my article, The Gray Stage #2, which is, I think it's titled Crime Scene Photos. If you look on my YouTube channel, there on most of my Gray Stage videos, there is a link, and it has the link to all of the 9 articles that I've done so far. There are more to come. We have a direct Dropbox link to the crime scene photos and to the police report, so you can reach out to me for that. You can also find that on Dan Hennon's website too. There's a whole section that just has all of those documents that the police, that he was able to get from the cops. So please go check all that out. We'll talk again. God bless you all. Let's see. Let me just answer this one last question from Road Warrior Radio, since I think he just joined us. Do you have a select set of sources you direct folks to at this point? After nearly 3 years of research you've done, I'd be glad to point folks to it tomorrow's broadcast. I would say go to my website, gregfernandezjr.com. One of the tabs is a Gray State tab. And if you click on it, it has all of the articles. There's one, I think is the Gray Stage #7 or #8, and it just has the research documents. Or you can also find them on Dan Hennon's website, the Ugly Truth, not the Ugly Truth, just put in uglytruth.info. Sorry, uglytruth.info. And you can access all of those documents. I think that's where people should start. Start with the actual documents. Start with the police report. Start with the crime scene photos. Start there. Don't start with me. Don't start with what everybody else thinks, what anybody else thinks. Start with those, and then come back and tell me if you see the evidence that David Crowley is guilty. Thank you, guys. Dan Hennon, Dan Hennon. So it's uglytruth.info. Hope that helps. Thanks, everybody. I gotta shut this down. See you later.
Yeah, I didn't get it. I mean, we told them everything. We told them all about, everything that the cops got wrong, all of the questionable things. They were like, oh yeah, they made it seem like they were right on board and right in line with it. Like, wow, yeah, okay. And then just nothing. Of course, yeah, at that point, Dan and I we knew that this was going to turn into a smear campaign. We did not know that the Gray State team was directly involved with it. I mean, like this is their project. That's what it really is.
It didn't even answer any questions. It really, really backfired on them. If they had made this movie to keep people from questioning what happened, it really backfired.
I really think they want to keep people questioning it so that they can play the victim and come out and say, no, it's not. The problem is people aren't buying their reasoning why. That's their biggest problem is nobody's buying it. So.
Well, there's no proof to buy their reasoning.
No.
There isn't.
No, there isn't. No.
Not even in the police
and they know
report.
it.
Yeah, there's nothing. Anybody who comes around saying, that David was guilty or both David and Kamal were guilty, I was like, and your proof is what?
Yeah, what do you got?
Because
what do you have?
There's nothing. Absolutely nothing. And if they want to try to counter, it's like, well, here's my counter. DNA, the bullets, the fact that the police didn't even really know. And, I really don't want to bash them. I think that they were just doing what they were told to do. And the person I really would love to talk to is Tommy Booth. That is the one officer or detective that I would love to speak with. But
why Tommy?
Well, he worked closely with the BCA, And so I believe that he was one of the main contributors to the BCA reports. And between that and his own written report, it gives the most information of what he visually saw when he walked into that house. And I have a few questions that I would love to ask him, even off the record, just for my own knowledge. But to me, I just feel that he would be the one who I really would want to talk to. If out of all of them, that's the one person.
Even though you may be killed resisting, the act of resistance on a metaphysical level has value. David Crowley completed a revised script of Gray State on June 2, 2013, and asked a select group of people to review the updated version of the story. On October 23, 2013, the rough cut of Gray State: The Rise was finished and ready for review. Exporting the rough cut now, David Crowley wrote on Twitter, "So stoked." On December 9, 2013, Crowley added 6 months working on Gray State: The Rise. It's finally taking its final form, but holy Moses, what a shit ton of work. David, Camille, and Rania Crowley moved into their new home in Apple Valley, Minnesota on December 13, 2013. On December 18th, David posted on Facebook that he had lost a crucial hard drive during the move to 1051 Ramsdale Drive. The only real loss after moving to a new house last weekend was a crucial hard drive for The Rise. I guess the next few weeks will be spent salvaging everything that was lost. The following day, he wrote, "File recovery sucks, but it's better than not having files to recover. This could take a few weeks." By December 27, 2013, the documentary film was getting back on track. Finally getting back on track with The Rise. She's been teaching me patience by making me work for the 660 missing clips that remain and crashing at least 6 times a day. The manuscript for Gray State was about to go through a serious revision on January 15, 2014. Some seclusion writing this weekend, David Crowley wrote on Facebook. For those of you who read the GS script, it's about to get gutted for the necessity of a clear, concise, entertaining, and effective film. For all the chewy details that are going to get cut, well, there's always the novel. 5 days later, on January 20th, the story for Gray State had completely changed. After 2 years of trying to extract the Gray State story, I think I finally may have done it. The story has completely changed, is working beautifully, and the new outline was completed in only the last 3 days. With this new story, it will not be hard to attract funding. The following day, David Crowley explained he had rediscovered the ending to the Gray State story. It's a strange experience finally feeling genuine love for characters I've created. The most painful part of writing the conflict for these people who are precious to me is that I must now torture them, punish them, and drag them through the dirt to reveal their essence of form. Yesterday morning, I rediscovered Gray State's ending, and the final feeling captured was of such gentle sadness, I've been stuck in it ever since. On January 22nd, 2014, David was still settling into his new home, spending today building 2 big fucking new desks to create a man cave mega desk, then relocating all of the Bullet Exchange inventory to my basement. On February 2nd, David explained the plot of the fictional film Gray State. Gray State, a wounded veteran leads the insurgency against a corrupt government after his city is put under martial law. The use of force, David Crowley posted on March 7, 2014, no matter the context, should be a shameful last resort, indicating an utter defeat of intelligent faculty. This is the difference between men and children, and also why our childlike society celebrates violence in its exercise of authority. The very next day, David wrote, "Sean Stone," yeah, that one, "apparently wants a role in Gray State." 2 days later, on March 10, 2014, David was happily unsubscribing from liberty and conspiracy feeds on Facebook and Twitter. Too much of the backbiting derision they claim to oppose. See you guys. It's been fun. You'll still like Gray State, though. Then on March 11th, David asked the question, you know what liberty feels like? Unsubscribing from hundreds of liberty or death fuck the NWO pages and Twitter accounts. This movie was steadily progressing on March 19th. Today, in place of thousands of post-it notes, David wrote on Facebook, pages of scribbles, and 30 feet of plot points, I have a 118-page script outline hybrid that may be only days away from a solid draft 1. The original Gray State story took 8 months of solid work. This story took less than 2 and is better in every way. On March 22nd, Kamel was reading the first draft of the new Gray State script, according to David's post. On May 15, 2014, David spent a very welcome morning laying the groundwork for another 6 films I've been having ideas for. It's nice to finally be free from Gray State. Boy howdy. On May 22nd, David Crowley's dream had finally come true. It just happened. I'm not sure how many details I can divulge at this point, but Gray State will be optioned in the next 2 weeks at a major budget and connected with A-list talent. We are connected with a producer who above all else wants to preserve the film's pro-liberty ideals. This is all we could have hoped for and more. Thank you all for being our strongest selling point. Let's make a movie. On June 30th, posting as the Gray State page on Facebook, David Crowley gave an update on the Gray State movie. The past month, I've been meeting with some LA-based producers, crew, and other industry contacts, and together, we are building the team that will combine our passions and talent and belief in Gray State to optimize its message and reach of its exposure. This has been a truly exhilarating experience. My attorney and I are reviewing the option contract this week, and once that sucker is signed, this whole Gray State thing is going to finally, irretrievably, and monstrously take off for the stratosphere, and in such a way that the message will be preserved and perhaps even continue in sequels, TV series, and video games. Seriously, talk about taking over the mainstream. This has been my life's work for nearly 4 years, and it is extremely gratifying to be backed by such a raging horde of superfans. Thanks for all your patience, guys. See you at the premiere. September 30th, David Crowley spent some time on Facebook answering questions from his supporters. It seems like there are a lot of questions and expectations about this project. For the next 20 minutes or so, I will answer your questions directly. There are 2 very important posts from David Crowley that were either deleted or have been hidden from public view. One post was made on December 9, 2014, and the other was dated September 30th, 2014. The missing post from September included a question by a supporter as well as an answer by David Crowley posting as Gray State. In this post, David Crowley mentions his plans for rebuilding a trustworthy team. Asked what his biggest holdup was with the fictional movie, Crowley responded, "I'm doing this myself. I say we and team a lot, but when it comes to nuts and bolts work, writing and leveraging the product into securing Hollywood money, it's just me. I hope to change this by reinvigorating the process and rebuilding a trustworthy team." Now, we still do not know who removed or hid this post from the Gray State Facebook page, or why. Hopefully this post will reappear one day. Responding to a question about when the documentary Gray State: The Rise was going to be released, David Crowley responded, "The Rise suffered a catastrophic hard loss earlier this year. I'm working to get it back together, hopefully for a free online release. You guys deserve a little something. I really have to be careful though, because a mishandled doc release could absolutely sink production on the film or series. I'm treading carefully, making sure that everything works out for the best." September 30th was a very important day as David Crowley had big plans for 2015. Today's post represents the first visible beginnings of the Gray State resurrection. I can't get into too much too soon, but with the right amount of hard work, strategy, and miracle juice, the beginning of 2015 should see some amazing progress. Crowley also wrote about a new revamped website coming soon, and many of his last known conversations involved plans for the future of his projects. Over and over again on September 30th, 2014, David wrote about his vision for the Gray State franchise, a series which could be produced and released way faster than a film, has the potential to subvert the system. How can it not? Sorry guys, but Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones, while entertaining, lack a real-world purpose. Gray State will not fail you. How could it? Creating the Gray State franchise was David Crowley's full-time job, and he was doing everything he could to ensure the success of this franchise. It'll either be a great success story, a spectacular, highly visible failure, but either way, I guess we all put in our best shot, right? I guess that could be said about where the country is headed, too. The questions kept coming, and David Crowley answered as many questions as possible within those dedicated 20 minutes. Crowley was attempting to reach out directly to his supporters and doubters in order to address the criticism the project received for its multiple delays in production. Starting a Kickstarter campaign for future production costs is more evidence that David Crowley was actively planning for the future in September of 2014. We want to run a Kickstarter, but if we do, it'll be for a very specific purpose, like hiring a behind-the-scenes crew to document production, run live broadcasts, and give constant updates to the fans. I never wanted the fans to fund this. That's like making your kids pay for their own Christmas presents. David was still trying to get big budget funding for Gray State in September of 2014. I believe this shows David was not defeated by his earlier failures in Hollywood, as some have claimed. His words seem like those of a rejuvenated artist who had a story to tell and who wasn't going to stop until his concept for Gray State became a reality. Hopefully the strength of this project as a whole and what it represents with the people will help me get a big budget without sacrificing my intent. But hey, if I can't, then I will take it back to low budget indie like the 2012 trailer. This too shows David Crowley had a plan B, just in case the big budget dreams came crashing down. New developments have enhanced the project's honesty and dedication to its origins, wrote Crowley. This is going to be brutal. Crowley also reminded people to stay tuned for updates. We will keep the entire production process as wide open as possible. In response to the comment that it's been 3 years since Gray State was first developed, Crowley responded, "No, it's been a lot longer and there are years to go." In a separate comment, Crowley confirmed his long-term plans. The film is ready to go, but it may take forever and then still fail at any point in production. A series might be immediately tangible, and instead of interfering with the film, set it up for success a year or two down the road. Big picture stuff. More evidence. Now he's planning for a series that will lead into a film. More evidence of David Crowley planning for the future. Crowley's most challenging thing about the project was trailblazing this timeline. It's been either a very small team or just me alone working on this thing for years, trying to make it work. I do not just want this movie done so the fans can see it online. I want millions to get blindsided by it in theaters. Now we're going to take a look at the living room of the Crowley house. Before we do that, first I want to show you 2 photos of what the Crowley house looked like before the Crowleys moved in. We are now looking at DSC 0235. This is the front door, the inside of the front door. I think one area, if you want to zoom in to the left side, towards the left side of that door, on that green wall, it does look like there's some stains and maybe different colors. Patchwork, I guess. Painters would probably know that. It does look like there's one, maybe a couple little streaks there going down that wall, but mostly patchwork. Some fresh paint, some other paint. Now looking to the right side of the door, not really too much there, except for if you go to where the 2 light switches are, but there is a spot, there's a couple spots there. DSC 0236 gives us another close-up view of that door. You know, if you see anything there, it's just it's all the walls, like all the walls look like they've been wiped up, they've been cleaned up. Kind of what it looks like right there at the front door. It could also just be paint, old paint versus new paint. This shows the front door was locked. It's pretty much all you can get from this. That's all you can say for sure. That light switch was not on. The light switch was down. That's DSC 0236. Now we're going to move on to DSC 0237. Showing another close-up of that door. You can see some nicks, some scratches, things like that. No blood or anything like that. I'm not trying to say there's any blood or anything on that door to the north of this doorknob. Just trying to note all of these different things. It's a pretty powerful door there. And it might be some indentation on top. DSC 0244 shows the middle of the door. And you can see it doesn't exactly match. It's definitely been switched out. It's been changed. That front doorknob set has definitely been changed at some time. Hard to say exactly when, but looks really new to me. In very good shape. Okay, DSC 0245 gives us another view of the inside of that door. It gives us a closer view of, if you're looking to the right, that's where the dog cage is, that black thing in the corner there, filling up the lower half of the right screen. That's where the dog cage was. And here it also looks like there's different paint, different areas, different layers of paint, I should say. Okay, we are now looking at one of the very few BCA photos that we got. This is BCA 4429. This was a photo that was not supposed to be released to the public. Tom Lydon of Fox 9 got it. And I don't think Eric Nelson was too happy with that. I remember Eric Nelson, who would eventually make a documentary, a sloppymentary about this case. It seems like him, up until this point, him and Tom Lydon were on the same page. So Tom Lydon does this story, and I'm wondering if this blood writing was supposed to be saved for Eric Nelson's sloppymentary called A Gray State. So here you have it, Allahu Akbar, written on the wall. The clock is not moved. I'm just zooming in here. There was some talk about a hole above this area. I do not believe there is a hole above the H. I don't believe that. What is interesting is how high up this wall is and how high you would have to be and where you would have to be standing. Unless you move that couch, which again doesn't really make sense to move the couch. This photo is also one of the only photos that does include some body parts, which are most likely David's feet. In the center of the lower screen, you will see a brown blanket, and next to the brown blanket, you will see toes. The bodies are still here when the police take this photo. There's a printed out piece of paper that definitely has the pyramids on it. I was curious about that. On the left side, you can see there is what is probably part of bone mixed with hair. Another question was the green light that we see at the bottom. They had strings of lights around the whole bottom of this area here. One of the things that made me think that this couch was moved is if you look in the lower right corner there, you will see where the power plug is. You will see where the green Christmas ornament is supposed to be moving along the edge of that couch, but yet it's not. And actually it's not even plugged in. So that was one of the reasons that made me think the couch was moved. Allahu Akbar was written on the wall, and that was it. There's a lot here. There is a lot here that people are finding here. So the teacup, you can see the teacup there. One thing you'll notice here is David's wedding band is not on that glass table here. It's not there yet. It's going to be found somewhere else, and it's going to be put on this table. The pillows and all that stuff moved, of course. Could be from the dog as well. And then in the lower left corner, you can see hair. Next to the couch, leaning up against the couch, is the laptop from Kamel. I believe it was a Surface Pro. And Sidra said that Kamel and Rania were watching this Surface Pro when David came up from behind them and shot them. It's almost impossible. Only because none of Kamel's blood or flesh were found on Rania, and none of Ranya's blood or flesh were found on Kamel. So I don't think Sidra is accurate there. I'm not saying she's lying. I kind of think that she might have been fed some false stories. I'd be very curious to know who told her that. Who told her that Kamel and Rania were watching something on Netflix, of all things, I do believe, on this Surface Pro. David comes up from behind them and kills them. Who told her that? Why would they tell her that? It's not in the police. It's not something the police are saying. It's not something that they tell us. Why are they telling family members this? Why do they try to hide this Allahu Akbar thing? Next to the teapot, in between the teapot and that picture of the pyramids, that is a Bluetooth speaker. This is the speaker that was allegedly playing on a loop, and the source was coming from the laptop on the kitchen counter to the right of this. You see David's phone there too, and the phone is bloody. How'd the phone get all bloody like that? He's walking around. Somebody's walking around at some point. Not walking too far, but they are walking. And some of the books on the top there. On that top bookshelf, if there is a Bible in the house, that's where it's got to be. It's got to be there. If somebody can zoom in and really help us see on that top shelf, is there a Bible there? It's very important for me, just personally, to really know. And the software that I have, I can't tell. So if somebody can help me look at that top shelf, and let's see if there is a Bible there. If someone can help me with that, or help us all with that. For me, it's very important to know if there was a Bible in the house. There was a Quran. Was there a Bible? And even this little black book that you can see up front, is that maybe a New Testament Bible? Was the Quran on this shelf, on this top shelf? I think that's another valid question too. And then of course, you have to really zoom in on the blood writing to really get a good idea. Was this written by a hand from the living or by a hand from the dead? I think that's a very, very valid question. Okay. All right. Now we're looking at BCA 4755. This is the Quran turned upside down. I'm going to flip it over, turn it right side up, and I'm going to zoom in on this. And what you see here, there is a little bit of brain matter or flesh, a lot of hair, and on both sides, on both ends of the Quran is blood. It's very important not only to note whose blood that is. There's been a lot of talk about which pages were ripped out. It's important to understand if the pages were ripped out in sequence or randomly. It's very important. Because we can read all of these things. We can read all of these pages, especially the page that is open, and start to interpret anything that we want to based on our own lives and our own prejudgments. So I think it is important to look at those, to look at everything. These are where the white hairs too, I think. These are, some people have talked about those white hairs that have come into play, trying to connect those hairs to another dog. I think we just got to be careful about separating fact from fiction, that's all. And speculation. DSC 0044 gives us a shot, almost the shot that I really want. The shot that I really want is right above that front door, right above the Christmas tree. That's the shot I really want. But here is where you can see, you can barely see it. If you look at that recliner, if you zoom in on the recliner, on the lower left side, right? That's where we should see that blood stain. There's some blood there. In the back, you can see the cage door open, that dog cage door. It is open. Christmas tree lights are there. You see the laptop. You see the dog feces on the ground. You can see the pyramid again. And you can see the hair kind of mixed in where the dog feces is. And there's a pair of keys on this counter. If you're looking towards the left side, there is a pair of keys there. You can see a little bit of the kiwis. You can see somebody was writing on this table, and what looks like a family Christmas card on the table there next to the Christmas stockings. So we got Christmas stockings, the ornaments, all that has come down. And you can see at least 3, there's only 3 Christmas stockings there. They were celebrating Christmas like the way most people celebrate it. Christmas tree, Santa, although I don't really see Santa, but looking at this picture here, DSC 0044, you can see they were celebrating Christmas here. Next to the wall, so to the left of the Christmas stockings, looks like maybe David's wallet, somebody's wallet there. But then you can clearly see there is a Christmas greeting card. Wow. That's what it looks like. Unless it's somebody else, it looks very similar to Kamel, and it might be 3-4 years old. Because it looks like Rania would have to be a baby. Maybe 1, maybe earlier, but it's interesting that this is out there too. Be a good thing for a stage scene, right? I mean, who leaves all that stuff out here like that? But the keys are out there. There's another set of keys. Very important to note all the different sets of keys and where they are. You're going to find at least 3 or 4 sets of keys in this house. But it was the pencil and paper that I was focused on there, because if you look, if you look on the far left, look at that pencil and the paper and what is on it. Who's drawing this? Who's doing this? How high this counter up is. It can't be a child, right? And the pencil is broken. So some people might discount all of this. I don't discount anything. I mean, I don't want to build I'm not going to build any theory or anything like that on it, to be sure. But also underneath these stockings on that wall, again, it looks like something might have spilled, something might have dripped. And also here you can see the Christmas tree lights. Those are on, those string of lights going around the kitchen island. Those are still on. There's still water there. How long would the water be there if you left water like that for 3 weeks? You can see a good view of the kitchen, a good view of the refrigerator. It's very important. That dishwasher, pay attention to the dishwasher too, when it's open, when it's closed. To the very, very far left, that towel. Watch that towel. Make sure that white towel stays where it should be. You can see the box of tissue as well. The box of tissue is there. Okay, DSC 0233. The door is still open on that dog door. We can see David's shoes. We can see to the left of this, you can see a little bit of blood next to that vase. There's even a little blood on that vase. Showing splatter. So what does that tell you? Where did that come from? Looks like it's going all the way down the wall. Doesn't appear to be on Rania's pink backpack. It is on the floor there, where you see that yellow marker. That is blood there. Where you see the white markers are usually where blood is too. So next to the cage there might have been some blood there. Looking at that recliner, you can see there is a little blood spot there too at the very top. You might have to zoom in really close to see it, but it is there. There's a couple strands of hair that you can see. DSC 0234 gives us another view. We get a really good view of David's shoe. I think that's very important, because if the police are going to compare their shoes to the snow prints outside, obviously they would want to compare David's shoes. And they probably use this shoe right here to compare it. You can see next to item 3, also on that ground on the left side, you can see more blood. One little sliver of dog poop in the right corner, and I believe that is it for this image. This was a very confusing image. Looking at DSC 0250, this image was a confusing image, when I first looked at it, nothing made sense here. Look what we have, okay. Obviously the bodies have been moved. If one were to argue about the lack of blood, it would probably be right here, because of what you see and because of what you don't see. This is after the bodies are ready to be transferred, pretty much. Still, from this angle, cannot see if David's wedding band has been moved to that table, but now you can see a yellow marker on that table. So here you can also see on the lower left side of that recliner, you'll see that marker there, and that's where that red spot is. From this angle, it was very, very hard. I did not even see what I would see in later photos. From this angle here, it doesn't really look like there's blood, but from other angles, you can clearly see that there is blood on that lower left side of the recliner. I did not catch that back then. So it makes me also think that sometimes in these photos, there's a lot more blood than we're actually seeing until you zoom in. That is the case with this recliner, and I have to wonder if that is the case with that living room carpet. So we see a lot here. DSC 0250, even though it doesn't give us where the bodies were actually found, obviously this is not where they were found, but this does show a lot. It gives a good wide view of a lot of different things, but it really shows me that based on the photos, that could be why we're not seeing some of the blood that we should be seeing. We're just not seeing those photos. So if you look at that recliner, you can clearly see it doesn't, at least to me, it doesn't look like there's a lot of blood there. But when you zoom in, and when we get later photos from the BCA, oh yeah, there's tons of blood there. It makes me think that in the 464 photos, they were very, very careful to not give us anything that dealt with blood. They still did, but it was as limited as possible. Now we come to the green smears, which is a big, big deal, because first, from this angle, I thought they were dog prints. I was convinced that they were dog prints. Then I was convinced that they were fingerprints, that somebody had fallen here. And but now I do believe that they are footprints. Not to say that that's what is truth or anything, but and not to say that I might not change my mind later on, but no, to me they look like footprints, and everybody in that house says that they were. I'm going to go with that first. I mean, if we find something to counter that, yes, so definitely let's follow that lead, but they look like footprints to me. Here they look like smeared. Everything is smeared. Whatever they tested, whatever they did is all smeared. It's very important. Somebody brought this up. Why only this area? What about the other blood? What about the other areas? Because then maybe they would have found more blood. Maybe they would have found more things. Whatever they did here, there's nothing to really follow up. How do they connect any of this to David? How do they connect the footprints to David? How do they connect the prints on the laptop to David? Alright, now we're looking at DSC 0251. Gives us another view of that cage. Now the cage kind of looks like it's closed. Maybe it's not closed. Maybe it just looks like that. But it's interesting to note. You can see the body bags. You can see in the lower left corner, that little blue streak. That is David's body bag. So it's taken at that same time. You can get a clear view of the front window. You can see the scarf, and you can see items 30, 31, 4, 5, and a few others there. And the Christmas tree that was never taken in, even though it's possible that there might have been blood on that Christmas tree. There might have been something on there, but it's never taken in. It's never talked about again. Lots of hair, stuffing, stuffed animal stuffing. That's about all you get from this. None of this area is where the bodies were. That's why there's no blood there. There's nothing there. So police have this marker And I'm trying to figure out what that marker is in the lower right corner. And what that yellow piece is too, next to the pyramid. Not sure what that's about. This is not where Kamel's body was. This is not where Kamel's body was found. It was more to the right of this. Everything on that floor, everything on the carpet, to me, a lot of that is blood. To me, a lot of that is blood. It's hard to tell kind of the way that the carpet is, but I do believe that a lot of that is blood. And decomp fluid, sure, but I don't believe it's just decomp fluid. But that yellow marker is definitely interesting. Why is that yellow marker? What is the yellow marker for? I'm very curious. I'm not really sure yet. You can also see the yellow marker with the number 1 that's marked. Curious about that too. But you get a good view here, and one other thing to note is those blankets. There's probably blood in those blankets, all over those blankets too. So Kamel's scarf is on both sides of the living room carpet. It's on the right side there. We can see that underneath the teapot. And we can also see it on the far left side. Most of her scarf is over there. You can see marker 1, 6, 7, 5, 4, 29. Very important ones. Especially number 1. Number 1 is where the gun was found. That's where the gun is found. I think that big spot right there to the left of the blue bag, I think that's where David was. I think that's where most of his head and his left arm were, possibly. Okay, now DSC 0300, now all of a sudden, look what appears here. Voila! There is the wedding band. There's David's wedding band. All of a sudden, it's there. Not sure why it's even there. Also, dust levels, right? So there's dust here. We see a lot of dust, and I'm also curious about where that dust came from, and curious about those dust marks, and if any of those dust marks could belong to the dog. Alright, I think this photo pretty much shows where the bullet was shot into the basement. It's not near where those bodies were. So I think if they were to pull this carpet up, all the way up, then on the right side of this photo is where you would see a lot more blood. That's where the bodies were actually found. Right here is not really close to where the bodies were found. The photos can be a little tricky because of the angles, because of what camera they're using, but this you can clearly see. This is the basement bullet. This is DSC 0391. This bullet was shot into the floor for some reason, landed in the side of the basement wall, so the wall on the left side of this photo, and that's why there is a bullet hole and a bullet here, and bullet fragments, little pieces of bullets. All of that is here. You can also see where that blue blanket is. You can see that there is blood there. It does look like there is blood spots there. Another thing that you can see is where the laptop is. There's some ornaments next to the stuffed animal. Next to the stuffed animal, it looks like maybe a Christmas tree ornament might have been knocked down, broken there. Definitely hair. And you can see that if you're going to blame the dog for anything, you could definitely blame him for the stuffed animal, for all of that white stuffing. That white stuffing could also be why there's so much white hair everywhere. The white hair could have came from this stuffed animal. Just saying that. Just throwing that out there. But I don't think we should look at this photo and use this to really say why there wasn't blood here. There wouldn't have been blood here. The big question for me for this photo is why and who shot this and what were they shooting at? It didn't hit anything. It hits nothing. But also looking at these photos, it also makes me wonder, how is it possible, looking at all of these things, how is it possible that they missed the bullet that they will tie to Rania. They miss this. They have to come back on January 20th to find that bullet. 3 days later, they have to come back. Why? That does not make sense. That's not good. We've seen this living room floor. We've seen this carpet. We've seen all the stuff on it. We have to believe that they picked all of that up. How do they not pick up a bullet? That just doesn't make sense to me. So that's DSC 0391, very important one. DSC 0392 gives us a closer view, and we can see some of those little fragments there. And almost, I mean, if looking at this photo, I wouldn't be able to tell, unless I really zoomed in, I would not be able to tell that there was a bullet that went through this floor. But it does. So comparing the bullet that goes through the floor to the bullet that goes through the living room ceiling is also another good thing. We've talked about that before. So that's DSC 0392. Let's move on. Now we are at DSC 0431. And again, to the lower right side is where Rania's body is going to be found. Somewhere in this area here is where the bullet that killed her should be found. They don't find this on January 17th. How is that possible? There's not that much here. They cannot miss that. How would you miss that? Okay, DSC 0432. We now get a closer view of the laptop. They say that what you're looking at there is possibly some of Kamel's brain matter. I don't know who told Sidra that. I don't know who told people that. I don't know if this was ever tested. There's no indication that this was ever tested to find out whose brain matter or whose DNA, if anybody's, was on this. See a lot of hair here. But that white cotton could also account for some of those white hairs that we see. Alright. Here is another close-up view. DSC 0433 gives us another view. Obviously, this is that same laptop, the same Surface Pro. It's not found here. And just by this photograph would show, well, let's see what's on this. Let's swab this, right? I don't know if that was ever done. Alright, thank you for joining me here. We're going to go over the 21 questions for Detective Gummert. These questions were filled out and sent to Detective Gummert back in 2016. And on May 10, 2016, Detective Gummert sent an email response to the 21 questions. And these 21 questions, from what we were hoping, was going to help us understand why the police thought that David Crowley was guilty. I also want everybody to keep Detective Gummert in your prayers. I think he's out on a medical leave right now. Pray for his safety, because he has been willing to talk to us, and he has been honest even when he was wrong. He admitted that he was wrong. He wasn't trying to hide anything when he told Dan Hennon something different than what he told me about speaking with Kamel's father. And you'll see that here in this article, this brief article that I wrote back in 2017. And I think a lot of this will end up making it into my book here. So let's go through some of this here. Police went to the Crowley residence at 1:04 p.m. on January 17, 2015. Now, the scene was cleared at 5:09 p.m. that same day. After assessing the scene, that's when Detective Gummert believed David Crowley was guilty of a double murder-suicide. Now, police declined to provide us with hundreds of crime scene images. According to Detective Gummert, there were no police reports withheld from the 94 pages. Now, Jim Gummert first claimed that he never spoke with Kamel's father, which turned out to be a lie. And I do believe, I'm still not sure if I really believe that that was a lie, or if he misspoke, whatever it was. I'm still kind of open to that. But the fact is that it was not true what he told me. So at the time that I wrote this, I did believe that it was a lie. Now, Detective Gummert also stated that the Department of Homeland Security was not involved in this investigation, and neither was the FBI. Well, both Sean Wright and Mason Hendricks told me the complete opposite. So I'm going to go with what Detective Gummert told me over these guys. Now, asked if he saw this bullet hole in the living room ceiling on January 17th, Detective Gummert answered that I saw it, unknown of exact date. Alright, so we'll go with that. There's that, I guess. Unknown of exact date. Now, here's the question. Was Chris Klein making it up? Was he mistaken when he told police that he was in the Crowley house on January 19th with Dan Crowley Sr. and Dan Crowley Jr.? Dan Crowley Sr. told police he wasn't in the house with Chris Klein on that date. I asked Detective Gummert if he knew who was telling the truth and who was not, and his response was no. Now, Mr. Gummert believed it was possible that Kamel was shot before Rania. Rania's flesh and blood was not found anywhere on Kamel's body, which is very odd. Asked if there were any latent fingerprints on the blood-smeared wall, this detective simply replied, no. And we're going to get a lot of that because the questions were written so that it wouldn't waste his time, and so that he would just be able to almost give a yes or no answer, which in some cases he did, and in other cases he went on a little more. So, body parts were missing from the scene. They were not found elsewhere inside of this house. They were simply missing, and Gummert implied that the dog ate the missing body parts. That's very, very crucial. Very crucial to note. Okay, so here we go. We sent this off on 3/16/2016. It was returned on 5/10/2016. It should be noted that before the case closed, I had asked Detective Gummert if I could ask him some questions, if he would be willing to answer some questions, and he said yes. When the case was closed, he turned around and said that they're not going to be answering any more questions. And I responded with great disappointment towards that. And I reminded him that he had given me his word that he was going to answer some questions. So he said, send me over those questions and I will answer them. So he's a man of his word. Okay, question number 1. What evidence did you find to prove David Crowley was guilty of a double murder-suicide? MNBCA analysis results. How long did it take to come to that conclusion? It took them several months to send back those results. Now, we've looked at those results, and I don't know about you, but they definitely do not prove that David Crowley is guilty of a double murder-suicide. It is just not there. Let's move on to question number 2. So that was the main question. That was really the only, if I had one question to ask Detective Gummert, that was going to be it. So those results, the answer was very disappointing because at that time we did not have the Minnesota BCA analysis results. And now that we do, we can clearly see that there's really no tie to David Crowley in those results. It's just, they only connect him to 2. His fingerprint is only on 2, is on the pin found in the office bedroom, and I think one other print, but that was really the only one that they could conclusively tie to David Crowley, just a pin that might have written submit to Allah. So that was very disappointing to me. It's still very disappointing to me rereading that, and I guess we'll just we'll just move on from there. So number 2, several reports state body parts such as hands were missing. Can you clarify as to whether or not body parts were missing from the entire crime scene? According to Detective Bone, Rania's entire right arm and shoulder were missing from her arm socket. David's right hand was missing, so was most of his skull. A majority of Kamel's head was also missing, according to Detective Bone. Both of her hands were found to be missing. And he just answers, parts were missing from the scene. Question number 3, the murder weapon was found near David's left hand. Yet there are many pictures that clearly show David pointing a gun with his right hand. Do you believe David was right-handed or left-handed? And his answer was right-handed. Question number 4. Were there any latent fingerprints on the blood-smeared wall? Allahu Akbar. No. Okay, that's very curious too. Question number 5. Images. Let's get rid of that. Sorry about that. Question number 5. Images of the murder weapon were provided to Tom Lydon, Fox News 9 anchor, who I assume filled out the same disclosure form as I did. Yet I did not receive at least 3 images that Tom Lydon did, including the image of the murder weapon on the living room table. At that time, we had not even received that. Red blood footprints on the hardwood floor. Yeah. So that was interesting. We got those later on from the BCA. If I file another disclosure request for those specific images, will I receive the images requested? I would also request an image of the murder weapon where it was found, even a censored version. And he said, fill another one out with a specific request, and I will see what I can do. Okay, so I'll have to follow up on that, looking for specifically where the murder weapon was. Just a photo of the murder weapon on that carpet, on the living room carpet. Number 6, is it possible, based on the evidence found at the crime scene, that Kamel was shot first and Rania was not immediately shot after? He says, it is possible. Was Rania's blood or flesh found on Kamel's body? No. Number 7, early media reports suggest Daniel Crowley Jr. went to David's house on December 26 or December 27, 2014. However, in police reports, it is clear Daniel Crowley Jr. stated that he was at his brother's house on December 28th. Was Daniel ever asked about the various dates as to when he went to the Crowley residence? And the answer is no. Number 8. Is it true that police went to the Crowley residence on 3 separate occasions, once after the bodies were discovered, a second time after a mushroom bullet was found discovered, and a third time on February 18, 2015? And the answer is yes. Just wanted that confirmed. Nothing that the police reports don't state. I just wanted him to just confirm it and just give a yes or no answer. Number 9. Was water found in any of the toilets in the Crowley residence? How did the family dog, Paleo, survive for 3 weeks? Yes. See answer to question number 2. And so question number 2, just to be clear, is that the body parts were missing from the scene. So, how did the dog survive for 3 weeks? The dog survived for 3 weeks on the missing body parts, on the parts that were missing from the scene. Kind of vague, but that's okay. It's a clear answer to me. They all believe that the dog ate all of these body parts, and that's how the dog survived for 3 weeks. I don't know about the water. It doesn't really address the water. So, number 10, Chris Klein, because his name was spelled 3 different ways in two different police reports. Do you know when a neighbor called the Apple Valley Police Department to report a suspicious person in the Crowley residence on January 19, 2015? And his answer is yes. That pisses me off so much, because it was like, okay, well, I was hoping for a little bit more, but again, these are all meant to be yes or no answers, so that's my fault. Number 10 was just a total failure on my part. I feel like the question just did not translate the way that I wanted it to translate. What I was hoping to get is more information about what happened on January 19th, and Dan Hennon did some amazing work and was able to get all the documents that we needed that talk about the 911 call and everything that happened after. So thank you, Dan. All right, let's move to number 11. I don't know why that keeps happening there. Sorry about that. Number 11, the suspicious person was Chris Klein. How was Chris Klein identified as the suspicious person the neighbor was referring to? And his answer is unknown. So it's unknown how they were able to tie the suspicious person on January 19th to Chris Klein. And I think that's a huge, huge question. Huge question right there. And the fact that he says that it's unknown, to me, is not good. It's not good. It's the type of talk something you would say kind of about a sensitive informant or something like that. And I'm not saying that that's what Chris Klein was. I don't believe that that's what he was, but it's very, very weird, this answer here. How could it be unknown? You could say we can't discuss it, you know, it's private, blah, 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 but unknown to me is just like, you guys don't know? You're telling me you don't know how you connected Chris Klein to this? But whatever the unknown connection was, it actually worked because Chris Klein admitted to being the unknown person in there, the suspicious person. All right, number 12. Chris Klein stated that he was at the house with Daniel Crowley Sr. and Jr., even though the neighbor apparently only reported one suspicious person. And I think that was the key word in that 911 call, a suspicious person, or in the police report about the 911 call that Dan Hinnon got. Dan Crowley Sr., said that he was not in the house with Chris Klein. And that's in the police reports, page 81. And I asked Gummert, do you know if it was ever discovered who was telling the truth and who was not? And he said no. He's the lead investigator in this. Does it matter? I guess maybe it doesn't matter to their investigation. Obviously, it's not relevant, but it should be. This is new information. The bullet here, the second bullet, is new information. I don't know. It's just very, very odd to me. Okay. Number 13. Are there images from 1/17/2015 that show a bullet hole near the living room light? And he said yes. Yes. So he's saying, just like, so now we have two police officers confirming that they believe that they have images showing that there was a bullet hole in the living room when authorities entered the house. Somehow they missed it, I guess. Okay. Number 14, did you see the bullet hole in the living room ceiling on January 17, 2015? And again, he said, I saw it, unknown of exact date. Very important. You saw it, unknown of exact date. You would probably know that, because if you weren't in the house on January 19th, when the suspicious person, if you weren't in the house on January 20th, when they found item 53, the bullet that was tied to Rania, if you weren't in the house on February 18th, when the other detectives or people returned to the same crime scene to discover another bullet in the living room attic, or in, you know, right above in the attic above their living room, how do you tie it to this? So that just really blew my mind. Like, how do you not know? If you weren't there and you didn't see it on January 17th, when did you see it? So, was the Department of Homeland Security or the FBI involved in your investigation, or were they conducting their own investigation? Not contacted, no investigation. Did you ever speak with Andrew and John? That's Kamel's father. And he says, no. Now we know that turned out to be yes. Because after he tells no, then he tells Dan Hinnon yes. He was always in contact with him. Detective Gummert, there's no reason to tell us two separate things. Now, I think I learned about this right before the film crew for Eric Nelson's Sloppumentary. Right before the film crew came, I might have learned about it that day. And I do remember telling Robert Erickson, the guy who came out, who was in charge of filming me that day, I do remember telling him this, and he was like, you know, his eyes kind of lit up, but they didn't want to follow up on that. They weren't interested in anything like that. No, it wasn't about that. Okay, number 17. Now I should just go back to number 16 for 1 second. I should make it clear that when I confronted Detective Gummert about why he told Dan and I two separate things, he just said he did admit that he was wrong and that he did always talk with Kamel's father. I don't know why he said no. I mean, this is why I wanted to make it so clear, yes and no, because that is a lie. that is a lie. It's not. If it's a mistake, it's a mistaken lie. Whatever. It's not true. Let's put it like that. It's not true. Number 16 is not true. Number 17. I received the 94-page PDF document full of police reports. Are there police reports that were excluded in the 94-page PDF? And he says no. I received 464. Number 18. I received 464 images from the AVPD after filling out their disclosure request form. How many images were possibly withheld? Hundreds? Thousands? Hundreds. Is it possible to get censored images that will help prove 3 bodies were found at the Crowley residence on 1/17/2015? And the answer is no. I understand why the answer was no. And the reason that I brought up number 19, which I kind of fought back and forth on, I wasn't really going to include this one. Wish I would have kind of included some other ones in there, but because there were so many questions about a hoax, if there were even people there, and this is back in 2016. I mean, this had been started from definitely 2015. That theory had been kind of floating out there, and with some people kind of, you know, looking into it, some people speculating on it, and other people who thought that it was fact. So it kind of created some interesting discussions, I will say. Okay. Let's see. So there's no chance to get a censored image of that. Number 20, is it possible to get the medical examiner report or BCA reports in addition to what has already been provided? He said you will have to contact them. And we did contact them, and yeah, got some good stuff there. So thank you for everybody who contacted them. Thank you for everybody who wanted to, who, you know, put in that drive to make sure that we did, and to make sure that we got these reports. Everybody who helped out with that, thank you very much. And everybody who's read them too. Everybody who's taken the time to actually read them and go through them. You're now part of this. All right, number 21. What did you find within hours after arriving at the crime scene that led you to believe David Crowley was guilty of a double murder-suicide? Assessment of scene. So he assesses the scene, and pretty much that's what shows him that David Crowley is guilty, even though they missed 2 bullets, and even though they hadn't tied any of the writings, anything in the house to David Crowley yet. Assessing the scene, it was rolled out onto a red carpet. David Crowley is guilty as soon as you walk in, right? Well, I don't know. I mean, we've all walked down that same red carpet with the same data, and it's not what I've found. And they go, well, he's a detective, right? These are guys, they're trained, they know to do all this. Well, are they trained to look up and see a bullet hole? Are they trained to make sure that they don't leave the house without a bullet? Are they trained not to assume so quickly? And the other point is, well, if they're trained, then they know better, and they see what I'm seeing, because I'm not trained. So they should be able to see what I'm seeing and a lot more, and that was not the case. So, in addition to answering the 21 questions, Detective Gummert took the time to explain his answers, which I do greatly appreciate. I really do. Mr. Fernandez, I understand my answers are short and to the point, but based on your questions, you have read all of our reports, and there is nothing more to add on my end. If we did not cover it in our reports, then we did not feel necessary to do so. I have come to the realization that there is nothing I can say or do that will ever satisfy the people that believe there is a cover-up and that the family was murdered by the government or agents acting on behalf of the government. I will also never be able to satisfy people's opinion that our department did a poor job investigating this incident, even though most, if not all, of those critics have never spent a day doing what we do. I am not sure where you fall in your opinions, but I would hope we could agree on one point, that the lives lost in that home have greatly affected their families. I think we owe it to their families to move on and let them live in peace. They have suffered enough, and continual discussion of this case serves no purpose. Moving forward, I will no longer answer any questions regarding this case. Time has come for our department to move on. I wish you the best in your future endeavors. Take care, Jim. Now, like I wrote here, I often think about all of the strange things surrounding this case. The murder weapon was found next to David's left hand, even though he fired a weapon with his right hand. Latent fingerprints were not found on the blood-smeared wall in the living room. Since the rear slider was open 1/4 an inch when police arrived at the Crowley house, I didn't expect them to tell the media there were no signs of forced entry so early during their investigation. My biggest issue with this investigation is the bullet hole in the living room ceiling. The bullet hole allegedly led to the bullet that killed David Crowley. David's body was found on January 17, 2015, but the bullet that killed him wasn't found in the Crowley house until February 18, 2015, 1 month later. It was only after speaking with David Crowley's friend, Chris Klein, that police eventually found the bullet in the attic above the living room ceiling. It was days after this murder when Mason Hendricks began searching in the Crowley home, looking for anything that would shed light on why David would kill his family and himself. Hendricks told me he found nothing that day, but he did see the bullet hole above his head in the living room while in the house with Klein. According to Detective Gummert, it was unknown how they determined Chris Klein was the suspicious person inside the Crowley house on January 19, 2015. Klein is in character on this stage, not because of who he is, but because of where he was on January 19th, what he saw inside the Crowley house, and who he was with. Though it's not clear yet if he saw the bullet in the attic, we know police did not see the bullet in the attic until February 18th, 1 month later. Even worse, after speaking with Klein and learning some valuable information about the bullet in the attic above the living room ceiling, police never followed up to see if Klein was telling the truth about being in the Crowley house with David's father. Dan Crowley Sr., David's father, told police he was not in the house with Chris Klein that day. So we know Chris Klein and Mason Hendricks claimed to have seen the bullet hole in the living room on January 19th. And Detective Gummert told me he also saw the bullet hole in the living room ceiling, but he is not sure if it was on January 17th. I saw it, unknown of exact date. Now, one of the most common questions related to the missing body parts inside the house is, what did the dog eat? Most of David's head was missing, along with his right hand. Not much was left of Kamel's skull either, and both of her hands were missing. Now, despite Mason Hendricks' claim that Ranya's body was not disturbed, the daughter's entire right arm was missing. These body parts were never found, according to Gummert, and this detective assumes that the missing body parts were eaten by the family dog Paleo. I always say Paleo. I don't know. Sorry. Now, Gummert believes the dog survived off of the missing body parts and the water from inside those toilets. 2 of the 3 toilet lids were left open in the house. Photographs taken by police show how little water was left in Ranya's bathroom toilet and the basement toilet. Basically, not that much drinking water. Now, Detective Gummert told me that neither the FBI nor the DHS were involved in their investigation, not contacted, no investigation. This contradicts what Mason Hendricks told me, as well as something mentioned to me by Sean Wright. Hendricks believed the reason why the investigation took so long was because the FBI and the DHS had to sign off on it. Sean Wright advised me to stay away from people asking questions about the case, like Dan Hennon and Thomas Lapp, so I could avoid being put under a microscope by the DHS. Still, the biggest contradiction in this case came from Detective Gummert himself. "Did you ever speak with Anja Malam?" I asked. "No," Detective Gummert responded. Anja Malam is the father of Kamel Crowley. In a police report by Mr. Gummert, he made it seem like all communication between police department and the Alam family would go through Kamel's sister Sidra. And here's what Gummert wrote. Sidra asked that I only contact her directly regarding the incident. She stated that her father is under a lot of stress due to what is going on with her mother, and she felt that it best that she be the go-between between us and her father. I advised Sidra that I would work with her on a daily basis to provide her updates, and that she could contact me if she had any questions or concerns about the investigation. However, when Dan Hinnon asked this detective if he ever spoke with Anjum Alam, Gummert told him yes. Unfortunately, police reports do not elaborate on the growing list of questions. In fact, the Apple Valley Police Department has declined. In fact, the Apple Valley Police Department has decided they are no longer going to be talking about this case. They are moving on. Case closed. Mr. Gummert believes we owe it to the family to stop asking questions about the alleged double murder-suicide, and his superiors concur. And then it goes into what he says moving forward. Now, a few days later, Mr. Gummert made sure to speak with independent researcher Dan Hinnon at the Apple Valley Police Department. Dan Hinnon went to the Apple Valley Police Department to pick up the contents of his second disclosure request about the alleged double murder-suicide. Dan was not expecting to meet with Detective Gummert that day, but the two men ended up speaking for about 20 minutes in the lobby of the police station. I'm glad that Detective Gummert took the time to speak with Dan, but why would he tell me he would not be answering questions about the case, then initiate a meet and greet with Dan Hinnon, offering to answer questions? More so, why would Detective Gummert give Dan and I two different answers to the same question about Mr. Alam? After reading the 94 pages of police reports provided by the Apple Valley Police Department, I assumed there were reports I had not read, and I was wrong. Investigators seemed so confident of their theory that I found it hard to believe I had read every police report related to this case. And this was before Judy Prochnow told me about the audio recordings which accompanied certain police reports. But again, Detective Gummert says, you have read all of our reports, and there is nothing more to add on my end. If we did not cover it in our reports, then we did not feel it necessary to do so. Okay. Now, Gummert seemed convinced when he wrote, I've come to the realization there is nothing I can do or say that will ever satisfy the people that believe there is a cover-up and the family was murdered by the government or agents acting on behalf of the government. And it always comes back to that. I mean, I get tired of that after a while. It's just, we always hear that over and over again. So, here was a question. What exactly do you do, Mr. Gummert? Do you look up at the ceiling while you're standing in the living room of a crime scene? Do you remember what date you saw the bullet hole above your head, especially when that bullet hole is part of a crime scene? What do you do, Mr. Gummert? You asked me to move on because we owe it to the families to live in peace. An officer serves their purpose by providing a thorough investigation to the citizens within their jurisdiction. No purpose is served by concluding this was a double murder-suicide within hours of finding the bodies. Continual discussion coincides with transparency and truth. An officer should know that. Okay, now on June 2nd, 2016, I wrote back to Detective Gummert hoping to find out why he gave Dan Hinnon and I two completely different answers to the same question. Hello, Mr. Gummert. Sorry to bother you. And I know you are not discussing the case anymore, but for the purpose of accuracy in writing my articles, I have to ask you to clarify question number 16, when I asked if you ever spoke with Mr. Anjum Alam, Kamel's father. In the answer you stated no, but Dan Hinnon told me you told him yes. Can you please clear this up? Did you ever speak with Mr. Alam? The following day, Detective Gummert responded, my apologies, I answered the question incorrectly. I have spoken to Kamel's father on several occasions. Hopefully that clears it up. Have a good day. And then I wrote back, is there a reason why you answered incorrectly? He said, it was a mistake on my part, not trying to hide anything. And again, okay, I'll leave it at that. I'll let you all decide it from there. So thank you for joining me, and until next time. depending on who you ask, you might find that David Crowley's $30 million deal, the $30 million deal that was talked about, was a real deal. It was a real deal. And it never ended. It only ended because David Crowley died. That's a huge point. That's a big point. It's a point that I think a lot of people don't really want us covering or want us talking about for whatever reason. But we're going to talk about it now. We're going to talk about this deal. And if you haven't seen Dan Hinnan's full interview with Mike Baggio of the Michael Entertainment Group, the guys who are working on a $30 million deal, not giving David Crowley $30 million, but looking at a way to make Gray State, and they figured the cost would be about $30 million, $25 to $30 million. So if you haven't seen or listened to the interview with Dan Hinnan and Mike Baggio III, the president of MEG, please do so. It is worth getting that side because it's a side that we haven't heard. Other people have alluded to it and have mentioned it. Jordan Page mentioned it, but now we have it straight from one of the guys themselves, someone who was involved with the actual deal. So Mike Baggio called it a promising project. At first they were going to take it to the big screen, and then later they decided they were going to make it a series. So by September 2014, Gray State had moved from being pushed as a feature-length film to a TV series. It's a big difference from what David's dad says in the police reports, I believe page 64, where in November, Dan Sr. talked to David Crowley over the phone and asked about the deal. And according to Dan Crowley Sr., David Crowley said that he walked away from it. So once again, somebody is lying or somebody is not telling the absolute truth. And another thing about Dan Crowley Sr. is he told police one thing, that he was not at the Crowley house with Christopher Klein and whoever was with Klein. And Klein said that he was at the house with Dan Crowley Sr. and Dan Crowley Jr. A couple days after the bodies were found. On January 17th, the bodies were found. January 19th, Chris Klein is in the house with some other people. And he obviously should not have, nobody should have been in the house at that point. But they were. But here you have differing stories, and we're going to get this a lot. And you can pile up all of the differing stories from people who all believe that David Crowley is guilty. Now, of all the people, I do find Mike Baggio to be one of the more credible people because he's not involved. He has nothing to really lose from it. He was not going to move forward with Gray State after David's death. And just listening to him, listening to everybody else, I find Mike Baggio to be one of the more credible people involved in this case. This project was going to involve Sean Stone, according to what David Crowley said, but that was in March of 2014. David Crowley posts, Sean Stone, yeah, that one, apparently wants a role in Gray State. So Mike Baggio talks about the movie was going to have A-list actors. He would not name who those A-list actors were. So everything looked good. It looks like the only thing that stopped the $30 million deal was David Crowley's death. If you talk to other people, they're going to tell you something different. Obviously, both of those cannot be true. I'm going to tend to believe the guy who was involved in the deal, Mike Baggio III. And of course, right after Dan Hinnan's interview was posted, Danny Mason jumps into the Facebook group and starts saying a lot of incoherent things from my view, and just a lot of weird things that don't make any sense. And wanting to have a discussion or an interview, kind of sounded like Danny Mason wanted to kind of, after hearing what Mike Baggio III said, Danny Mason wanted to give a rebuttal to that. So we're definitely open to that whenever Danny Mason's ready. Let's see. So they met face-to-face in September, which is a key time. We don't hear a lot about that September meeting in Hollywood. But then why 1 month later does David Crowley allegedly tell his dad that he walked away from it? He walked away from this deal. It doesn't seem right to me. There definitely is two contradicting things happening here. So, and that's the whole thing. It's another thing to try to pass it off as fact, because nobody can prove either way. Mike Baggio makes it clear we didn't fire David or we didn't get rid of David, however that went. It's a big deal. So Christmas comes. He calls David on Christmas, around Christmas time, to wish him and Camille happy holidays. Then he went out of town. He had asked somebody, a mutual friend, twice to go to see if he had any communication with David Crowley. Whoever this mutual friend is says that he's going to go and he's going to stop by David Crowley's. He's probably just writing, blah, blah, blah. So it must be somebody in that area, somebody that lived within driving distance to David Crowley. Maybe, maybe not. So the holidays come, the holidays pass, and he tells him, he did not really believe, when he heard this at least, maybe later on he changed his mind, but when he received the news of patients were never with Danny Mason, it was only with David Crowley. MEG was only working with David Crowley, not with Danny Mason. Yet here we have Danny Mason trying to move forward with this project and trying to involve David's dad in it too, because later on, after David's death, Mike Baggio 3 says that he's contacted and he's asked about, moving forward with this project. These people have made some video. It's probably the video, the photo shoot that we've seen out there with Danny Mason and Joe Biggs, where they're basically, running around shooting at invisible things or whatever. David Crowley's dad as well. So, that's a big deal. So Baggio makes it clear everything with David, all of his conversations were all good, never saw any downside, everything looked fine. Again, something that totally is different from what we're hearing from other people and other sources. And they always, from the beginning, people have made it sound like the movie deal crashed and sent David into this dark place, and then that's what caused the whole downfall. And what we're learning is that there's another side to that we're just trying to figure out what really happened here. And in the 30 minutes that he spoke with Dan, I think he's given us a lot of good things to think about. So I would really encourage everybody to go and listen to that. Go watch that on Dan Hinnan's YouTube page, please, because it's definitely worth looking at, regardless of what your view is. If you really care about getting to the truth, if you really care about finding out what happened, this is another valuable piece of information to go look at. Thank you. So here I am looking for the official conclusion, and it's staring me in the face the whole time. I was going back through my notes and looking at the things I wanted to cover in my book, and I had this question of what is the official conclusion? I know the official allegation, a double murder-suicide. We see that as early as the second press release from the Apple Valley Police Department at about 11:40 a.m. January 18th, less than 24 hours after they find these bodies. They are accusing David Crowley of a double murder-suicide. When does it end? Where is the end? What is the official conclusion? In the Philip Marshall case, we got this, I think, 15-page report from the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office. I was kind of expecting something similar, something that would help everybody understand why the police, why the authorities, why the investigators came to the conclusion that David Crowley is guilty. I was expecting to see that there was something else out there. There was more out there, that they had documentation, that they had something that actually showed that David Crowley is guilty. I was expecting to see something, anything. And I looked and I looked and I went back through all of the documents that we had. Where's the official conclusion? When did this whole case end? When was it wrapped up? What is it? What do we have here? What do they have? And I'll tell you, I was really shocked. I was really shocked because at first I thought, okay, maybe I just missed it. But no, it was there. It was there in front of my face the whole time. It was there. Page 92 of 94 in the Apple Valley Police reports. It's right there. That's their conclusion. That is their final conclusion. That's it. There's nothing else. There's nothing more. Page 92 is it. I'm still a little shocked about it. I still find it hard to believe page 92 is the official conclusion. There's nothing else. This is it. This is supposed to solve the whole case here. This is the conclusion. I was shocked. I was shocked for two reasons. Well, first reason was kind of like it was already there. I had already assumed that page 92 was the unofficial conclusion. I had no idea that it is the official and final conclusion. That's it. That's all you get. So page 92 is written by Brian Bone. This is dated 10/7/2015, 1:08 p.m. The case is closed. It is exceptionally cleared. Okay, so the statement talks about the Dakota County Electronic Crime Task Force. They get all of this data, these terabytes of data. They go through these terabytes of data. Guess what they find? Big shock here. Nothing. They did not find any information on the related devices that showed motive or cause for what happened during this or up to this incident. With the conclusion of the review of the digital devices, there is no other information available for further investigation. At 10/6, that's it. The terabytes of data was the last thing. It was the last thing that they were waiting for. On October 6, 2015, the case is closed. It's done. Throughout this investigation, the AVPD has not discovered any information or evidence that shows anybody but David Crowley is the perpetrator of these crimes, including the killing of his wife, child, and himself. And the status is changed to exceptionally cleared. So here is the real challenge. Here is the real question. What did they discover that shows that David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes? Because they're saying they have not discovered any information that shows that anybody but David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes. So the clear question is, and this is why I was expecting a final report, something that would answer the clear question, is what did the Apple Valley Police find that showed that David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes? If this is it, then there isn't anything. What do they have? One fingerprint? One fingerprint on David's left middle finger? Nothing that ties him to the bullet found in the attic 1 month later? Nothing. They found nothing. They have nothing. The case is built around nothing. And it brings us to the question of what really happened here. If the official theory is not true, and I believe that it's not true, then what really happened here? That is the logical question that I think a lot of people, a lot of my friends, a lot of people in the group are asking. Then what happened here? For me, I move a little slower, I guess. Because my question here is still, why are they accusing David Crowley of being the perpetrator of these crimes? In these 94 pages, what shows that David Crowley was the perpetrator of these crimes? We know that they found nothing in the terabytes of data. We know that they have no motive. We know that they're guessing. We know that they're speculating. That's not their job. This is one more reason why the case needs to be reopened, because of the official conclusion. The official conclusion is not supported by evidence. It's not supported by facts. It's supported by the fact that they can't find evidence to show that anybody else did it. So it must be David. That's the way that I'm reading this. And if the way that I'm reading it is right, then we need to reopen this case. This case needs to be reopened. And we need to do what we can to help get this case reopened, within reason, to the best of your ability. And I believe this case will be reopened one day. It may take a while, but I got time. Welcome, welcome. Thank you everybody for joining us here. We are now officially live. The date is December 27th. It is 6 p.m. Pacific time. So I appreciate everybody joining us. I'm going to be waiting no longer. I've got the, let me just minimize this here. Let's verify that stream is working. Good. I've got the poll pulled up here. Now this is from, this was posted December 16th, 2019. And what I have here is, let me just go. What I have here is just, okay, cool. A real documentary. So here, this is what I posted. A real documentary. I know we've talked about this before, but what would you want to see in a real documentary about this case? Please help me add poll options. Alright, of course, 38 responses, 38 votes for evidence tampering and moving the skull piece. Now, this is interesting, because when we talk about the skull piece moving that skull piece and the evidence tampering, that covers a lot of different things. But that's a huge topic. That's a huge area that could be a big part of getting the case reopened. So I'm very excited about that. Christian Coffins is going to be joining us, and looks like Sophia is also going to be joining us as well. The number 2 is all of the above. That got 29, 30, 31, 32, right? So it got 32. I hate how they put the 29 other. Just, come on. So that got 32. 32 people just want everything. So, which is interesting. It's very, very close to, I think, what we all want, but very close to the number 1 post. At the 3rd spot, we have 18 people who have voted for a statement/interview from the AVPD. That's another powerful one. So a lot of people want to hear in this documentary what they want to see. Aside from evidence tampering and moving of the skull piece, they want to see statements or an interview with the Apple Valley Police Department. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. The 4th spot, we have 14 people who voted for statements from the family members and friends who have not spoken up regarding this case. There are a lot of them. And I wonder if that would include Kamel's family, the people that have been, that asked that they be taken out. Specifically, Kamel's father and Kamel's sister were supposed to be a part of Eric Nelson's sloppymentary, but they were not. And I do believe we have Christian Coffin. Christian, can you hear me? Doesn't sound like he can hear me. Let me know if you guys can hear me out there. I can hear somebody.
Here.
Hey, Sophia, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Excellent. Audio's okay?
I think it is. I was
Sweet.
just going to check you guys out on YouTube to see how things were going.
Okay. Christian, I think Christian is having some trouble hearing. I'm just going to let him know. What can he do? Could be your audio settings. There are 2 of us on the call now. And I do believe I can hear it on YouTube. Woohoo! Yep, sounds pretty good actually. The delay, it's still a little ways. I cannot hear you. We're doing some live audio sound checks here to make sure, because we want to make sure we have the best quality that we have. I think Christian has a new microphone, so you know, we're just going to test it out live here. While we're waiting for him, we have next 11 for... Ah, there you are. Now we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I had to click another button. I don't remember having to do that before. Hey, guys.
Hey there. Long time no chat.
Yeah. Who else is here? Is it just you?
We have Sophia has joined us here too, so she's on the call. I know she left some comments on the Facebook group because she has a lot that wants to go into this film that you're making, and she is the one who posted the most voted on topic, what people want to see in a real documentary. Is they want to hear more about this whole evidence tampering and the moving of the skull piece, because those two things like that, could possibly help us get the case reopened or possibly looked at by another agency, law enforcement or whatever, maybe a politician, I don't know. But those are that's just some of the stuff that we've been just kind of talking about as we're just gearing up here. So thank you both for joining us.
You're welcome. Hi, Christian. This is Sophia.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, I've ever since Greg showed me this whole case, and it's funny because I didn't know anything about it, and I've been talking with Greg about Bohemian Grove stuff for a couple of years now. And I was just scrolling through Netflix one day and saw Gray States, and so I was like, I saw the little trailer for it and stuff, so it got my attention. I was like, I gotta watch this. And then sure enough, there's Greg and Dan Hennon, and it just blew me away because I was already doing Dark Docs Digest, and what really kind of took me aback is how I've been involved with InfoWars and We Are Change and the 9/11 Truth movements and things, I mean, since like 2003. And this rabbit hole is not only so deep, but there's so many little nooks and crannies, little hallways with doors, and those doors have more hallways with more doors. And it gets to the point where something so big as this like fake murder suicide cover up of someone doing this kind of a film, who was on the InfoWars show, on the Alex Jones show several times, and it had so many followers and stuff. Someone like me who has been doing this very publicly, co-founded federaljack.com, worked with all these people, held in the Fed protests, and went to New York, met with Cynthia McKinney. I've never heard of this case, so it just goes to show how it really kind of made me re-look at everything we've been doing, from Pizzagate, Pedo Swim, to everything, and just being like, no wonder normies that just watch the mainstream media, or not even at all, just kind of go about their lives and stuff, they think we're nuts because there's so many little things to this big crazy puzzle of whatever you want to call it, the New World Order, globalist, corruption. It goes on and on. The military-industrial complex, the propaganda machine, whatever you want to call all of this. Because when you're just outside of it, and people are just dropping all these crazy facts on you, it just seems like too much. But the more you open your mind and kind of start to dig in, that's when you get hooked. Once it takes like two or three big things, like a case like this, to really turn a normie into somebody that is like, all right, maybe this other stuff might be true or might be kind of true, or there might be different sides, and you really start seeing. And I love the title, Gray State, and like then how Greg spun it to be the gray stage, because I've always tried to get people to understand that nothing is black and white. Everyone is stuck with binary thinking, polar mindset. It's Democrat, Republican, black, white, yin yang, girl, boy, and it's like, I'd say the only one good thing about the whole LGBTQ movement is that now people are starting to think in terms of spectrums, because everything is a spectrum of like grays. Like no one is good or evil. We all have our little flaws. Some people are better than others. Breaking Bad was a good example of that, where who's the good guy in Breaking Bad? Whoever you ask, it's going to be some different character, because they all have some good to them, they all have some bad, and there's a little bit of everything in between. And that's exactly what's going on here with the gray stage, where you have a lot of nefarious characters that are doing a lot of different things, and some people think that these guys are the good guys, some people think that those guys are the good guys, and there's an equal amount of people that think the opposite. And us as truth seekers, it's our job to not be biased and play devil's advocate constantly, and continue to reassess our assumptions and continue to get to the bottom of things. And so I see that evidence tampering is at the top of the list, and of things that need to be addressed in this documentary, because that is probably the number one, the first chapter of any government cover up, or any kind of a law enforcement cover up, internal affairs investigation, where the very first thing they do is they have to mess up the evidence to a point where you don't even know it's all damaged, so it all gets thrown out. What are your perspectives on this? I'd love to hear a little bit more from you.
I am just finding that as we read the documents that we got from Apple Valley and the BCA, and looking at the photos even, that we keep discovering new things. Every month there's something new. Whereas in the police records, for instance, we have the police saying one story, but when you look at the actual documents, like the financial records, the search warrants, the telephone records, they're all saying a totally different story. Like the whole pot thing, saying that Chris Peck gave them the pot on the 16th. That never happened. He never even contacted Chris Peck, not in December. And so now we're left trying to figure out, where did the pot come from? Is it left over from a different time, months ago? Or was it planted there? We have no clue. Or like the financial records saying that David and Kamel were struggling, and that Kamel was the one holding the family up. And come to find out, David had a trust fund from his father. And they had quite a bit of money, and they were not behind in any of their bills whatsoever. And there's a rumor going around that the house was in foreclosure before they even died, and that's not true. I don't know who started that rumor, but it's absolutely not true. And you are sitting here reading the police reports and seeing that, okay, well, there's probably financial issues, oh, there's drug issues, that kind of thing. But you look at the tox results, their tox results are clean. There was no drugs. So where did that come from? Oh, well, the pot. Okay, well, where did the pot come from? Because Chris Peck didn't give it to them in December. And, it's just, as you said, the rabbit holes have rabbit holes. And more doors and more tunnels, and every nook and cranny that you turn to, there's 100 more rabbit holes that you're discovering. And a lot of people tend to get frustrated with the case and walk away because it's so much. You think, oh,
Definitely.
I'm gonna.
And
You
that's
think,
why I proposed initially when I was talking to Greg and Brendan about the whole thing, and after watching A Gray State, um, we were. It was a 3-hour episode. Usually we do Dark Docs Digest, and they're only half an hour long, maybe an hour. Sometimes a two-parter. This was like 3 hours and some change, and it felt like we were just getting started. And then after that, I pretty much stayed up all night long on anybody that's listening on the Dark Doc side, and you haven't already gone to gregfernandezjr.com. He has done so much work, so many videos, so many downloads. A lot of it's on the screen right now. I see he's cycling through on his YouTube channel. There's so much work, and I have to download all of it. and I'm going to tell you now, it's not even going to be like an Alex Jones 3-4 hour documentary. It still wouldn't be enough. So I've decided, the best way to go about this and the most organized way to go about it is once we have all the stuff, all of the payload, all of the videos, all of the documents, it's going to go into folders. And I'm sure Greg already has it, and he's very meticulous with his record keeping. So it's probably going to be zip folders, so I don't have to resort anything. I'm probably going to be doing some anyway. And each one of these folders is probably going to be its own documentary. So there's going to be a gray stage documentary chapter 1, evidence tampering, and that's going to be the very first episode, which is going to be a full film on its own with
Nice.
This talk broken into parts, edited in with the actual evidence, the videos, all of Greg's videos and commentary going back and forth, and hopefully with putting out episode 1, we'll get enough donations and stuff because of course some of not all of you necessarily know that have never made videos, done anything like this. It takes hundreds of hours, and we're not rich. We don't have trust funds. We're just people that are taking time out of us working for a living to pay our rents, pay for food to put on the table, and all of that. So the idea is that this is a value for value system that we're doing with Dark Docs, Coffins Collective, and all these things. And so if people can see value in it, share it, and donate whatever they can, the more money they give us, the more time we have to continue to put stuff out like this without having commercial advertisers. And then because once you have commercial advertisers, we can't talk about this stuff anymore because guess who those is on their board of directors? Guess who their CEO is? This family got killed because they were getting too close. They were exposing things that were going on in this world in the corporate climate that they shouldn't have been talking about according to these people. So it's really up to us independent journalists, independent investigators, filmmakers, artists, to take time out of our own lives and do this without starving to death. And thank you. I can't even imagine how much time you have put into this already and haven't seen a dime. So I definitely what you've done is very valuable, and I would definitely want you to get all of your credit that is deserved. And I know a lot of people that are part of these projects and stuff. They want to stay anonymous for their family's safety, and I understand that. Greg and I, we kind of like to have a public face, but I'd say 8/10 of the Dark Docs network is completely anonymous because they're terrified, And with cases like this, that shows you what could happen to you if you get too loud, you get too close, bad things can happen, and then they'll be making a documentary about us. So, that's why it's really important that, we get the support that we need in order to have no commercials, not sell snake oil, not sell, bullshit products, but, keep it real and focus on the information. You still there, Greg?
I'm still here. I'm loving this. Yeah, I'm totally on. I'm on board, man. I mean, yeah. I just want to make it clear that none of us here will ever kill ourselves. So if
Nope.
anything ever does happen to us, we do expect our families and friends to look as deep as they possibly can to give the public as many documents as they possibly can. And I don't have any problem with anybody, getting all of my crime scene photos if that ever happens. I don't think that we're gonna have that problem. I really don't. I think we've crossed that point. I think people know that that's not going to even work. If you strike us down, we'll become even more powerful, and they don't want that, because I think a lot of people just want this case to just die a very slow death. And I think we've done a great job. Everybody listening, everybody watching this, everybody who's helped out, everybody talking about this topic has done a great job of making sure that this does not die, that this family does not die until justice is served. There can't be any closure. The family knows this. They know there is no closure. Are they just going to wallow and just live on until somebody in their family finally stands up and says, wait a minute, we need to look into this. This is not right. Somebody will. Somebody will. It's just a matter of time.
Absolutely, and I'm always asking, for financial support, of course, because if I don't, people are like, oh yeah, no, they're doing fine, so it's something you always have to. But really, the financial support is the number 2 thing that we need, because the more you give us, the more time I have to do stuff for all of you guys, for myself, for humanity, whatever. But the number 1 thing that we need, and you guys are out there doing, out there in the Dark Docs network, and other networks, and social media, the No Agenda family, that I've kind of been weaning my way into. Tomorrow is actually going to be a No Agenda meetup in Orlando, the Sacred Owls holiday party. It's what you're doing, sharing stuff, commenting on stuff, doing your own thing, and bringing stuff to us. Everything that a lot of the stuff in the Dark Docs Network group on Facebook is I've never heard of it before. I never heard about this case, and so it's none of us have all of the information, all of the knowledge, know about all the cases, all the details. Did you read this article? This is an info war in terms of there's all sorts of information, and finding the valid information, finding the good information, the most important details, and it's all puzzle pieces, but some of the puzzle pieces don't fit, and one person can't put this puzzle together by themselves. Greg can't do it, I can't do it, none of us can on our own, and it is up to all of us to continue to fact check each other, call each other out on things, and of course, be civil. I block people for being Greg too, for being rude about it, because there's no time for that. Like, we're busting our asses, and it's a thankless job, So if you see us ever posting something, it's like, oh no, actually this was like, you didn't check the date on that. We're only human, And then whenever someone calls me out on something, I'll be like, oh wow, look at that. All right, yeah. And then I put out redactions and notes and things, and we move forward. So it's really important for us all to, the number 1 thing is sharing the information, talking to people, talking to loved ones, info bombing them, politely and friendly, and not yelling at people. And that's what the far left and the far right want you to do. They want you to to be divided. They want you to argue. They want you to not be united, where all of us kind of somewhere in the middle, in sanity, that are just trying to get the truth. All of us truth seekers. It's really up to us to open the dialogue, to talk to new people, and and keep our eye out for all of these things. I feel like we should have a new segment on Dark Docs Digest because of all of the, between the Clinton murders and now Kevin Spacey, the fourth accuser now reportedly has committed suicide. As a little segue before we jump back into gray stage land, what do you guys think? Have you heard about this? He had some like psychological problems. I watched the whole Luke Radowski thing on it last night. It was actually a really good analysis of the whole situation. But I do find it interesting that this is the third accuser of sexual assault from Kevin Spacey that has now died of mysterious causes. Do you guys think it was a suicide this time, or do you think it goes a little deeper?
Well, considering that he put a warning out on Twitter just a few days ago, and then there's accusers dying, he wrote, "Killed him with kindness."
Right. It was actually, it was a YouTube video, but of course he shared it on his Twitter, and the video is just hashtag KTWK, kill them with kindness, and it is a very cryptic video. Did you want to play it on your end, or because it's only a minute long? I think it'd be a good clip to have in this broadcast.
Will I get dinged or something if I play it?
What do you mean?
They won't kill my stream or something, will they?
Oh,
that's the only thing I'm worried about, because I've had that happen a few times.
I mean, I've seen other videos with analysis. We don't have to do it. I mean, if you're worried about that, it's funny. I never worry about that, but I'm always getting banned and stuff. So,
I mean, they might. Yeah, the stream might stop, and it'll be a really short show.
You're gonna get banned just because I'm on here. So whatever.
Well, that's true. But that'll take time. That'll take a few hours. But.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they can just look it up. All you have to do is it's
Here,
trending. Last time
tell
I
me.
checked, it was funny. Last time I checked, it was number 33 trending, which it's the magic number.
Okay, give me the title.
Great.
Give me the title. I'll at least go to it.
KTWK. Kill them with kindness. Yeah.
Let's see here.
Should be the
Yeah,
first.
it's pretty ominous.
It's really
with that title, and then there's accusers dying.
Oh, the one from Kevin Spacey? Yeah, he might. I don't know. He might ding me on that one, especially because it has so many.
I mean, the
views.
thing is, it's not like copywritten or anything. It's not like from a show. It's just like a thing he put out.
It's true. Should I risk it?
Yeah, let's go crazy.
All right, screw it. I got 2 other channels, so we'll try it on this one.
It only takes like 7 minutes to make a channel. Whatever.
It's true.
You didn't really think I was going to miss the opportunity to
get some
wish
sound
you a
on
Merry
this.
Christmas, did you? It's been a pretty good year, and I'm grateful to have my health back. And in
Do you
light
guys
of
hear
that,
sound?
I've made some
They'll hear it on
changes in
YouTube.
my life, and I'd like to invite you to join me.
Oh no, I
As we
can't hear
walk
it.
into 2020, I want to cast my vote for
I can look
more
at it
good
though.
in this world. Ah, yes, I know what you're
Didn't he put out a creepy one last a year ago at Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And it's not that
Yes,
hard,
that was the first one after
The
he
next
was
time
kicked off
someone
of
does something
House
you
of
don't
Cards.
like,
Yeah.
you can go on the attack.
And it
But
was
you
the
can
first
also
time he
hold
was
your
playing Frank Underwood
unexpected.
outside of the show, and it
kill
was
them with
during the whole trial ordeal that he was dealing with 1 year ago. So it's interesting that he put this out.
That was
I
creepy.
think, what was it, just like a day or 2 before the fourth accuser committed suicide, and he's talking about killing them with kindness.
So, okay, so we just
Wow.
watched that, and so that voice, that's not his real voice. That's not. Why is he doing that weird voice? I've never seen House of Cards. Is that what I'm supposed to get
that's
from
why
that?
he's playing Frank Underwood,
Okay.
the character from House. First of all, you have to. Did you listen to the House of Cards Dark Docs Digest two-parter on the
Yeah,
Bohemian Grove?
yeah, that's the only thing that I've ever seen
Only thing that
regarding
you've heard.
this. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So he has kind of this like Savannah Southern drawl, like molasses is pouring out of his
He's
mouth.
horrible.
You know.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying his accent. Sorry.
Yeah, it's funny. He's doing it a lot lighter now than he did on the show. Maybe just like being off the set for, like 2 years now, almost. Maybe he's lost a little bit of Frank, But I thought it was a great series, and it's extremely creepy. And what's even more alarming is that Bill Clinton, you can look it up, he said it himself that House of Cards is like 99% accurate. And all you have to do is look up Bill Clinton, House of Cards, 99% accurate. And then there's multiple articles where he says that it pretty much it's on the nose. And once you have that piece of information confirmed, then you watch the series. It's all about government cover-ups involving murdering whistleblowers before they get to the presses, killing journalists, and the very first opening scene of the pilot episode is literally Frank Underhill, Kevin Spacey. He hits a dog and kills it and then like covers it up. So like that it starts out with like this is what that show is about. It's about politicians covering up their bullshit with murders. That's what the whole thing's about.
Wow.
And it isn't until I think it was season 6 or 7 that he was trying to run for re-election. So he was between being president, and his wife at the time was the president, and that allowed him to go to Elysian Fields, where they worship a crow, instead of an owl or a pelican. If you're watching Teddy Bear's Picnic.
Nice. And I think we have somebody else on the call with us too.
Ooh, who we got?
Oh, yes, hello. That's Stephanie.
Hey, Stephanie, how are you?
Hello, Stephanie.
Hello.
I'm doing all right. I was just listening, trying to catch up.
Nice. We're just getting started here, just rolling along, discussing a lot of different things here. But anything that you wanna bring up here? We got Christian and Sophia have both joined us. We're live. We got about 12 people in our YouTube chat room, and Christian also is broadcasting on his YouTube channel. So we are just trying to spread the word as much as we possibly can.
That's so amazing. That makes me so, I don't even have the right word. Like, I'm just so happy that you guys are all like putting time into this, when I think Christian said earlier that, despite you guys having your own lives and nobody paying you to do this, you guys are all still doing as much as you can for the truth of what happened to this family. And I cannot thank you all enough for that. It's so amazing.
It's I mean, thank you for caring as well. And of course, I'm always the cheerleader asking for funds. Every Dark Ducks Digest is a charity drive of sorts. But even if, sometimes some years we might get a couple big donations or a couple small ones. Some years we don't get any, and really it has to do with the economy. It has to do. I know that people that are really into what we're doing that don't donate, it's simply they need to buy dinner tonight, and that's really
Right.
how it is. And I get it, and and I always remind them, like, hey man, like it's if you have like $1 or $2, it's like, we're just like, we're happy to get whatever, or but even if we get nothing, we're gonna still be doing our thing whenever we can. You just won't get as many new things from darkdocs.com. Sacred Owls won't go on tour as much, but we're still going to put our money into these things, and our time is our money, into these things. and you're going to get something no matter what, because we're not going to stop until we drop dead, pretty much. But the more money people come and give us, I mean, I have dreams that darkdocs.com is going to, we can get more servers, more bandwidth, more filmmakers. I'd love to have an office where we're just 24/7 working on new documentaries, new miniseries. We have camera crews flying across the country to interview these people, go to this protest, go to that Trump rally, go to this, go to that, be reporting live, simulcasting. So that takes thousands and thousands of dollars, and we need millions of people watching this stuff, and 1 or 2% of them donating anything, and becoming producers and getting credit for what they're putting in. And we've been building this thing for several years now, and that's what it comes down to. And it's all very connected. How Greg and I are both musicians. I'm in Sacred Owls, and he has his hip hop project, and both of us are on our collective, Coffins Collective, putting out all of the CDs and cassettes and things, and doing all the mail order, and all of that goes into this too. So you don't not only have to donate to contribute or fight the info war, but you could also simply buy a CD, buy a DVD, and give it to a friend, pass them out. We make them really cheap, so really affordable. They're good quality, but we pretty much don't have a big margin on them, so that way you could buy several copies and pass this information out. The comic book Tales of Terror, it's all about the Franklin cover-up and human trafficking. It's all about pedophile hunting and catfishing predators. And there's some funny comics, funny, scary comics in there too for comic relief and all sorts of stuff, and original music from all different kinds of artists. And it's interesting because some people on the more info war side of things is like, why are you wasting your time with all of these different musicians that aren't really fighting the info war? And on the other end, you have all these musicians being like, why are you always info bombing people? And that's exactly why you have to do both, because Sacred Owls playing some punk rock, barbecue festival or something, where we're the only political bands. That's a bunch of people. We're just like out of nowhere waking up and info bombing with our projections and our songs and the lyrics and the sound clips. And they come up afterwards and they're like, I didn't know about any of this stuff. And we're like, I know, And then that opens the dialogue, and vice versa. You can't just focus on all of this stuff. You have to be able to take a break and read a comic or listen to a song that has nothing to do with this stuff, just because it's enjoyable, it's funny, it's silly, it's beautiful, and you have to have balance in life. So that's why it's really important for us to kind of cross that threshold where you can't listen to Alex Jones all day long. You're going to go nuts. And but you also can't listen to NPR all day. You're going to become a libtard. So that, you have to have that balance in there.
See, I'm not really into the politics. I read the news, and that's about it. I don't really like to get into politics and religion because of how much animosity that comes with it all. There's, you say one thing, and it doesn't matter if, you're like friends with people or not. If they've got something that contradicts your beliefs, probably about 70% of the time, those people will try and cram their beliefs down your throat. So I just, I don't have anything bad to say against anybody else's views. I'll listen, but I don't like to comment on that.
Yeah, it can cause problems. It can break up families. It can cause problems where you're just like, this is not worth it. It's not worth it getting into it with your family or your friends on social media, and then you guys, you go to a family function and there's tension all over a Facebook post or all over some social media garbage. It's like, no, don't, and definitely not over any politics or anything like that. And that's hard. That's very hard to. I think it takes time. It takes very patient people. Not everybody can actually do that, but if you can, I definitely it's good to try to not go there, because family is what they want to do. They want to break up our families. I think that's what they tried to do with David Crowley, was to break this family up. After they all died, they tried to tell us that there were so many different family problems. David was beating his wife, or he was mentally, he was a mental abuser.
Controlling.
He was very controlling. Right. We heard all of that stuff.
He alienated them.
He alienated them. But where is the evidence of it? It's
Yeah,
really
exactly.
not there. If the cops had that, they would have put that in there. They would have made that very clear. They were looking for things and they could not find any motive. Nothing.
That's what's ridiculous, is how do you exceptionally clear something when in the reports it specifically says we couldn't find anything.
Yep.
But we think he did it.
Yeah.
there's no proof behind it. It's just, well, we didn't find anything, but he did it.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is that they did find stuff, and the stuff that they found completely contradicts the narrative. Why does it say Allah Akbar in blood on the wall when he was a Christian? Why did it, why were his hands chopped off? And it looks like he was using his left hand when he was right-handed. I mean, there's so many little things that.
How did he get the blood from Kamel to the wall? How did that happen with no drips back and forth at all?
Or leaving
how
his
did
DNA
his
and fingerprints.
Yep. How's
He
his
didn't need any
DNA
of
and
that.
fingerprints not on that? How did Rani's arm? I always butcher her name. I feel so bad. But her whole arm, and then her fractured rib, and Kamel's hands, and David's hand, and the dog just did it. So we can close that one, I guess, right?
And Christian, if you look at the skull piece, you won't see dog teeth marks on there whatsoever.
Right.
And
there's none.
Let's pull that up.
Yeah, what's that number? Do you guys remember? I can probably find it here. I'm looking it up right now. That's okay, I'm looking it up.
Okay.
I should know it by heart.
Yeah, we're gonna have to label these things eventually.
We got them labeled.
This BCA number thing is not gonna fly.
Well, that's the real number, right? That's what you want, no?
Well, I mean, no, it's important to keep that, but like we're gonna have to duplicate and rename.
Skull piece and yeah. Okay, so BCA 4764 gives us a really good shot. Now there are 2, maybe 3 skull pieces in these photos. So right now we're just looking at one of those, but this is probably the one you're talking about, right, Sophia?
I'm sorry?
You might see it if you're on YouTube. If you're not on the stream with us on free conference call, it's gonna come up here. So I'm pulling up that skull piece so that Christian can check that
Look
out.
how clean that is on that right side. Now I've fed a lot of bones to a lot of dogs and watched them just go to town, and I can tell you now that a dog wouldn't leave that much if they were starving. If anything at all, they would leave like about a thumb-sized bit, and it'd be all slobbered, and you can't even tell the original architecture of that bone. It would just be this kind of amorphous, stone-looking, jagged piece that he didn't want to bite into because he was afraid it'd tear up his insides. But on that right-hand side, that's That's a clean cut. You got a big old crack down the side, and
Now
that
this,
top part that's a bit more jagged.
right?
That does not look like.
Now
Huh.
these little things, Christian. I don't know if you can see where my cursor is
Yeah,
right
they look
now.
like little. They look like some kind of teeth marks,
They
but
look like
more
dog
like
teeth.
human.
Oh, that's disgusting. Don't say that.
Well, if you
Well,
look at
because
these pits,
okay, look,
these
yeah.
dark pits, it looks
Uh-huh.
like blunt force trauma.
These ones here.
And that was never even notated in the autopsy.
Well, that this is on the inside of the skull because of it's concave, not convex. Like it's laying down like a bowl. You know, we're looking on the inside of a bowl. So, yeah, I'd have to
If you
look
look
at
at it
some.
closer, you'll see that there's skin on it.
Oh, am I
Whereabouts?
seeing an optical illusion or?
I mean, that's kind of been a thing where we've been like, some people think it's
Yeah,
the
is this
inside, some
concave or
people think it's
convex?
the outside. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about
I'd
this.
have to say that
Either way, a normal skull would not look like that if it was just shot.
Yeah, like there's a lot going on that we're gonna have to go into great detail and talk to some forensic people. The reason why I think we're looking at the top of a bowl, like the inside of a bowl,
Mhm.
is because if you look on the edges, like on the top right, you can see kind of the three-dimensionality
Right
of
here.
the
Yeah.
back part. Yeah, like that's and the hair and stuff. It looks like it fell in after the fact. It's this whole thing is very unusual. Like this whole
Well,
case.
it gets
This
even
photo
worse.
is a metaphor for the whole case.
Well,
In fact, this photo should be the cover of everything.
we've had some great talks where people have seen, if you can see this little V portion that I'm pointing at, where this skull piece
Yeah.
has actually moved within 4 photos. This skull piece is actually moved three times. So we're trying to figure out why, how, who, what, where, if the timestamps are right, if the timestamps are wrong, are they moving things around? That's been a big thing too. So I think
Yeah, they're staging stuff. Yeah, it's a great stage.
Well, because
but
the timestamps only show less than a minute between the 4 photos. But the skull piece has been manipulated, the skin flap has been manipulated.